Hello, my loves. It is Monday, and welcome to Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I'm your host for today, Laura Lalaki, and today we're diving into a topic that hits at the heart of our community, the Black family and its impact on wealth building and legacy. Dr. George C. Frazier recently said something that shook me. He believes the Black family is in crisis. He pointed out that Black marriage rates have dropped from 84% to just 34%. That's not just a number, it's a reflection of how we've moved away from combining our wealth, our strength, and impact as a people. So today we're going to be asking some pretty tough questions like what happened to the Black family? How has the decline in marriage affected our ability to build wealth and create generational change? And most importantly, what can we do to turn this around? So today I'm actually joined by an incredible panel to unpack this. I have Athena Gardner, our CPA and wealth coach, Joe Corley, our licensed therapist, mental wellness coach, and educator, and Marlo Layson, TV and film producer. So we're going to start unpacking this critical issue, and together we're actually going to try to explore solutions and strategies to strengthen Black families, elevate our relationships, and reclaim our power as a community. So in order for us to kick this off, I want us to please watch the first part. It's going to be two parts. We're going to dig in. So first off, once you hear this, I want to hear if everybody agrees, and I want to hear our viewership family, if you agree with him or not. So let's see what Dr. George C. Frazier has to say.
There's a talk I give on the 5 biggest challenges Black people have for the next 100 years. The number one challenge is the existential crisis of the Black family. The existential crisis of the Black family. Marriage in our culture is down to 34%. When we were growing up, it was 85%. It's now down to 34%. 71% of our sisters are not married. 29% will never get married. 63% of our brothers are not married. 30% of them will never get married. There is no culture in the history of humankind that has risen to maximize their full human potential without family at the center of their culture. This only exists. This is an interesting but negative statistic. This phenomenon of the existential crisis of our family only exists among African American Black people. It does not exist on the continent or anywhere else in the diaspora. So there must be something in the water. We must fix this. It is a lot easier said than done because it is impacting our wealth.
That's hard to hear. It really is, because we here at Fly Nubian Money and so many other organizations that we are in touch with and work with directly, we're all about building Black wealth. We're all about Black family, Black love, Black everything. And to hear this breaks my heart. So I'm going to start with you, Joe. Why do you think marriage rates in the Black community have dropped so drastically?
I think all the systems are doing what they're designed to do, right? Break us down, tear us apart, and we've allowed it. And now we're at a stage where we understand what it is, and a lot of us are still allowing it. Some of us are not. But what we see in culture and what we see in our homes sometimes is not appealing, for the most part. So why would anybody lean into that? Is what I believe, just to start.
I believe so too. I believe we're fed a lot of things that they want to feed us so that we believe it. Because if you show it, a lot of people believe it, and we don't want to get out of those mind thinking. But thinking back, especially now, guys, we are in the holiday season, so we're always seeing these wonderful films, our Black films showing family being centered around the grandmother and the family coming together. And even though we're arguing in these movies, we come together in the end as a family because some kind of tragedy happens. I think we need to actually see more of that. And I want to ask you, Athena, because you deal with the money. How has the decline in Black marriages affected our ability to build generational wealth?
I'm glad that you brought that up, because I remember saying this specifically on one of the shows last week, that our decline in wealth is correlated to the decline in marriage and relationships. And Dr. George Fraser, who I've had the pleasure of meeting at Power Networking and ABNC, so eloquently put that issue on the forefront, and it's something that we need to hear. We keep trying to do all these things, explore all these alternative lifestyles, ethical non-monogamy, polygamy, baby mama, baby daddy culture, right? Instead of doing what I feel we need to do, which is grow up, learn the skills to have a healthy relationship, whether that is you self-studying, going to therapy, whatever the case is, and learn how to talk to people, resolve conflicts, and have healthy relationships. And also embrace marriage. We're always trying to find these alternative things that we can explore, but does the Black community, can we afford exploring other alternatives to marriage? Clearly not.
I agree. So I'm going to pull it back a little bit because this is very, very deep. So what I want to hear from the panel, and I'll start with you, Marlo, do you agree with what he said? And if so, I want to hear your idea of what has led up to this point. Do you think this is something new?
It's definitely not anything new. And I absolutely agree with what he said. And I think that, we could draw a straight line between this and the good old Americanism, right? I think that this is by design, since they put the people on the boats and shipped them over here as cargo to be the workforce. The plan has been to separate and divide. Right, even when the Emancipation Proclamation was delivered and the slave master had to come out and say, y'all can go, they still found ways, right, to separate people and to say, hey, you always have a place here, but old Joe, he want to leave. He think he better than you, right? So that's where we as Black people, oh, I'm sorry, not James.
We're going to have to pick another name, Marlo.
James left because he thought he was better than everybody else on the farm, right? And so I think it is, the good old American racism is at work, and it is working as designed. And I think that if we don't start there, right, we'll always be trying to figure out what is this? What is this? What is this? This is racism working as it's supposed to be.
I think so too. And Joe, I know we dove in really quick and really hard with this question, just because it just really I feel like an arrow just shot through my heart with those numbers. So my question to you is, do you believe what he's saying? Do you agree with what he's saying about these stats, and where do you think that this does stem from?
Yeah, I do agree with him, and I agree with Marlo. Just like I said, the systems are doing what they're designed to do. Black folks are like the only culture that has been systematically had to deal with basically warfare in their own country. We're behind enemy lines. We always have been, and we're the only ones that have been behind enemy lines for our complete existence here in America. So everybody benefits off of what we do. Obviously, our families are destroyed, because if they were empowered, we would be empowered, right? So, we have to, disenfranchise the man, weaken the woman, destroy the youth, all the things that the system is designed to do. It's doing it. And like I said, now that we know and understand what that is, I mean, we could have had grace and understanding maybe 30, 40 years ago, as we were just trying to figure it out. But now, we know and understand what this is. A lot of us do, and a lot of us are still falling for it. Our celebrities, like I saw the picture yesterday with Sierra and Lala and all these beautiful Black women lined up with Kim Kardashian, right?
Oh,
so
not there.
Yeah, so and what is that leaning into? Now we have, one of the greatest assets to me is the Black woman's body being copied and borrowed, by by the white woman, and it's another tool used to weaken us. Is all I see. That's all I
And
see.
yet still put us down for our natural
Mhm.
features, very much so. And then making sure to pit the Black woman against the Black man. I think that's working very well. A lot of the times people who our viewership knows that we talk about some pop culture, correct? We are always looking at what's Cardi B doing, what's Culture and all them people doing. And to me, that also helps to tear us down. We're so focused on what other people are doing that we don't see the value in what should be going on in those relationships. They just want to see what's going on behind the scenes. So Athena, Lawrence Lamar had a comment, and I want to bring up part of that, and I want to get your initial response and if you agree with him or not. Black men and women had more standards back in the day. Do you agree with that, or do you disagree with that?
I agree with that, because when you look at even images of a Black man, Black woman back in the day, they were put together. They had on their tailored clothes. They made sure that you weren't looking crazy. Now, did they necessarily have the best things back then? No, but we made do with what we had, and there was an agreement on roles and just trying to come together. And we have strayed from that. Somehow with integration and some of the other things. We don't operate like other groups do. Even though they are integrated in society, they still put their group first. And somehow we have mistaken integration to mean that other is better, whether it comes to dating, because Black men date at interracially at 2 or 3 times the rate as other men. Whether it comes to what we patron, what we value, a lot of Black businesses do not get patroned. It just trickled down into a mindset where we don't value each other as much as we should. And we are all out here trying to get the respect of other groups, and we're not doing respectable things as a collective. We can't even get marriage together. And marriage is, I keep saying it, marriage is one of the most basic things. Worldwide. There are people in huts on dirt floor married and know how to keep their family together. And somehow in this first world nation that we live in, we can't seem to do that.
I think you hit on some really good points, but we are so not done with this conversation. We're going to take a deep breath. We're going to come back right after this commercial break.
Hey, if you're just tuning in, you are watching Fly Nubian Money, where we help you master your mindset and maximize your money. I am Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood, and I am the proud producer of this show. So I hope that every day when you join us, you leave a little smarter than you came, because that's the point. Otherwise, why are you watching? So if you want to receive notices for when we go live, Fly Nubian Money goes live every single day. That's Monday through Friday at 1 p.m. to 2 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So if you don't know, now you know. All you have to do is text the word Queens, that's Queens, that's Queens, to 87948. That's 87948. That's Queens to 87948. Yes? If you want.
Yes, because we talk about everything here and you don't want to miss a show. It's very simple. You got your little this little thing right here does everything for you. So all you have to do right now, pick up your phone, make sure that you text Queens, Queens, to 87948 so that you don't miss a show. I got my notification right now. So I'm on the show and it's telling me about a notification. So you don't want to miss out. I want to pull up some of the comments because this was taken off of an Instagram post. And I want to bring up some of these comments that we can discuss. And I'm really going to go through these because I think that there's some very valid points. Skeet Moses, I love these names. They crack me up. We have to stop having babies continuously with broken people. We have to look at how we are raising our children. It's a mess. How can you build a great community with dysfunctional people? Birth control, life management. Chocolate Honey says, stop with the stupid podcast balloon popping videos, 50-50 convos, and find your spouse. Ooh. VIP Phil says, Fix the music media industry that profits off of pushing this smut on our youth. At this point, they're only doing what they hear and what they see, 7 p.m. on Friday. And King Calicat says music industry and social media influencers push negative images that too many try to mimic these. And Bronze says Black man plus Black woman equals Black children and Black nation, period. This one. It's pretty disturbing to frequently see Black men in commercials seemingly partnered with everyone but a Black female. What is that about? Who said that Black women don't want good husbands and fathers for their children? I'm grateful for my husband who has always been active and present in our children's lives. My own father and grandfather were hardworking men who took their roles as providers and protectors seriously. And then we need to pledge to all go to therapy, then forgive each other. And then finally, patriarchy is almost non-existent in Black families. This is one of the leading factors to the impeding threat of Black families. What is happening in our culture is systematic, and we played right into it. America did a good job on us, and it's heartbreaking. The only way this will change is if we change. I don't see that happening. Oh my God, these are heartbreaking. Like, we all like to go in and see the drama, but when we are talking serious comments come out. Now, Joe, they did touch on the media and what we see. So do you believe that we are losing the cultural importance of marriage in the Black community?
Yes. And, accountability is one of the main factors here, right? We're not holding each other accountable to the truth, and we sat in the 90s and 2000s. I'm talking from the male perspective, and watched a culture pushed on us that, lifted up having as many women as possible, right? And that was what was popular. So we didn't see any of our heroes or the videos glorify, and they were married and being told not to show that side of themselves. Don't show that you have one wife or one woman and that you're raising your family and your kids and all of these things. Now these same men are, in their 40s and 50s and doing just that, but they left a trail in the after. They left a trail behind them of damaged families and broken men with the wrong idea about what was important in life. And for me specifically, I didn't hear until I was maybe in my 30s how critical and important it was just to have one woman and love one woman. No man told me that until I was in my 30s.
I
And
think that's very important for you to share that, Joe. That's very, most of the time you hear the ladies' side of it, but you just said a very powerful statement that more people need to hear. That breaks my heart that you didn't even hear that from someone else as a young man.
no
How
one
do you
told
think that impacted you?
No one told me and no one showed me. So when it was said to me, I remember it. Obviously, it's in my core memory now. I looked up and said, and it hit me right away that I have never heard that. I had never heard that. Not even from my own father, who glorified having multiple women. He told me to my face what that was. So another man tell me how important it was just to, to the importance and the value of one woman supporting you and helping you do all the things and lift you up all the time. And if you have one, what it means to like protect her, cherish her. And I had never heard it.
Oh, wow. That's pretty deep. We could have a whole show on that.
Mm-hmm.
Marlo, how do you think the lack of marriage has impacted our children and the future generations?
Well, obviously, if they don't see it, they don't believe it's something that they need to engage in or be a part of at all. So I think it's detrimental to them because it changes the dynamic. I think Athena touched on it beautifully in the beginning, like all of these different relationships dynamic. You polymetric, you bionomic, you like everybody got all of this stuff going on, and it's like none of that is getting us to where we need to be, right? You want to say your ancestors were like this, your ancestors were like that. Were they? Or do you just want to piece and parse what you think they were according to what YouTube is telling you you should be into, and what kind of fly shit you could get off into if you got 6 women, right? So I think that we have to show them, right? Adults are examples, right? We are exemplars for younger people. And I think that we have lost that. I think that there's a generation that lost that. We wanted to be out and clubbing and living our best life and doing, like Joe said, I've heard other men say that nobody told them that they needed to be a good husband, that nobody told them that it was cool to have one woman. So I think that it's, give the children the right example. Give the children an example that says something to want. I wanted the relationships that my great aunts and my grandparents had, where there was this foundational family unit, right? I wanted that because I saw that around me. And I think that we have to get back to that. And a lot of kids aren't seeing it. And they also are seeing all this toxicity through social media with all of these crazy people who monetize their relationships and always need a hook. So, we in a rough patch with these marriages, y'all.
Yeah. And I'm coming from a marital standpoint. For me, being married for so long, my husband and I have been married for over 30 years, and been together longer than that. My role model was my family, where my aunties and my uncles were the standard for me to see every day. That was important to me. That my house was the house to be for the holiday dinners and the get-togethers and every Sunday. So I didn't hear anything other than how important family was to us. So that's how I was raised. And that was very, very important to me. So a quick question for all of you, just quick and clean, is did you have that same standard as I just discussed? Did you have Sunday dinners? Did you have the holiday dinners in your life? Starting with you, Joe.
So yeah, I had to rub my eyes together after hearing that question, Lala. No, I didn't have those things. Yeah, quick and clean, I didn't have it. I just leave it at that.
Okay, how about you, Marlo?
Yeah, my grandparents' house was that house. It was the hub for Sundays. It was the hub for holidays. So yeah, that was a structure within our family.
How about you, Athena?
Yes, I was actually talking to somebody about this. On Sundays, like we had a Sunday dinner recurring, and I don't know if that's a Jamaican traditional thing or if it was just my family, but Sunday was a day everyone had a bigger meal or a better meal, and we would come together on Sundays.
It's me. I mean, we prepared on Saturday. We were ready. Mom and I were preparing the meal for Sunday. And the thing is, if anyone came to church that didn't have somewhere to go, whether you family or not, you didn't have somewhere to go for dinner, my mom would be like, we got dinner. So come on back. My house was always full. And I feel so very blessed to have that. And I think we do have to get back to that. We have to get back to the basics where the men after dinner would be able to go and have their little man time, and the women would go in another room and have a woman time, but still yet we commune together as a family and friends, because that's what we did. We're so far away from it. I love that so much that I created that within my own family. Once I had lost my mother and lost my dad, our house became that thing. And that's so important to me. So we still have so much more to unpack, and we have a special surprise to you, but we're going to take a deep breath and take this little short commercial. We'll be right back.
You want to grow your money and not blow your money, as Constance says, check us out at flynubianmoney.com. There's all kinds of resources, programs, videos, resources. In 2024, there's no reason to be broke when there's information all around us. So get your money right. flynubianmoney.com.
Get your money right. flynubian.com. Listen, guys, no, we laugh and we giggle about that, but you know what? We hope that you're doing this for real. And then you're going tickety, 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 tick and going to that website, because we want you to get the resources that you need to make sure that your financial house is in order. Our name says it. Fly Nubian Money. We are all about helping you get your mindset right around your finances. It's the end of the year. We know that you're in holiday mode, but pull back a little bit and really start thinking about how you want to start the year and how you're going to be able to protect your household financially. We have plenty of resources for you, and we don't want you to miss out. So go on over to flynubianmoney.com. We do have another guest who's coming in, another one of our queens who just could not keep still. Come on in, Constance. Come on in. We are so glad that you're going to join us today. You couldn't help yourself, could you?
I couldn't help myself.
So tell us your initial thoughts. I'm sure that you saw the video, and I wanted to hear your thoughts about it because you also are very like, got to get our Black people together financially, build their wealth. What are your initial thoughts on this? Do you think that we are being set up to have these stats be low and be in the teens when it comes to marriage?
Well, that has been the targeted effort, I think, since the inception of this country. And I'm all about understanding white supremacy and how it affects us in every aspect. And I don't believe that you give it power because you speak to it. You just you have to understand. You speak to it so that you can understand what's going on, so that you can protect yourself from it. I do believe that if it's not the marriage, right, because we've had the separation of the Black family from the 60s and the 70s. And then you have all the other things that they throw to try to destroy us. But it just speaks to our resiliency. And I just look at the glasses being half full. They do that because they know that we are such a powerful people. How do you destroy someone? You destroy them from the inside out. And so, the taking the family apart, and the breakdown, and removing the man from the family, and then having the women be the head of household, and all these other things. Of course, we have to be responsible for our own actions, for sure. But I believe this is a conscious effort of a system that has been designed to destroy us as Black people.
I agree. Now, Charlene Royal says feminism, the sexual revolution, and welfare have all but destroyed our families. I'm going to ask you, Athena, what do you think about that? Do you agree or disagree?
I agree. And not only what I would add to that, and I will say that we as Black people, we need to understand that the function and the family unit is a man, woman, and child. And when we come together, we bring a great power with that.
100%.
However, to take this even to a political route, immigration, abortion, what else is the issue? Immigration, abortion, and gay rights are things that we have been campaigning for with the Democratic Party, and those are things that come against the family structure and unit, and those are things that we need to discuss. All of those issues negatively impact at the Black family and take away.
You about to get some hate mail now, girl, but you're telling the truth.
It's the truth. It's the truth. And I know I feel like a lot of us were conflicted in voting because on one hand we understood that, but on the other hand we just didn't like Trump. So I think that was like the real issue at hand. We didn't like Trump, but on the other hand, the Democratic Party has not been truthful to us and have not given us anything to stand on a foundation enough as it pertains specifically to the Black family structure. And we have to contend with that and have to realign our values to what Big Mac was saying in the chat. We have lost our legacy and values. And we need to, not only from a political standpoint, but from a social standpoint and every standpoint, put Black family first.
Okay, well, that brings me to a really good question, because this is a good bounce back. Marlo, how has this independent mindset contributed to the decline in Black marriages? You always hear women say, I can do it by myself. Or, I don't need her. I'm going to do this by myself. So we're saying these things. How can you balance this independent yet bring back the family togetherness? So how has this contributed to the decline in Black marriages?
Well, I think the language is bad, right? I don't think there's anything wrong with independence. We sit here, four of us, I think all of us strong, independent women, right? But I think that when you use that independence as a tool against your mate, right? When you weaponize your independence to make him invisible, when you take that independence to be a tether for him in some way, or some type of a hold or a leash, right? So I think that it got the independent messaging definitely took a wrong turn somewhere. I can't say where, right? Because when I think back and I look, the Black family aesthetic was the Cosby Show when I was growing up, right? And you wouldn't say that Claire wasn't strong or independent, right? But she was lockstep with her husband. They were making decisions together about their family. They were disciplining their children together, right? You would see them delegate that discipline between the two of them. So I think that there is nothing wrong with the independence. I think that weaponizing that independence to emasculate the man or to make the man feel like he is less than is where it gets problematic, right? And one woman does that, now all the women do it, right? Or that's the perception, is that all women feel like that. I feel like I'm independent, but I still need my man child. I'm not about to be out here with y'all playing these games. Like, I don't want to be getting my legs rubbed at night. That's a lie.
I'm telling you, I'm happy with my man. I'm keeping him, and y'all done heard me say that more than once.
Listen,
and I'm
my man, y'all just my man and us. Listen,
Right.
We need to get our man content so we can be with them.
But Joe, earlier on, we heard someone say in the comments of that video, someone mentioned how we all need to go to therapy and to help break down these norms. And it used to be that you would go to counseling and things before you got married. It was expected you to do that. Do you feel that that would be a good way to start for this mindset to shift, is therapy?
Yeah, 100%. And, there is, I believe, a generation of men that are entering therapy right now that are finding out the things that they learned growing up were wrong, and they're being deprogrammed and unlearning some of these things. It's a trickle now. It's not not a water hose, not a fire hose. It's a trickle, but it's opening up wider than it's ever been. And and now we're going to try our best to pass that on to the next generation of young men and to get them to unlearn some of the things that we learned growing up about what masculinity actually is, and how we are applying it to our everyday lives, especially in our relationships with women. But we need the women to get in. I mean, they're in there, but we need to get more of them in there as well to understand, some of the things about not only about their men, but about themselves, so that we can come together and start learning how to forgive each other and all the things that we've been told that work against each other, because a lot of it's just not true.
I agree. Constance, can single parent households still achieve the same level of wealth and impact as married ones?
I mean, I've been in a married household and I've been in a single parent household. I'm currently in a single parent household, and my wealth was disrupted with the divorce, in terms of having to divide that. But I still have the same earning potential. So yeah, of course, I believe that you can. It just depends on who's the person that is actually driving the wealth, right? So could the person who wasn't the primary wage earner or the primary wealth builder not do it? Probably not. But I mean, is it harder? For sure. That's the reason why, having a two-parent household, that's the reason why having a husband and a wife is so important. And Dr. Joe, I love what you said. It was definitely an eye-opener that that wasn't the measure, that you weren't taught that. But I think that's the case for so many people. And it's so sad. Like when you think about Russell Wilson and Sierra, how people are calling Russell Wilson a simp because he's taking care of his wife, because he's creating a family, because he prays with his woman. And then they mad because he's taking care of Future's baby. I mean, just that's the kind of thinking that we have in our community that's actually been normalized, to think that something like that, there's something abnormal about a man stepping up, being a father, being a husband, taking care of his family. So we have to change the conditioning and the thought process in our family so that we can change the conversation, change the narrative. But that's the reason why these conversations are so important.
I agree. I mean, we're definitely talking about something extremely important, and especially even more important as we move into this different cycle of what our country is going to face when we're already going to be facing so much division as it is. How do we also make sure that we don't have that division in our families? So Athena, I want to ask you: are Black people prioritizing success and careers over marriage and family? Do you feel that we're doing that?
I think a certain level of Blacks do prioritize success over family, but you have to, those are the ones that are already high achieving, I would say. Even in the dating market, I notice people are like focused on these vanity metrics, how much they make, how much this, that, and the third, and we're forgetting the relational aspects of things. And not, there's a lot of good on paper people, and the resume look good, and the character and all the other stuff can be trashed. So I think we play a dangerous game, especially in this level up manosphere, red pill, social media era, right? But what I will say is this: we have normalized within our culture degeneracy. And whenever someone attacks or goes against or promotes family values, people gets attacked, or promotes anything that promotes togetherness, family, people get attacked, right? So I mentioned from a political standpoint, the issues on immigration and gay rights and abortions that a lot of us voted against when we did this election, right? But because most of us are trying to avoid Trump, right? But from the other perspective, there are people even on social media arguing about this woman who cooks and the cook clean narrative and all this other stuff that
Girl, because she cooks and twerks. That's the problem.
Listen, let that girl monetize her stuff. I was probably her. I was like, listen, go get your money, girl.
My sons are obsessed.
You not in nobody's strip club, and you're not hurting nobody, right? A lot of these men dusty anyway, ain't do nothing. So y'all arguing for men that ain't even do nothing in the first place. However, because this woman is cooking, right, having home traditional family values, which is what we need to get back to, traditional family values, pro-life, pro-family, pro-Black, right? Because even in the midst of all of this, when you do have a Black man who's decent at making a certain amount, all of a sudden he forget who he is and want everything, every bunny under the sun except for a honey bunny, right? Right. So we need to get to the point as a people, as a group, to get back to center. But what I will always say is water seeks its own level, right? So if you are a person who's trying to get with someone who is on the same wavelength, you eventually find it because you're going to reject the nonsense. However, what I'm saying is not enough of us is rejecting the nonsense.
Right. Yeah. Oh, as you can see, we're getting really deep into this conversation. I don't know, y'all. I'm really into this. I mean, it's such an important topic for us to discuss. So why not have it here where our community is watching this and offer some solutions? We're going to take a quick break and we will be right back.
Fly Nubian Money is now on Spotify. Yes. We are on Spotify. So if you can't watch us, you can listen to us. All you have to do is search Fly Nubian Money and we will appear. All of our episodes. Make sure that you leave a 5-star rating and reviews so other people that come along and are looking for a good show to watch, they'll follow us too. If you are interested in being on Fly Nubian Money, sorry, I don't have any spaces. I'm just playing. If you are interested in being a queen or a king on Fly Nubian Money for the day, please reach out to me. I'm at info@realvirtual.net. That's info@realvirtual.net. Also, if you need help with your business, go ahead and send me an email for that too. Okay. I've said enough. Now back to the show.
We got that magical email address. You get to do all the things here. So if you want to be on the show, it's really easy. We talk about really good stuff and you feel like you have a voice that you want to come on and say things to, you have a seat at this platform. So all you have to do is email us at info@realvirtual.net. And I'm going to spell that info@RELVIRTUAL.net. All right. Now listen, I know we were laughing about twerking and things, but we're going to get to another part, but I had to put a little say so in about that because listen, grandma had the moo and still had granddaddy and her having 5 or 6, 7 babies. Okay, so you don't need all this twerking stuff. You just need you a good moo.
She was twerking in that moo. She was twerking in that moo.
That's none of our business. That's none of our business. But anyway, we're going to go to the second part of the video so that we actually can hear what else the good doctor has to say. I just love him. He's a really good person for our community, and I think we really need to be listening to him. So let's check out what the second half of his video is.
For 350 years, household median income was dominated by white people. They were number one in this country. They no longer are number one. They're number three, and there's a reason for it. So who has the highest household median wealth in America? It's East Indians, $104,000 a year. What's the marriage rate in the East Indian culture? 94%. Two are working. Who's number two? Chinese Asians. Household median income, $110,000 a year. Marriage rate close to 70%. Number three are white people. Household median income, $88,000 a year. What's the marriage rate? Almost 50%. Down significantly. Number four are Hispanics. Household median income, $61,000 a year. Marriage rate, close to 70%. We are at the bottom. Household median income, $55,000 a year. Marriage rate, 34%. And projected, based on facts and statistics, that if we do not fix this, because white folks ain't fixing this, our marriage rate will be in the low teens in the next 20 years. This is an enormous challenge. That's a whole talk by itself on how do we fix it. It can be fixed, but we have to, first of all, understand that this is a problem. No one's talking about this problem. This is a huge problem. It's the number one problem in our culture. So we must fix it. Oh.
What I love about what he said is this can be fixed. Yes, that'll be another full conversation, but it can be fixed. Joe, do you believe Black couples face more challenges than other races when it comes to staying married?
Yeah. As again, I keep saying, culturally, the things that are in our face are, we've learned, we had a generation of young people that learned that multiple women was the thing. We had a generation of young ladies that thought they had to take their clothes off to get noticed. And now we're seeing the product of that generation. You know what I mean? We're seeing the product of it. And now, oh man, you go outside, you look outside, it's crazy out there. But that's what they're having to do to compete. And then you're talking about a bunch of systems designed to tear us apart and shut us down. I'm gonna keep saying that because it's the truth. They are designed to tear us apart, because if we win, if we come together, we will win. We will win.
Together. That's the key point. And that's where I feel the most frustrated is sometimes I feel like we miss out on that togetherness. But now, Athena, you're a single lady and you're dating. So do you feel that modern dating practices is making marriage less appealing in the Black community?
Listen, I can't tell you the amount of men I've actually went out on dates with who expressed a lack of desire to be married for one reason or next, or either they were divorced or whatever it was. And guess what I did immediately? Expeditiously on to the next child, because I understand for me and what I'm trying to create in my future, especially if you're going to lay down with a man eventually, especially you're going to give him time, money, and energy. Okay, if you ain't making no investment in me, I'm not making no investment in you. And if you don't have family values and value a wife and value children and a legacy, then me and you don't have nothing to talk about. I don't care how much money you have, because trust me, a couple of them try to get me to sign up for a harem, honey. And, it was kind of tempting because, that black car be looking real nice and my own house look real nice. However, that is how much I believe in family and family values and a good sort of level of traditionalism. I, even looking at some of the values, I tend to lean more conservative, because that's kind of how I grew up with, like, those family values. And those are the people who try to remain together as a family. When you look, and to bring it back to politics, when you look at anti-conservatism parties, like the Democrats and all of that, their policies don't necessarily support a family unit, right? The things that they support, which is immigration, which is abortion, which is gay rights, which is all these alternative things, are not beneficial for the Black community. And also, I think it's an agenda to make us the face of those movements. And those aren't our movements. Our movements need to be reparations. Our movements need to be, starting with reparations in general, right? And what is going to be necessary for us to build and create a future and promote Black future. Because didn't George Fraser said, we have 34% now, and we projected to 16%. So guess what? That's going to happen, right? Constance, you always bring the stat by 2050. We're going to have how much wealth? Is it Black? 0. All right, cool.
Well, okay, let's take a step back because we do need to these stats. My God, I feel like I'm on the verge of tears, but I also feel like this has definitely been set for us all the way back to the time they brought us over. The more that they can separate us, the more they have more power. So even when we felt like we were winning with the civil rights movement, I also feel like things were being put into place to still continue to tear us down in the hindsight, make them feel like they're winning something, but yet let's do this. Like, and then our producer actually brought up, wasn't it Hoover that said that the most dangerous thing for America is Black unity? Yes, it is. And Constance, I'm gonna throw that to you. With that thought, do you really feel that it's really dangerous for America to have Black unity? I'm not talking about any other culture. I'm not talking about LGBTQ. Black unity.
Of course, that was the assignment of COINTELPRO, and that's the reason why they did everything they could to destroy us. They put drugs in our community to destroy us. They killed our Black leaders to destroy us. All of those things are very true. They and then even these social service programs, right, that Democrats really promote. And when you talk about the difference between Democrats and Republicans, we have to get to a place, y'all, where we are self-sufficient and independent. And, I really do believe, because Black women are now leading in entrepreneurship and income. I do believe that we have the power of Black women. And I'm going to speak to Black women because we allow so many things. We allow certain things. There's this African proverb that I always mention that says, when you teach a man, you teach an individual, but when you teach a woman, you teach a nation. So with that being said, Black women are the ones who kind of control what the direction of the way things go. The reason why Black men are able to do and get away with what they're able to get away with is because we allow it. The reason why they make it so easy, it's so easy for them not to commit, is because we allow it. The reason why they're not standing up and being fathers is because we allow it. We do not have boundaries. We're not. We don't have pride. We're not setting the standard. It's so easy. Black men used to have to court us. They don't have to court us. Y'all fucking on the first night. Like, there's no standards that Black women are setting to make sure that to keep the Black family intact. And I know Black men are at fault as well, because they should be the leaders. If Black men were to do what they were to do as the leaders of the house, Black women wouldn't do nothing but fall in line. But I do believe that Black women can stop them in their tracks if they wanted to, but they're so desperate to have a piece of a man, to have a piece of something, that they just allow for anything. And if we can galvanize as Black women, we can change the whole narrative.
You got no argument from me. I completely agree with that. Like, I will say, I mean, in my household, I was taught, young lady, like, and I sometimes I feel like I'm an ancient dinosaur, because young lady, close your legs. Young lady, watch what you say around people. Young lady, speak, there's nothing wrong with being independent, but there is a point to being classy and also putting down what you expect from your partner. And if you want to build that, you're building together. When you do that, you build one another. I love it when my husband comes home and says, babe, I found this outfit for you. This is beautiful. To me, he knows me. He knows what I like. He knows what I don't like. He knows what I will wear. He knows what I won't wear. We have certain language of our own in our household, that even when we're out in public, we can speak that language to one another and know, okay, we out now, let's go. We are in sync. What happened to us teaching each other to be in sync and uplifting one another instead of tearing each other down? But we have been built. This has been put into the streets. This is the yellow brick road that they have laid for us. And I want to bring up these slides that we have, because this is very important. This was from like 1965. The Labor Department released a report titled "The Negro Family: The Case for National Action," also known as the, I can't pronounce that, monolithian report. Had to stumble through that. So y'all had to giggle at Lala on that. The family structure. The high rates of single-parent households among Black Americans were a critical factor contributing to poverty and social issues. 25% of Black children were born to unmarried mothers at the time. This is 1965, y'all. The cycle of poverty. The breakdown of the Black family unit was leading to a cycle of poverty and social dislocation, affecting education, employment, and overall community stability. Now, check this out. Recommendations included a national commitment to improve economic and social conditions for Black Americans through job creation, education, and support for families. Critics argue that he overemphasized family structure, neglecting the significant roles of systematic racism and economic inequality in the challenges faced by Black families. Now, this next one I want y'all to pay really close attention to. 50 years of the Black family crisis, but no one wants to talk about it or admit it. 1960, Black family, 80%. Children born out of wedlock, 20%. 2024, children born out of wedlock, 80%. Black family, 20%. You see how we completely flipped this round? Joe, how can we start making these changes to flip these numbers back around?
Let me fix my throat. Constance is right.
Wait. Say it
It's the
again.
apocalypse. The rapture done came, yo.
For the people in the back.
If we galvanize the Black woman, but get her to hold us accountable without blame and criticism and contempt, Athena.
Oh, you asking for a lot right now.
Yeah, you asking for a lot. I'm asking for a lot. If we can galvanize the Black woman and ask her to know the difference between holding us accountable and holding us in blame and contempt, then we can really start to fix this problem. But I am asking for a lot right now, but it's going to take a lot for us to get to where we got to go. But honestly, we need her, because we answer to her. And if she's able to hold us accountable up on level 10, we won't go down to level 5 and find them scallywags.
Listen, y'all can stay with the scallywags if y'all want to.
No, I love that. I love that.
You gonna let me finish my thought, Athena? We got to get help for Athena. See, we got to cure Athena and the Athenas of the world, so that we can get what we need to get. Okay, because we need Athena, but she is so mad at us, and her accountability sounds like criticism, and we're not gonna respond to that. That's just to be honest.
Okay, so I have this comment that I need to address, and it's from anonymous persons. He said, it would be nice if you guys had some married women on the panel to speak on this subject. The only married person on the panel is me, so she's good with me, but all the rest of the women are hypocrites. I
was married for 132 years.
And I was married for 163 years.
Wow, man. So that's what I want to address, ladies. Just a minute. I want to pull back on that, because I know that, but a lot of our panel doesn't. I mean, a lot of our viewers don't. So now I want to actually tap into that comment and get your point of being women who were previously married or in a really long-term relationship. So Marlo, I want to hear your thoughts on that as a single woman now, but being married before. Now, why do
I
you
think
think that he's feeling like we're being hypocritical?
Well, I don't know, because probably not knowing what hypocritical means. But I will say that what Joe said about himself, in his youth and what he learned in his coming of age as a man, I wish more men could admit that, right? I wish more men understood that. I wish that there were more support for men to be able to open up and be honest that they didn't have the tools to be a husband. When I look back on my marriage, that's all it was. He just did not have the tools. He came from a single parent household. By the time he was born, his grandfather was dead. So there was no patriarch, right, in that family. And so he was just figuring it out. But if you figuring it out with the hustlers and you figuring it out with the pimps and you figuring it out with old boy who don't claim none of his kids in the hood, right? If those are the people that are helping you figure it out, you ain't figuring out shit, right? You figuring out the fast track to divorce court is what you figuring out. And I've said before several times, it's no blame on him because I was also young. I also had bad information. I got bad information from married women who got bad information from unmarried women, probably. But I think that the biggest issue that I've seen just personally in my own life and relationships is that people don't have the tools, and we think that this is easy. We think navigating a marriage, building a family, building a community. A lot of people like to be kings and queens. Well, building a kingdom building is not easy work. And I think that without the tools, you gonna fail. And I think without sharing good information, I think without married couples having honest conversations amongst themselves about what pains them, but also what makes them feel pride. Absent of that, we're never going to have communal success, right? We're never going to have, like, by and large, these great numbers of great marriages that are building families and communities, because people are passing on bad information. It's really time for us to just get our minds right, get our hearts right, get everything aligned, and start sharing good quality information and get the ratch out, y'all. We have mastered the ratch, right? We mastered that shit. Throw that shit away. It's time for something new. Let's master not being ratch, right? Because the ratch, we got that shit down pat. I could give y'all ratch right now, but I'm a hold back. Because I want us to find a different way. But I think, we got to focus on some better things to get better outcomes, because we all know the definition of insanity. Joe could tell us that's what he went to school to learn what insanity meant.
Right.
Same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. That's crazy.
Yeah. But Constance, I want you to bounce off of that for me, please. What are your thoughts on that?
So I was married. I was with my ex for 30 years, and we were married 23 years. And so shut up. We had what a lot of people from the outside looking in thought was a really solid family. And I made sure that we looked the part. Now, internally, it probably wasn't always that way. But I think, I thought when we were married, we had a pretty good unit. I thought, I was the one that was out there, slaying dragons, and he was at home. But I don't think that's a natural thing for some men. And I thought he was happy with that. I really did. I thought, okay, listen, I'm making him feel like he's a part of everything. I'm making him feel like he's a part of the business, even though he does that. We're good, the kids. And so I didn't learn until, like, we were divorced that that's not naturally what he should have been doing. And I thought he was great. He was a present father when we weren't together, but then when we broke up, the presence was just 100% gone. So he did what I told him to do. But after I no longer told him what to do, he no longer did it. And that was the unfortunate part. So I feel like I take some responsibility for that. Like, dang, if I would have just kept telling him what to do, then he would have, he'd still be here for these kids. But my kids are like, no, we're better off now. So it's unfortunate. So I have a really great dad. I have a really great father who I probably model a lot of my parenting after. And so I just pray for me and my family, with just me and my kids, my 4 kids, that they can actually get that male thing from my dad. And that's what I hope. But, they need their own dad. Like, they call my dad, for money and stuff. They call their dad. He'd be like, no. And they call my dad. And I'd be like, look, you call your own daddy. Don't be calling my daddy. But no, but I'm grateful that I do have my parents as an extension of my family that are there to kind of pick up the slack where they don't have it. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. I mean, luckily it's happening when they're all like, young adult teenagers. But I wish that wasn't the case, because you need your parents for the rest of your life.
Baby, you can say that again, because I don't have either one of mine. And that's a cherished thing that I wish that I didn't have to be in that special club of not having your parents. We have really, really, really just started to open the can of worms about this, and we are getting ready to wind down. But one of the things that we do talk about here on this channel, and one thing that is brand new to this channel, is the Fly Nubian Money Club. And if you haven't gotten in on that, now is the time. There is a free trial. This first 30 days is a free trial. We had our first training this weekend, and I was there with you on that first training. Thank you. We talked about home ownership, and we talked about stateside as well as abroad. We had a 2-hour training. Do you feel like you got left out? No, baby, we didn't leave you out. We got a recording for you. So it's not too late to get in and see that training. And we'll be having future trainings in just a couple of weeks. We're going to have another training, but go on and sign up now. Get your free trial going and see what we have for you at flynubianmoneyclub.com. You will be happy. Our purpose of that is to help uplift you in business and finance and family, so that we can get on board of this foundation again and rebuild the things that everybody else wants to tear down. Because as much as many people want to tear us down because they know how powerful we are, not only are we powerful as a people, but financially, our black dollar is needed and wanted, baby, or else they wouldn't be chasing it. So you want to make sure that you join the flynubianmoneyclub.com. Go get that training and sign up for the next one. We really, really want you to get your bag. Now, with that being said, y'all, this hour went fast. So it is final thought time. And I'm going to start with you, Athena. Final thoughts and where we can find you, please.
Final thoughts are this: we need to prioritize Black family first. And from all standpoints, from social, psychological, political, everything. Okay. We can no longer support, especially on a political front, agendas that do not bring forth Black unity, because we are on trend to be a part of that 16% of marriage rate, which is despicable. And we should be ashamed of ourselves as a group. This is directly tied to the poverty we experience. We experience poverty because we will not grow up and take accountability and learn how to resolve ourselves, get along with each other, appreciate each other, come together and gain those skills. Instead of, we are trying to stunt front and look dusty in the process. Also, we need to prioritize within this our own wealth while we are waiting for the partners of our dreams and our futures that will create this strong family unit with. And if you want to learn how to create your own wealth through either launching a business with AI or getting your own personal finances together, you can find my resources at elevatewithathena.com. There I have courses and programs and workshops that will be catered to you to help you to do just that, so that when you do meet a partner, a king or a queen that you would like to rise in life with and build a family and legacy with, there will be some money there for you to do so.
Thank you, Athena. Guys, you need to go and check out everything that Athena is doing. She has some really good stuff for you. And if you're looking for a little bit of a change of direction and you want to jump on the bandwagon of AI, you need to go and check out Athena's course. I always tell y'all what y'all need to do with all of us. I don't care who's on the panel. I need you stalking and chicken hawking. That's what I need you to do. Go and check us all out, because we have something for you. Maybe one person doesn't have something you're interested in, but somebody else does. So make sure that you support us. Constance, what are your final thoughts and where can we find you, please? Can't hear you.
I said, thank you for asking. I appreciate that. You know what Black people really, really, really need? You know what we really need? You pointed out earlier, 1955, J. Edgar Hoover said the biggest threat to America was Negro unity. And they have been successful at breaking down the Black families through various ways. You remember, I don't know if you guys remember that documentary where you seen the Black people on welfare. They could not bring the husbands in the home. If the husbands got caught in the home, they would cut off their welfare. This was all by design. This was all intentional. And understand that when we had unity, when we had to work together, things happened. We kept our wealth. Remember, during the days of Black Wall Street, the dollar circulated in our community, 12 months before it left the community. There is no other community where we've seen wealth last in a community as long as it did. You got the Jewish community where wealth lasts 30 days, the Asian community, 20 days, white, 17 days, Hispanic, 11 days, but ours, 6 hours, $1.3 trillion in spending power we don't spend with ourselves. It's necessary if we want to continue to build our communities. I don't believe what they're saying. I don't believe that in the year 2053, our net worth is going to be 0 because we're a resilient people. We got to get back to practicing collective economics. That is so extremely important. The reason why the dollar lasted so long was because we had to work with each other. But then when desegregation happened and integration happened, that's when we stopped working together, because when we no longer had to, then we stopped. But once we start working together, we're going to start to see a trajectory shift in our community. And one of the things that Joe said that he was right, that I think I was right on, is Black women. Black women, we are the foundation. That's the reason why it's so critical. And as he was talking, I was sitting there thinking, because I do what's called the Net 7 Collective, where I help Black women increase their net worth. And we talk not only about business development, but we talk about personal development as well, because I can show you how to get the money, but in order to keep it and have a holistic, well-balanced experience, you need all of those things. So part of that, I think we're going to go forward and just talk about different things that we can do to really engage our community, not just about financial, but what's the holistic perspective and how do we really approach that so that we can build our families. That's one of the things that's a mission of mine for 2025, is to figure out how we can make that shift. And all these things that we're talking about today starts with you. I'm going to do it with the people that I have, my circle of influence, my family, my community, but you have to do it with your community. Start with you, your friends, your community, and that's how you're going to see a spark, and that's how you're going to see a whole explosion happen within the Black community. But it starts with you.
That's why.
Where can you find me?
Yes.
Everywhere. I am Constance Carter, and the new Net 7 Collective is coming up in January, and I'm excited about it. A new batch of women that are getting ready to take over the world, and they are doing some amazing things in the world, y'all. Holla at me. Go to bookwithconstance.com to see if you can, if this will be a good fit for you.
All right. You got your assignments, so now go ahead and do it. I'm with you, Constance. You know what? You hear that from me all the time. It has to start with us, and that means you. Then when you start with you start with your household, and then you start to shine in your community. Marlo, may I please have your final thoughts and where we can find you?
It definitely starts with us, and it starts with our children, right? I think that we, especially I'll take on my generation, we have gotten away in large amounts from teaching our children their history. Who are they? Who are we? And why are we important, right? We've gotten so settled with trying to get them involved in different extracurriculars and things that make them more well-rounded. And in the process, I feel like they are losing themselves. So if we want to recapture the Black family, we have to kind of enlighten the Black child about who they are and why they're important, and how we got here, right? About Black Wall Street and about all of these great communities that were built by Black people, as Constance mentioned. I think that understanding is important in conflict resolution. I can't say enough. I'll share a quick thing and then I will hop off. My ex, one time we were arguing, he said, "You're just like my mom. You won't let me get a word in edgewise." And I stopped in my tracks because I realized that was a trigger for him. I think that what's important, I learned from an old couple, learn what buttons to push and then push the right buttons, right? Don't push the triggers that are going to get the heat. Push the triggers that are going to bring the warmth. And so I think that If we work together, we can do anything. We are a powerful people. We are a creative people. We always think out the box. Everybody wants to be us on the low, right? And then they want to pretend like they don't know where do-rags came from. They just had a great idea one morning. Take that you are great. Take that and run with it, and make your family great, and work every day to be the best you that you can be, so that the small yous that come behind you know that greatness is in them, and they don't have to go out looking for it because they were born with it. If you're looking for me, I am Marlo Layson. You can find content that I have written or videos that I have produced on the internet under my name, or you can find me on Instagram. I'm Olram Marlo. That's my name backward, forward, then a little underscore on the end. In January, I will be undertaking a very big challenge. I am going to try to qualify for a bodybuilding competition in the amateur ranks. And so I'm starting in January. I'll be chronicling that on Instagram. If you guys want to follow me, give me uplift me, keep me encouraged as I'm not eating and lifting copious amounts of weight. I would appreciate it. I love y'all, and thanks for being here.
I'm excited for that, Marlo. I just think that is absolutely wonderful. So I'm going to be doing the stalking and the chicken hawking. Okay, I'm just going to tell you, I'm going to be watching that. I want to really see your journey and cheer you on. So Joe, that leaves us with you, my love. What are your final thoughts, and where can we find you?
I'm gonna go. Follow Constance. When she said we was right, because we was right. And what we said, which is a really long cry from our first episode, where she told me I was 1,000% wrong in her closing statements. But to the sisters, to the Black women, like they copying y'all, sis. They copying the span of your hips and the stride of your step and the curl of your lips, all the things that make you a phenomenal woman. And I'm gonna say it again: we need you, and it's a skill to be acquired, to be able to get past your hurts and your confusion and hold people accountable without the contempt, the defensiveness, and the blame that comes along with that. I know that's asking a tall tale. And the brothers, we got to get to a space where our shame allows us to be held accountable so that we can do what we need to do to join together and lift this community together, because we're not going to do it separate. I mean, we can make some progress here and there. I'm making progress in my Black family, but I know as a whole, as a unit, as a monolith, what Dr. Fraser said is correct. And we're gonna need the Black woman to acquire the skill through therapy, through understanding, and we're gonna need the brothers to acquire the skills to be able to communicate what they're dealing with, because step one of the plan was to destroy the Black man. That was step one of the plan the minute we stepped off them ships. And I don't think anybody here is going to argue that. And that plan has been effective. And this is what result we got out of it. So you can find me, Joe Corley or J Corley 80 on socials, on Instagram or whatever. And you can come get on his couch at realuconsulting.com. That's the letter U, not spelled out, because I need y'all to talk to me so that y'all can learn how to talk to each other.
I love that. I absolutely love that, Joe. You always bring such wonderful balance to the panel. And I personally just want to say I appreciate everything that you bring to the table. And so you want to make sure that you go and check out Joe. He's got some good things coming up. You got to follow him, because this is where we start at the basics. And here's my final thoughts. We need to get out of the media streets where we are giving glory to those who are feeding us drama. The more drama you take into your life, the less that you're going to put the attention on becoming to your highest potential in your life. You need to stop worrying about what Cardi B is doing. You need to stop worrying about all these other women that are doing and couples doing their own thing, fighting each other in the streets. You don't want that drama. What you want is peace from within, and peace within your homes, and peace within our community. So stop giving that the attention, because that takes your attention away from the hard work that needs to be done. Now you can find me. I made it very easy at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. I have a lot of great free resources there for you, great articles, great YouTube videos for you to go and look at. But most of all, I really do want you to go to Fly Nubian Money Club. We are doing something so good. And you have the opportunity to get in on the ground right now. So make sure that you go and you sign up to flynubianmoneyclub.com, and you make sure that you subscribe to us on Spotify and put in text the word Queens, Queens, to 87948. You want to be a panelist, come on in at info@realvirtual.net. If you need help with your business, you need to use that magical email address there too. And guess what? If you want to get your business in front of people and you're looking for your audience, you can bet they're looking for you too, because people are starting to really pay attention about where they're putting their Black money. That's how important that it is. So if you're interested in advertising with us, send us an email and to request the ad rates, and we'll be happy to send that to you. Listen, my royal panel, I love spending my time with you every single day. And when I'm not here, I miss you greatly. And I want to say thank you, those who always come and support us every day. We see you. We don't take that lightly. We know that you could spend your time somewhere else, but you chose to spend it with us. So we are very grateful. Now, don't miss out on tomorrow's show. Make sure that you join us tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. But until then, uplift yourself, uplift your household, and uplift your communities. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye.
Not just for yourself, a bestseller, a house flipper, a businesswoman, a go-getter, a big investor, a goal builder that could teach you to get richer like millions, baby. You really about to fill your savings. You about to have multiple streams to pass your children, baby. Let me teach you to get your credit on track in the long run. You'll make it all back at Catalyst and watch it all psychology black on firm, but we ain't all black.
Yo, what's up? It's your girl, Constance Carter. I hope that y'all back with me. I was on a minute ago and I was talking my ass off and my mic wasn't even on and I was just into the thing and I wasn't looking at the comments and y'all was on and y'all was really rocking with me, but y'all couldn't hear me. And so hopefully right now, I'm sure you can hear me now. But I appreciate y'all coming back with me because I was just like, you know what, I'm just gonna start this whole little stream over because y'all couldn't hear me anyway. Hold on, I just gotta do something real quick. Boom. All right. Y'all rocking with me? Y'all rocking with me? Y'all rocking with me. Okay. I see folks coming in. Thank you for coming back. I was on a second ago and I was having some audio difficulties. But I want to talk about this whole idea of this theft of Black wealth because there's something that's really serious. And as we go into 2025, it's extremely important that you have this information because with this next, thank you, Colleen, with this upcoming administration, there's going to be a lot of changes. I don't know if you know. Thank you, Tish. Thank you. And listen, wait. Before I even start, I want to make sure that you are subscribing to Fly Nubian Queen. Okay. And every time we come live, I want to make sure that you text the word Queens to 87948. Text the word QUEENS to 87948 so that you can be alerted every time we get ready to go live. All right. And then subscribe to everywhere I am Constance Carter. You see that right there? I am Constance Carter. Make sure that you subscribe to me. Follow me on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. I am Constance Carter. But this right here, y'all, this is something really important that I really want to talk to you about because with this upcoming administration, I've been trying to be positive. I've been trying to look at the glasses half full. But I think the day after this guy was elected, he basically said that he was going to give restitution to people who were victimized by DEI. Diversity, equity, and inclusion. The idea of having this diversity, equity, and inclusion is to bring equity. And equity is not equality. Equity is just giving us some of the same opportunities. And we know historically who's really been the benefactors of DEI, right? It's not African Americans, it's women, white women, it's the LGBT community. But that is partially our fault because one of the things that we do as Black people is we allow everybody else to be a part of our civil rights. And so since we've given up our civil rights to every other group, they are able to take advantage of these things more than we are. So, but there is going to be an intentional effort to kind of separate that gap, that wealth gap even more. Okay. And at the end of the day, it's all about the green more than the color, more than the race. It's really about the green. And, but there's intention on making sure that they try to keep us as second-class citizens, but they can't. They are very intentional about taking Black history out of the books because they don't want to further victimize white people for the crimes of their forefathers. But they done fucked around and gave us the internet, and with the internet, we got access to everything anyway. They wasn't really teaching us real history in schools anyway, outside of Martin Luther King and slavery and Rosa Parks. But please, I need you to share this out. Make sure you share this with your community. Share the stream with your friends, share it on your page, because the information I'm about to give you, this game I'm about to give you, is extremely important. And you can benefit from it. And this is the way that we can close the wealth gap, that we can build wealth. You know, that's what I'm all about, because I love you. I love Black people. I really, really, really do. And I want the best for us. And this is the reason why I share this information with you. So make sure this is every time I come live, this is a dialogue and not a monologue. So I want you to talk back to me and talk Black to me. And I know that I always have people who are watching me from all over the world. So I want you to just chime in and let me know where you're from. Then I just want to shout you out as well. I want to get right to it though, because if we look at the history of this country, there have been intentional practices, which is true today. It's true to this day. There have been intentional practices to continue to perpetuate this wealth gap. Okay. There has been intentional practices, you know, from slavery. Let's talk about slavery. And I know we always talk about slavery, but this is what affects us today. You have slavery from 1619 to 1865, where they got free labor for 250 years, right? And then right before slavery ended in 1862, they had the Homestead Act of 1862. What was the Homestead Act of 1862? I don't know if you know, but it's when they gave millions and millions of parcels of land to white people. Why? Because they were white. That's it. They gave them 270 million acres to white people for being white. Then 3 years later, in 1865, we were promised 40 acres for the hundreds of years of free labor, which they rescinded, and they never gave it to us. So we know that the number one way in this country is to build wealth is through real estate. Real estate is the number one way. Number two is number two, 90% of wealth is built through intergeneration. So that's people passing their wealth down. The 80% of wealth is through real estate. So they've been, of course, head start, right? Millions of acres of land was given to white people just because they were white. We didn't get it. And then you look at the GI Bill in the early 1900s. The GI Bill, you had Black men and white men who went to war, but only white men were able to take advantage of the GI Bill, which also gave them other benefits that was going to help them and their families for generations to come. Yeah, Jim Crow from 1877 to 1965, where systematic disenfranchisement excluded economic opportunities for Black people. Okay. Then you have, my light is gone. Then you have the Tulsa Race Massacre. And I know a lot of us know about Black Wall Street. I know a lot of us are familiar with what happened in Black Wall Street. And if you're not, and this is the reason why I said, I'm trying to get my light. And this is the reason why I said, even in the schools are trash, because you never heard of the schools talking about things like Rosewood, things like I'm trying to get another light. The Texas Race Massacre of 1921. You don't hear anything about that, right? So we had to learn that on our own anyway. We gonna learn. They didn't fuck around and gave us the internet, so we're gonna learn everything that we needed to learn by virtue of the internet. Got a little bit more light, a little bit more, a little something. So we getting our education. That's okay. They're trying to take it away from us. They're trying to take this education away from us because white people are getting upset because their children had to learn about the atrocities of their grandparents, and they don't want to further harm them from them having to learn true white history, which is the killing, the maiming, and the disenfranchisement of other people. But hey, that's what it is, right? And that's the reason why this whole idea of DEI is going to give them even more money, even more restitution, because they were bothered, because they had to give equity to other races, and then they had to learn about the atrocities that their grandparents committed, which is so unfair to them. So then you look at the race riot. So in Tulsa, Oklahoma, in 1921, the Tulsa race riots, you have 600 businesses, 600 businesses thriving, bustling. I could just imagine now. Think about it. Think back to 1921 when you're somewhat insulated. There's over 600 businesses. You have airports and bus stations and churches and hospitals and movie theaters and thriving businesses and insurance companies and the dollar circulating a year before it leaves the community. And white people got jealous and they bombed it from the skies and they burned it down. They made up some trumped up lie about a black boy attacking a white woman, which is what they did all over the country. And they bombed it and burned it down. Then they rebuilt it because we're resilient people. They rebuilt it. Now there's 300 businesses and it's bustling and the dollar is still circulating through the community a year before it leaves. And then you have integration, which destroyed Black Wall Street permanently, because when Black people no longer had to do business with each other, they stopped. And so now you take that idea of having to do business with each other. Now, they think that everybody else's business is better than ours. And now they no longer do business with us. And now we no longer have this sort of collective economics where you have in the Jewish community, they spend their dollar 30 days, their dollar lasts 30 days before it leaves. In the Asian community, 20 days, 21 days, 20 days. In the white community, 17, Hispanic, 11 days. But in the Black community, we have 6 whole hours that we spend with each other. There was not only communities like Greenwood in Tulsa, Oklahoma, you had Rosewood. You had all of these other communities that did the same thing, that practiced collective economics. And you had situations where white people would come and take their land, or they would burn it down, take it for no reason. I'm gonna give you a few examples, but I just want to just give you a little bit of history and background of what's happened. And then we're going to talk about a solution. But I just want to tell you how deep this is, because there's an intentional effort to keep you disenfranchised, Black people. But they done fucked around and gave us the internet, which gives us the connection that we need in order to rebuild. And I'm so serious about rebuilding and connecting us so that we don't have to lose our wealth. There was an article in Forbes magazine in 2017 that said by the year 2053, Black median wealth was going to be a 0. Okay. I want you to let that sink in, but it does not have to be. There are things that we can do, but we didn't get here by ourselves. I'm telling you how we got here. So I didn't told you about the Homestead Act of 1862, which gave white people 240 million acres of land just because they were white. And then you have Jim Crow, and you have the Tulsa race war, and then you have Rosewood, you have all these other, you have the GI Bill where Black veterans weren't able to take advantage. Then you have the Great Migration. Let's talk about that. So after the emancipation, Black people from the South, they started migrating up north to get these opportunities and these jobs. Then you have what's called white flight, where white people were like, we don't want to live next to these Black people. So they leave, they go somewhere else. They go to the suburbs. Now we are in the city. Now you have what's called urban decay. What is urban decay? Urban decay is now the local governments start taking businesses out of the economy to starve the economy, to create this impoverished community and these ghettos. This was by design. Okay. So these were intentional acts against you, African-American people. Why do you think they did this to your folks? I'm going to tell you why. Because we are a resilient people. They know and realize and understand how much power that we have. And they know that even though they had redlining and predatory lending and all of those things, they know that how resilient you are. And they are afraid to see you win. But I'm going to let you know right now, they done fucked around and gave us the internet, which gave us the connection. They can't continue to keep the information from us. My kids is getting all this information on TikTok. You sitting here, we're communing and conversing here today. And I just want to share with you the ways that we can do it. We got to go back historically so that you could see the depthness of this. Okay. So you had urban decay, which when you go into these ghettos today, when you go into these urban communities today, You won't see any big box stores. You won't see any Kmart's, or you won't see, well, Kmart. You won't see any Walmarts. You won't see any large communities that they're putting in these neighborhoods. Even to this day, that's by design. So what you will see is a Church's Chicken. You'll see some check cashing places. You'll see some liquor stores. So these kids are getting up. They're going to the liquor store, right? They're going to the liquor store. They getting they hot Cheetos and they Fanta soda, and they going to school. Now they got ADD and all these other things, so now they can't function properly. This is all by design, okay? This is what they're doing to you. Then you think about COINTELPRO in the 60s, in the 50s and the 60s. J. Edgar Hoover said the biggest threat to America is the Black Messiah, Negro unity. Why do you think that is? Because they think that we are just as evil as them. And if we get a little power and if we get a little unity, we're going to do to them what they've done to us systematically over the last several hundred years. But that's not who we are. So then they start to flood our communities. First of all, they kill our leaders. They flood our communities with drugs. Then you have mass incarceration. Well, they gave these brothers the drugs. Now they're selling the drugs to their people. They're killing their people, and they're incarcerating these men. You give us welfare, you take the Black man out of the home. We lose our wealth in that way, because now we don't have a 2-parent household. Now we don't have a collective family where we can build together, because we're just getting enough with the welfare. And if you find a man in the home, if they come and they find a man in your home, then they cut off your welfare. They're not giving the man a job. These were done by design. Now let's go on up to 2008. Now we're in the 2000s, and you have the housing crisis of 2008. That they specifically gave bad loans. They targeting Black people with these subprime loans, sold these high-risk loans and these predatory loans on the secondary market. A lot of people defaulted, and then had the nerve to turn around and say Black people were the reason why we had the market crash. I heard these pundits saying this, because they put us in the bad loans. Then they turned around and said it was our fault because they were trying to help Black people become homeowners. When you have Black people with the same credit profile as white people, but they chose to put us into bad loans. So today the wealth gap is what it is because of these practices. And then you go on to the 2000s. In the last couple of years, let me tell you, all of these banks that have been getting fined for practicing predatory lending practices. Wells Fargo in 2022, they were fined $3.7 billion, okay, for predatory lending. Bank of America was fined $1.6 billion in 2020 for practicing predatory lending. Citigroup was fined $1.6 billion for practicing predatory lending. No, $7 billion, yes. Ocwen Financial was fined $150 million for predatory lending. Truist, I didn't even know what Truist was till I moved down to the East Coast. $10 million for practicing predatory lending. U.S. Bank, check this out. This is a big one. $37.5 billion for practicing predatory. No, I'm sorry. $37.5 million for deceptive practices. Regions Bank, $13 million. PNC, $24 million. So we have these banks that are intentionally practicing predatory lending practices to people who look like you that are getting fined. The question is, where's the money actually going? Are the victims cured from the predatory practices? No, that's going to the federal government. But that's a whole nother story. So you have these practices that are in place that are designed specifically. I don't even want to talk about the music and all the other things that are designed to destroy you. Why? Because you are a resilient. Colleen said predatory lending in college student loans. And who's the biggest benefactor? Thank you, Colleen. Who's the biggest benefactor of student loans? Black women. Yes. I had a principal. She made $250,000. She had over $500,000 in student loans. I couldn't get her a loan for $100,000. predatory practices. Okay. Let me show you a video of something that I just seen, another form of wealth stealing by these people. Let me show you this video. Yet another way that Black wealth was stolen was through these highways that were put through Black neighborhoods. It's a trap, and they specifically designed them so that they can go through Black neighborhoods and Black people could steal their wealth. And when you have what's called eminent domain, it means that they get to take your property and not even pay you fair market value for it. And so Black people lost millions and millions of dollars with this predatory practice. And I want to tell you about my situation. This house I'm in right now, I just closed on this house. I'm happy. I was in contract 6 months, but what made me think about this topic was what I learned in the process of me purchasing this house. And it's something like what happened here. And I'm gonna show you this video of what happened here.
The caller asking when she was moving out.
And I said, "What do you mean?" He says, "Well, I bought your house in an upset bid."
This was news to Rogers. She had already paid off her Pitt County home of 12 years.
So I kind of thought it was a joke.
But she soon found out this was no trick. Her home, valued at $413,000, was sold for just $221,000. It turns out her HOA foreclosed on her home 11 months ago, after it says Rogers didn't pay her dues.
Well, why didn't you pay the $1,400? What's your response to that?
That's all I hear. And I say, I would have if I known.
Rogers claims she had no idea she was in an HOA. She also says she got no notice of the debt or the foreclosure, or even of the sale.
No one ever came to your door. No one ever called you. No one ever sent you an email saying you owed this much.
No.
And she never signed the official papers.
The HOA never served her lawsuit papers. They just didn't do it. That is fatal.
That's a very real thing, and that's happening all over the country. Colleen, girl, I got to have you on the show one day because Colleen is talking that talk. She didn't, since we've been on here, she's been talking about all different kind of ways where they've been practicing predatory practice. 1862, millions of parcels of land. Yes. And then you said there was something else. You said Elon Musk complaining because the only thing children remember about George Washington was that he owned slaves. How he gonna be mad? He ain't even American. 2053, Black median income predicted to be 0. Wilkerson books are mandatory reading for my kids. But there's so many comments from so many of you. Colleen, you just got your finger on the pulse, and I appreciate it. Black Berkeley, urban renewal in Berkeley plowed down Black neighborhoods and Park and BART built there. I'm from the back. So let me tell you a little bit about this house that I'm in, valued at $1.1 million, right? This house comes on the market in one of the most wealthiest communities, wealthiest African-American communities in the country. Mostly Blacks, gated community in a country club, right? And house comes on the market. I'm like, oh yeah. Ooh, I had been waiting since I had moved out here to purchase another property in this community. Property came up, and my offer got accepted. And they said it's subject to some court approval. Well, little did I know that this property was in the midst of a heated battle with an HOA foreclosure. Now listen to this. They were behind a couple of $1,000s on the HOAs. They went to the county court steps, sold this property to an investor. This investor also happened to be the investor that has been harassing Kevin Spacey over in Baltimore about his property. And They sold it to this man, this $1 million property, for $8,900 on the county court steps. So we're thinking, oh, we're going to go to court. It's going to get reversed. No problem. They go to court. They held up the foreclosure. They ruled in favor of this investor selling this $1 million home for $8,900. Okay. So we ended up going through for 6 months. It took us 6 months to finally close. And the judge, shout out to Judge Simpkins, she said in her ruling, you can't buy a tent in Prince George's County for $8,900, let alone a home in a gated community. But I really believe that God had put me in this position. I was like, God, like, Lord, why has it got to be so tough? God, just let me get a regular escrow. And what I discovered during this process was that this is a common practice that's been happening in this county and counties around here and probably all over the country for years. They have been stealing homes. So they vacated this foreclosure because of 3 reasons, but this foreclosure was done illegally. And most people, if they do fight it, they'll stop at the first at the first ruling, right? So luckily, the sellers were very resilient. Of course, they had me back in saying, hey, let's go, let's go. I'm here. We're going to fight this thing out. We're going to thug it out. They filed an appeal. They got an attorney who's familiar with these predatory practices. And he went right in and they showed that this was an illegal foreclosure. They never gave notification. They never posted a sign. They never told him that the property was in foreclosure, and they sold it for an unconscionable amount of $8,900. So this man was going to come in. He wasn't going to live here. He was just going to come in, turn around and sell it, and get a bunch of money in equity from this man who had been sick for years. He had been sick. And that was the reason why he had fell behind on his HOAs, because he had been in the hospital for several months. He had no idea that this had happened. And so then I go and I look up the court records, and this guy had over 53.
He has over 50 cases right now where either he's foreclosing on someone or he's evicting someone. And from what it looks like for the state of Maryland, and he has over 50 cases right now where either he's foreclosing on someone or he's
It's not coming back on. It's not coming back on. So he had over 53 properties in the state of Maryland himself. And I'm sure there's probably a whole racket, a circle of people who are doing these same practices. Here's when I knew that it was a ring, because the attorney that they used to do the appeal, to file the appeal, he said, oh, I've dealt with this investor before, and I've dealt with this HOA attorney before in a totally different community. Not even the same community. So this HOA attorney is feeding, probably getting some kind of financial kickback. I shouldn't be saying that, but feeding this investor these properties, and they're purchasing them for unconscionable amounts. And then these people unknowingly are just kind of letting go. They have all this equity. This man had hundreds of thousands of dollars of equity in this property. And had he just laid down and did nothing, he would have lost all the equity. This is common practice that's happening in this county and other counties all over the country. They are stealing Black wealth, y'all. So I wanted to ring the alarm, because this is there's so many ways that they're taking our wealth. There's many ways that they're taking our wealth, that they've historically taken our wealth over the course of this country. Why do you think they're doing it? And I am a big proponent of understanding the why. But the reason why I could tell you the why is because, or the reason why I'm so caught up in the why is because I understand that we are resilient, that they are afraid, but we're not like that. It's not in our nature to do the thing to them what they've done to us. Okay. So with Trump's new policies coming into play, he has a lot of incentives for wealthy people. The middle class, you're going to be paying the majority of the taxes. The poor and the wealthy, they're going to get the incentives. But that's pretty much what's been happening, but it's going to be even more so coming forward. So what do you have to do? You got to get yourself in position to be part of the wealthy class. Yeah, you have to. So you're going to have to educate yourself financially on your financial literacy. What do I mean by that? You're going to have to increase your financial IQ. Credit, number one. You're going to have to get your credit right. It's paramount. So if you look at it, average credit score, when you look at by the races, every other race's average credit score is over 700. Ours is 671. Now, you can get a loan with a 671 credit score, but our average credit score is much lower than everybody else's. And if you look at the wealthy people do not use their own money when they are generating wealth. They use OPM, other people's money. So it's paramount that our credit, our financial IQ, our credit IQ is at its peak. You need to have good credit. I can do that for you. Oh, I forgot. I got credit books back here. Credit books. I have best-selling credit books. But whether it's me or anybody else, I have the Grow Your Money Club where I teach you. I take you through a 12-month program where I teach you the basis of the foundations of getting your credit together. I just want you to, whether it's me or somebody else, I need you to understand that that basic thing about credit, you need good credit in order to use it as leverage. You don't want to use your own money. You don't want to bootstrap. In business, it wasn't until I started using OPM in my business that my business really started to take off. I didn't understand the idea of using my credit, business credit even, as leverage because I didn't want to have debt. Nobody wants to have debt. That's the thing. We don't want to have things looming over our heads. But if you use debt the right way in order to build your business, you could actually use it. You could actually grow a lot faster. But even personally, having your credit good is paramount to start building your wealth. That's number one. Okay. So your credit. Number two, we got to start cutting the fat. What do I mean by cutting the fat? All these extras. There's little things that you probably don't even realize that you're spending money on that you could probably save and then start to invest in other things. So Rocket Money is a tool that I often use to help me budget. It'll tell me all these extra subscriptions that I have. Get Rocket Money. It's an app. Put it on your phone. Start cutting the fat in your spending. Those I've helped people with Rocket Money to show them money that they were spending, which was hundreds to thousands of dollars per month that what they were spending that they didn't even know that they were spending. Take that money and put it in a vehicle to start investing. Get a Robinhood account, start investing in stock, or start putting it in Acorns. Okay. I need you to start doing that ASAP. As you know, real estate is the number one way that you can start building wealth. Now, listen, a lot of people are saying, hey, the rates are getting ready to drop. I'm just going to wait, or the market's going to crash or something like that. The market's not going to crash. The rates are going to go down. We're going to see a rate reduction. I promise you we will. Do I have a crystal ball? No, but the Federal Reserve said that we are going to have a rate reduction. So if you wait for the rate reduction, guess what's going to happen? Prices are going to be going up. You're going to have more competition. You're going to have less incentives from sellers. If you buy now, you can refinance in 6 months. You buy now, you may be able to, you have less competition, you have more inventory, you have more likely of a chance that the sellers are going to help you out in some way to help you get in the property. Stay in it for 6 months, refinance, get that payment reduced, you in there like swimwear. But don't be so rate sensitive. People are so rate sensitive, and at this level, like when I look around here and I look at all these $1 million properties, they're selling like this. People in that price range ain't worried about rates. They know, they see value in the real estate. But it's often us that are at the lower $200,000, $300,000, $400,000 range that we're so rate conscious that we end up missing out on opportunities. Just get in the house. If you can afford the house, get in the house. Purchase multi-unit properties. Why do I say that? It's because you have more doors where you can get more income. So when you're buying a multi-unit property, you can actually use the income from the other properties to help you qualify and possibly pay your entire mortgage. You can get that with as low as a 3.5% down payment. Okay. Invest in stock. One of the reasons why the wealth gap is so wide is because Black people will invest in real estate as our primary home, nothing outside of that, right? We got to start becoming investors. We got to look at it from the eye of an investor. When I sit down and talk to clients about first-time home buyers when they come to me, I'm not just saying, okay, we're going to get you in a home and that's it. No, we sitting down and we putting together your wealth plan. Because I don't want you just to be looking at this as a place to live. I want you to look at this as an investment that you use as leverage to purchase your next property, to build your wealth portfolio so that you can leave something for your children and your children's children. I need you to get that. So when you are talking to a real estate agent, I want you to approach it in a way that you are looking at this as an investment, as a starter investment. It ain't got to be the dream home. The first one ain't got to be the dream home, but look at it as an investment and use it to build your wealth portfolio. Now, if you are married, I always say, don't buy a house with your spouse. Why do I say that? Somebody said, Constance, you try to put the devil in our marriage. I don't want to separate anything from my spouse. The reason why I tell you to not buy a house with your spouse is because I want you to buy a house and I don't want to use his debt to income ratio. Then I want him to buy a house and I don't want to use your debt to income ratio. And then you could buy more and more and more properties and you're going to put them in the living trust anyway. So you guys are the owner or the benefactors, or your children are the benefactors of the living trust. So it's not like you guys don't have ownership interest. You're just not using his credit and tying up his debt to income ratio to purchase more properties. That's what I'm saying. That's how we got to start approaching this as an investor. Okay. The other thing is the stock market. The reason why it's so wide is we're not investing in the stock market. We're not participating in our 401ks. We're not getting Roth IRAs. We're not doing those things. And I know it's because we don't have the education. The Black Business School, Boyce Watkins, he has a stock program where you can learn stock. Listen, a few years ago, my son was 12 years old. He took Dr. Boyce Watkins' stock trading program for children. I gave him $1,000. He took that $1,000 and he made $8,000. I would start there. If you don't know, take the one for the kids. You can learn the basics of the stock of investing in stock. Download Robinhood. You can start investing in stock. And if that's too difficult for you, get an Acorns account where it'll take your change. You connect your bank account. It'll take your change and it'll invest on your behalf. There's so many ways that you can make money. But if you are not diversifying your portfolio, then you're not going to be able to grow. Okay? Invest in a business. Become an entrepreneur. Now, everybody is not meant to be an entrepreneur, and I get that. But there is something that you do that you're probably afraid to do, that you probably don't know how to start it. One of the things that I love is I do what's called the Net 7 Collective. It is my passion project, y'all. It is my passion project. I work with Black women. I love working with Black women. And I'm telling you, every day I see something new that these ladies are doing out in the world. And me seeing them from the beginning where they don't know what they want to do. They're not quite sure how to do it. And then I see them out in the world doing all these big things. I just want to start shouting. But I'm helping Black women from all over the country, from your starting entrepreneur to your person who works 9 to 5. I have Harvard PhDs. I have medical doctors, lawyers. I got a PhD. Sometimes I'd be like, I got a PhD, a public high school diploma. How are these ladies listening to me? But they're listening to me and their lives are transforming and they're creating businesses and they're making money and they're out there doing the damn thing. And so I help support that. No matter what stage of your entrepreneurial journey you're in, I'm helping women on all different levels. So if you're already an entrepreneur, let's scale your business. Let me show you how you can scale your business to the next level. If you have just an idea, let's turn that idea into an actual business. Maybe it's just you want to start off as a side hustle and start getting passive income from it while you work. And then you take that and then now you're making enough money to where you can quit your job. And now you can just do that full time. Whatever that is, I want to help you in that journey. So if you're interested, I have the Net 7 Collective where I'm helping Black women to be able to take their ideas and turn it into money, turn it into an actual business where they're monetizing. And not only that, they're taking these businesses and they're creating them legacies for their children. It's fantastic. Invest in each other. Why do I say that? Buy Black, practice collective economics. I mentioned how during Black Wall Street, Black people, the Black dollar stayed within the community 30 days before it left. That's because we had to. because as soon as we stop having to do business with one another, we stopped. And a lot of times we'll hear people say, I don't do business with Black people, which is the most asinine thing I've ever heard anybody say, because other people are not doing business with us on this level. So you mean to tell me that you have that much self-hatred in yourself to where you would not do business with somebody that looks like you just because they look like you? What kind of self-hating bullshit is that? I've heard people say that. I know you've heard people say that too. Be intentional about working with people that look like you. I was listening to a gentleman on YouTube. His name's Solomon Barrow, and he's a Jewish gentleman. And he said the reason why Jews are less than 1% of the population but have over 50% of the wealth, the main reason is they practice collective economics. They do business with each other first. He said we don't look outside our community until there's absolutely nobody in our community that can do it. We sit at the dinner table and we talk to our families about collective economics, about business, about how to grow our businesses. Are you talking to your children about business, about money? All I knew growing up about money was that my parents had bad credit and we couldn't get nothing because they had bad credit. I had no idea what that was. I knew it was ruining our lives. But what conversations are you having with your children about finances, about money, about business? We got to start practicing these things in the way other communities are. You don't hear anybody else getting mad at Asians for doing business with Asians, with Hispanics for doing business with Hispanics, for Jewish people for doing business with Jewish people. But as soon as Black people start talking about doing business with other Black people, then it becomes a problem. You're going to have to do business with everybody. You're going to have to. I'm not saying don't. Just be intentional about doing business with each other. That is all I'm saying. So, y'all, hopefully I took you through the journey so that you can understand the dire situation that we're in, especially what's coming up with the upcoming administration, how they're going to be intentional about helping their own. The rich are intentional about helping their own. They don't give a damn about the poor white people. Okay. Remember what Lyndon B. Johnson said. He said, if I could take the poorest white man and convince him that he's better than the best Black man, he won't even know we picking his pockets. Hell, give him somebody to look down on and he'll give you everything he owns. They know how to control the narrative of the people who look like them. They know how to tell people like them to vote against their own best interests and vote whiteness, even though the whiteness is not in their best interest. They know exactly how to do that. So you'll start to see that in these upcoming years, and I'm trying to insulate you. And this is the reason why Asians have the lowest voter turnout, but they're most insulated when it comes to politics, is because they practice collective economics. So I just wanted to stop by. You guys know I'm passionate about this. If you've ever seen me before, I'm Constance Carter. And you can watch us every day on Fly Nubian Money, Monday through Friday. Also, every time we come live, you can text the word Queens to 87948. I want you to text the word Queens to 87948 so that you can get alerts when we come live. But here's the other thing too. I partner with Boyce Watkins on the B1 Real Estate Mastery Training. Oh my God, y'all. So we have our meetings on Tuesday evenings, and I get so many great testimonials, but one that I just posted today was there's a 20-year-old named Ravion. I think his name is. 20 years old, investing in real estate as a result of going through our training, going through the Grow Your Money Club, getting his credit together. His credit's in the 700s, and he's an entrepreneur, so he's learning all these things, and I helped him to set up his corporation, and now he's investing in real estate. These are things that you can do too, and this is the reason why I do it, because I love you. So if you're interested in the B1 Real Estate Training, go to B1RealEstateMastery.com, B1RealEstateMastery.com. I'm going to put this up on the screen. And this is a year-long program where I'm giving you the basics, the foundational stuff. Because I want to teach you how to create a business and not a business. And I'm very serious about that. A sustainable business. We don't do business around here. We do business. Okay. So I'm teaching these great students on how to create sustainable businesses. So b1realestatemmastery.com. You can learn more about that, where I'm teaching you how to become real estate investors. If you would like to meet with me on Tuesdays and the good folks of the B1 Real Estate Mastery, please sign up. Okay. If you are a Black woman or you know a Black woman, I have the Net 7 Collective, which is my passion project. If you're interested in it, I'm helping Black women to increase their net worth by 7 figures. So go to go to bookwithconstance.com. Bookwithconstance.com if you want to talk to me about maybe possibly becoming a part of the Net 7 Collective. Okay. The other thing is all of my books are 50% off. They're only $7 until the end of the year. I normally do that every year. And I promise you, people buy them by the droves. I don't get paid anything. I wish people was buying them like that when I had them at full price, so I can get a little something, but I don't make any money from it. But I do this for you. So buy them for your family for Christmas. All of my books. The workbooks are half price too. Everything is 50% off. All of my books. So if you want to learn anything about financial literacy, you can go online and get my books for 50% off. Okay. So I want you to do that as well. Get all my books, get them at Stock & Stuffers for the people that you love. Again, they're only on here because I love you. And I just want to give you, it's not for me. I don't get rich off these books. This is truly a resource for me to be able to help you. Okay. And real estate. You know, if you want to buy or sell a home, I'm licensed in DC, Maryland, Virginia, California, and I also have a mortgage company. So if you want to start investing in real estate, I can help you there. And I can't help you, I can refer you to somebody who can. I just want you to get on track so that you can start building wealth today. Oh, and I have the Grow Your Money Club. I've revamped the Grow Your Money Club, and I don't know if it's up yet, but I have 3 options for the Grow Your Money Club. It's a 12-month program where I'm helping you in different phases to really grow with a basic. You have the build phase, the grow phase, the invest phase, and the mastery, where I'm taking you from the basics to business owner, to scaling your businesses. And so that's a 12-month program, or you can buy the trainings a la carte, or you can buy them in bundles, but that'll be coming out real soon. So I want you to keep an eye out for that. But I just want to help you. I'm gonna share something my daughter told me. I don't like to toot my own horn, but I'm gonna share something my daughter told me today. She said, "Mom," she said, "you are the true definition of what did she say? Integrity." That's what she said. You do the right thing even when nobody's looking. And I rather other people talk about me for me. I don't like tooting my own horn in that way. But the reason why I'm telling you this is because anybody can say that you're cool. Anybody can say that you're great, right? Y'all don't know me. Y'all don't got to live with me. But for my own kids to think that I live my life with integrity, and they know that I do this because I love you guys. I love them. I want to see you win. I want to see my babies win. I want to see myself win. This is real for me. And that's the reason why I share that. This is really real for me. This is not like, I'm not trying, it's not a money grab. I'm not out here. I don't like, I'm okay. I'm good. I know how to make money. But I really want to help you. So that's the reason why I have all of these things available for you. Okay. So let me go through the comments really quick and see if there's any questions. If you have any questions or feedback. Let me see, y'all. There were a lot of comments, and I'm sorry I didn't put them up. Fonda, thank you for your comments. The only way you always be support me. Do we have to have today a whole lot of it? I don't know what you're saying. The only way you've been here all day. Thank you. Brian said it's time to sue. Dennis, I appreciate you always being on when I'm on. I appreciate it. Bernard, you always talking shit. I know that you in love with me. Thank you. Brian said he needs a little help with his wholesale business. And there's more. JJ Mars. White folks have social clubs to join and talk real issues and not foolish BS. Yeah. So Continue to watch, continue to share this information, please, because it's critical that we have all the information. They used to say, if you want to teach a Black person something, put it in a book. Y'all didn't fucked around and gave us the internet. And so for those of you who are auditory learners, learn what you can, share the wealth, the information. That's the thing that I love about the internet, is that we can share this. Just send it on over to your people so that they can learn, and then they can have their next steps, their action steps of the things that they need to do next in order to shift the narrative. All right. I appreciate y'all for listening to me, as you always do. I'm on about 8 different streams right now. And so if you don't see a lot of people on your stream, there are people on other stream, but I appreciate the hundreds of people who have tuned in with me tonight. I appreciate you. Make sure you share, subscribe to Fly Nubian Queen, subscribe, watch the Fly Nubian Money, listen to us on every podcast. You can find me, Constance Carter, on podcast. You could also find Fly Nubian Money on podcast. And then make sure you follow me on Facebook, Instagram, and YouTube. And then again, text the word Queens to 87948. That's QUEENS to 87948. Thank you. Happy holidays. Merry Christmas. And I'll see you again soon. Peace.
Hey everybody, how you doing? Hey, welcome everybody. Hi Elaine, how you doing? Yes, Ivy, Rosa, I see y'all in here. Michelle, y'all getting buckled up and ready. Today, hey, we are talking about how to be an adult in relationships. It's our book club. Sorry I couldn't make it last week. But we are talking about how to be an adult in relationships. That's the name of the book. These are the 5 keys to mindful loving by David Rico. You guys, welcome everyone to the Healing Haven book club. How you doing, Andre? Sheila, how's it going? Today we're talking about the practice of high romance. So the past couple of weeks, we have been discussing what high romance looks like in relationships. In the book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships. Y'all got your journals? Everybody got their journals? So we're going to talk about practices. Today, you're going to be learning about how to understand healthy relationships and things that you can do to promote healthy connection with individuals for yourself, how you can incorporate this into your own life, and what toxic, addictive relationships look like. Addictive love, y'all. We got to understand what that means. So today we're going to talk about the practices. And in this book, How to Be an Adult in Relationships, it's a book by David Rico. David Rico. He is the author of this book. And if you go into the show notes of the class, you will find the link to the interview that I did with the author of this book. You will also find links to previous YouTube class sessions where we talk about all of the 5 keys to mindful loving. And let's see what else. What else I want to let y'all know today before we jump in. Oh, I do want y'all to know this is a webinar format. So I want you to text LOVE, LOVE, to 87948, and then you'll be able to know when we go live. You can register in advance and get notifications on when and how I'm coming in here, and you can understand what's going on with my schedule, because sometimes it's not always the same every week. Anyway, how's everybody? How is everybody? Y'all got this book? This book comes in audio form. It comes in paper form. I'm old school, so I prefer the paper form. But you can also get it on Kindle or so forth, Kindle version of it. So we are on chapter 4, which is all about high romance. That's the beginning stages of a relationship. When you find somebody and you fall in love, and what does this high romance look like? What does healthy romance look like? And what is it that you look at in relationships where it's very toxic? How do you know? It feels the same. Sometimes when you meet someone for the first time and you start dating them, it feels all exciting and it feels fun. But when is it where it gets to the point where you cross the line and it becomes really crazy love, right? Like it goes into a place where you start to see some unhealthy red flags. So that's what we're going to talk about today. Today, we're going to talk about the end of chapter 4 when we discuss all about the practices. So if you turn to the page 125 in the paper copy of the book, there's a section in chapter 4 called the practices. So everybody got your journals? I think you should have time now to get your journals out and start taking notes. Start taking notes on what to do. So here we go. The practices of how you can establish high romance instead of a toxic, addictive type of love. All right. And let's see. Before we get started, I just want to at least know where y'all can find me. Okay, so if you're interested in working with me, go to coachingwithdralicia.com, fill out the intake form. You get to, you can book a consultation with me. So you'll be able to do that then. Yes, Lidora and Delcia, how you doing? And Patricia, I remember Patricia and Wanda. How y'all doing? Okay, we're going to start page 125, the practices. Simply noticing where I am. This sounds like a mindful practice. Whenever someone challenges you to notice certain things, that's when you know you're sitting back, you're not participating, you're just paying attention, you're noticing. Simply noticing where I am. In commitment, healthy egos relate. Yeah, healthy egos relate. That's my man. That's my woman. That's what that means. That's healthy egos. It's not saying I possess this person, but it says that's my person. That's my man. You know, you start identifying with that person. That's a healthy ego, right? That's my cup of tea, right? 3 stages characterize most human enterprises. There's 3 stages that characterizes most human enterprises. This includes intimate relationships. It also includes family relationships. It includes educational. Yes, when you go to school. Yes. And it also includes religious affiliations and any long-term interest. So what he's saying is notice where I am. So notice that all relationships have stages and they all follow a similar profile. Okay, all of them. Family relationships, educational relationships. When you first start school, don't you kind of like romanticize? Do y'all remember, all of you all who went to college? Who went to college? Let me know. What was it like, the orientation? When you go to college and you do the orientation and you move into your dorm, let's say you went to college away from home. You move into your dorm, you're all excited. You built up this romance about the school. You're infatuated by the library. You're infatuated by, I don't know, how nice everybody. Isn't everybody really nice to freshmen when they first arrive on campus? Everybody is nice. And eventually, because that's the romance part of anything that's new, but eventually come finals. Right now we're in finals or midterms. You start to have conflict. You get your first exam back and you're like, dang, what happened? You start to become disillusioned. And then you go through it 3 or 4 years. And then finally, by your senior year, you've selected a major. You know who your friends are. You know who the people you don't like. And then you start moving and grooving. You've integrated. You've become you've dug into the major and you start identifying with this profession. If you pick a professional major, you start becoming socialized and you start getting ready to leave. You know, you integrate who and what you are. So that's just an illustration of, just like in any relationships, you know, there are stages that you go through. So that's what he's saying. See if you can locate yourself. See if you can locate yourself in one of these 3 phases of relating, which correspond to the heroic journey. The heroic journey. Y'all seen movies, right? Every single movie focuses on a hero's journey. And you know what hero's journey is? Shout out to the late, great Joseph Campbell. Y'all check out his books. Joseph Campbell lays out a powerful narrative in all movies that's based on mythology. So any of y'all want to become movie writers and script writers, all you got to do is study mythology. You just need to study Joseph Campbell and his hero's journey, because any movie you watch is all about the hero's journey. Okay, so it's this storytelling tradition. And not only is this storytelling tradition common in movies that we watch, but it's also common in ancient cultures, indigenous cultures. Every single one of them has this storytelling element about the hero's journey. And really what it is the transformative journey that you have when you embark on something new. It's and it resonates with us. We love it. We watch a movie and we know how it's going to end. We know the man gets the girl, loses the girl, gets the girl back, and at the end they walk away. We know when we watch a movie about a crime, we know they're going to solve the crime at the end, but we want to know how. And why do we keep going to the same movie over and over again, knowing the outcome? It's because it is a very human experience that all of us experience. So it resonates with us. Hollywood and the music industry is based off of the hero's journey. And it's a framework oftentimes for stories, right? So we're embarking upon this personal journey, and nothing is more personal in terms of your development than being in a romantic relationship. So these trials and tribulations, struggles that you have in your relationships, if it's healthy and reflective, it will help you grow, it will help you evolve, and ultimately you can have a very deep and fulfilling connection with another person. But it's going to take some trials and tribulations. Your love has to be tested in order for you to know if it's real or not. That increases your commitment. And so the hero's journey that this book talks about is based on Joseph Campbell. Check him out. He is talking about how we have this quest for love, how we can overcome obstacles. And in the process of overcoming the obstacles, we emerge transformed. and then we're ready to cultivate and nurture high romance in our relationships. Okay, so it is a hero's journey. How y'all doing? Oh, I see some people in here. Marina asked, do any of y'all have audio or video yet? Can you hear me? Can y'all hear me? Let me know if you can hear me. Let me know if you can see me. Hopefully you can hear me and see me. I'm hoping that you can. Yes, people can hear me and see me. Yes, audio and video. So I'm just making sure. And if you want to see previous videos of other sections of this book, go to the show notes and you'll have access to the classroom. Thank you, Wanda. You can hear me. Okay. Just making sure I ain't talking to nobody. I like talking to myself, but today I want to read this book. So, hero's journey. It all is something very, very common here. And what he talks about was the attachment phase. So in romance, this is the ideal. The ego ideals embrace. So all of the wonderful things you see and you understand, all of those things are embraced. You have mutual dependence, right? Not interdependence, not codependence, but mutual dependence. There is some sense of enmeshment, and there's no boundaries at the beginning. And then the hero leaves. Y'all seen, there's a TV show kind of like this called The Witcher. Anybody watch The Witcher? I think it's on Netflix. It might be on Hulu, but I love that show because it's all about The Witcher. It's all about a journey. that every single season, there's a new season that's out. Every single season has many, many trials. Yes, Patricia, many, many trials. And you go out into the forest and you have these adventures and you come home. So that's what happens. You go out, you detach. Detachment stage is conflict, where the shadow ego collides, right? So shadow, remember, the shadow are things that are hidden, the things you don't want to address. Think about, think about what the cowardly lion does. You have a cowardly lion, like in The Wizard of Oz, right? You're on this hero's journey, and the cowardly lion, that's the shadow side. He's supposed to be courageous. He's supposed to be the king of the jungle, but underneath it, he's a coward. He wants to suppress the fact that he's scared. And that starts to come out when the little Toto comes out and barks at him, and then he gets scared. And honestly, underneath all of that, his shadow is saying, you know what? There are some things that I'm struggling with. So I need to assert these things and learn about myself, become courageous. If you know The Wizard of Oz, the lion, he comes out on the other end and he is courageous, right? He had it in him. Everybody that was looking for something from Emerald City, from the wizard, the wizard was a fake. They all had that in themselves. So it was the journey that they need to go on in order for them to be able to discover who and what they are. And that is what they're talking about here. And then eventually you integrate. That's where you have a commitment. All the trials and tribulations in your relationships, you have a healthy commitment, interdependence, there's ease, you understand true compatibility. You can really see each other, not through your ego, right? Because your ego, you put on your mate all of the wonderful things. Okay, you're projecting onto in the romance phase, you're projecting onto your partner all of the wonderful qualities. You only see the wonderful qualities, but there's shadows to that, right? The shadow side. And that's when conflict happens. That's when you start to see the hidden. You start to see the intricacies in somebody's personalities, right? You start to acknowledge and you start to notice their flaws. So the shadow side. And then eventually you make a commitment. It's healthy to know, yeah, the good and the bad, but we're committed to each other and I love you anyway. And that's when the hero comes home. That's when things are beautiful. You have a mutual honoring of boundaries. And of course, you got to let your boundaries down so that you can show the other person who and what you are. Can be scary sometimes. So anyway, the hero's journey, y'all get into that with Joseph Campbell. Okay, so we move on. To be fixated in the attachment phase, right? That's the first phase, the attachment phase. To be fixated in the attachment phase makes for regression. Regression means going back. You can't go forward. It makes for regression. It makes for clinging and addiction. So when all you're thinking about is this beginning excitement of the relationship, like that first 18 months of a relationship, and you're not able to deal with any form of conflict, you're not able to see that person's flaws because nobody's perfect. It's not realistic to want to stay in this attachment phase at the beginning, this romantic phase. To be fixated in that attachment phase means you're regressing, you're clinging, and you have an addiction to love. Okay, the honeymoon period. Thank you, Travis. To be fixated in the detachment phase, where there's conflict, and the inevitable conflict that will test you, and you get to learn more about them. Remember, the purpose of conflict is to get to know somebody better. And if you look at conflict like that, it will help you to be way more realistic. It will help you to stop being so afraid of conflict, right? So, because conflict is just a way to get to know each other. And people who are really good at conflict understand this. They say, oh, wow, we totally disagree. This is where you need to stop and become curious about the other person. Okay. So, but to be fixated in this detachment phase makes for problems with authority and distancing. Am I there? Any of y'all? Any of y'all have issues with authority? Any of you guys want to detach? You're in this place where you want to avoid conflict. Anybody there? Some of y'all, how many of y'all, be honest, hate conflict? You're going to have it at work. So as soon as one problem happens at work, you be ready to get your resume together and go get another job. Thomas is admitting this, right? So as soon as you come across conflict, that's when you just want to jet. Well, I don't want to work here no more. These white people bother me. These people get on my nerves, but you're not seeing that conflict is inevitable. So it's like that at work. Nobody likes conflict, Val. Thank you for being honest. But know that conflict is how you grow. Sometimes if you have conflict at work, there's certain things you need to know about another person. Maybe there's something about your job that you need to learn about. Maybe you weren't trained well enough. But the conflict is inevitable because that's how you grow. Yes. All right. To move, look. To be fixated in the detachment phase makes for problems with authority. I'm glad I brought up jobs because there's some people who have issues with authority. And how could that not be translated in a work position? Like everybody needs to have somebody they report to. And you have to be respectful to each other. And you have to understand that there's a hierarchy. You have to understand that maybe that person's been doing that job longer than you, and maybe they can teach you something. But if you have problems with authority, sometimes you may be reacting more to something reminiscent of maybe some issues going on and not really reacting to the fact that that person is just doing their job. Yes. Oh, look at Thomas self-disclosing. Therapy taught me to address conflict. It avoids the boil over. Oh my God, you'll lose it. You'll lose it. You have to address it, nip it in the bud, and get to a better understanding. And that's professionalism. And I think you need to interact with, you really need to interact with authority in a way where you can kind of respect authority and know that you can learn from them. Okay. So to move from phase to phase makes for serenity and opens us to concerns for the wider world. This is how healthy relationships heal the world. I choose to be here. I choose to be here. This is how healthy relationships heal the world. To move from phase to phase makes for serenity. You have to understand that it's normal and healthy to have conflict, normal and healthy to be in that romantic phase, normal and healthy to integrate. This is how you heal the world. I choose to be here. What do the 5 A's look like in your current phase? So in each phase, attachment, detachment, and integration, all 5 phases need to come together. And then he goes and he lists what they are, right? A big list. The phase, so the romance phase means, and if we're comparing romance and addiction, and you could list it, the romance phase is just a phase, but addiction, it's ongoing. In the romance phase, you have need fulfillment with a sense of contentment. You know that there's needs, but you're content with the fact that you have these needs. You understand, okay, you know what? Sometimes I would love to have companionship when I go to the movies. But if I don't, I understand that I feel a little lonely, but I will go to the movies by myself and enjoy my own time. Okay. But if it's an addiction, you're feeling like this neediness is felt as a bottomless pit. You can't get through it. Hi. Healthy relationships and romance tells you, I have a desire for contact, but it's proportional. He's got his life, she's got her life, I got my life. We'll see how we can fit these things in with each other. But in addiction, you are desperate for contact. More is given. It's not proportional. More is given and less is received. You are giving more than you're getting back. You're constantly calling somebody. They don't feel like they need to call you so many times. It's obsessive. You're obsessed over somebody. It's like you have this anxiety. Where are they? What are they doing? You want to know what's going on all the time, right? With romance, everything is egalitarian. Hey, ain't no man says this and woman does this. No, it's egalitarian. In healthy relationships, everybody's thoughts matter. Everybody's feelings matter. One person's thoughts and feelings is not above and beyond another person's. Yes, that's what happens. But in addiction, it's hierarchical. You have to get permission to do something instead of telling somebody. In healthy relationships, in adult relationships, you let people know, hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to the grocery store. Is there anything you want me to get for you? That's an adult conversation. But when it's hierarchical, it's asking for permission. I think y'all understand that. In romance, healthy romance, it is reciprocal. It's give and take. The 5 A's are give and take. I see a future there, right? In addiction, it's always one-sided and there is no future there. It's this person over another person. In healthy romance, feelings of satisfaction and joy are there. I'm just happy with the time that we spend together, and that's what's beautiful to me. But in addiction, in toxic relationships, you feel like there's never enough. It's a bottomless pit. It's never enough. I can never have enough of you. You can think that, but you don't have to act on it. And you don't have to be obsessed with somebody, obsessing and compulsion with another person. That's not healthy. In romance, you feel secure because you have secure attachments. But in addiction, there's always doubts. You're not quite certain what's happening. You're not quite certain what's going on. There's always doubts. Everything is kind of nerve-wracking. In healthy relationships, you anticipate for the next time you see, oh, I look forward to meeting with you. And then you go on about your day, right? Your self-esteem is increased. You feel better about yourself. But in toxic relationships, you don't feel better about yourself. And it's often painful. You can't tolerate any sort of absence. That's obsession. That's addiction, not healthy. In nice, healthy, mature relationships, you have loose boundaries, right? You're comfortable letting people in. Both partners relate to each other. That's healthy. I relate to you, you relate to me. And this begins the challenging journey to love. But in toxic relationships where it's unhealthy, what happens? There's no boundaries. There's no boundaries. There's no beginning or end. That's codependency, right? When there's no boundaries. One partner is being possessed by another. And this becomes a vicious cycle of pain. Most people do not understand. They confuse obsession with real love. And I think that for romance, if I had to sum it all up, romance is what happens when there's a mutual desire for connection and fulfillment. You feel content. There's proportional give and take. You're anticipating for future interactions. In romantic, healthy relationships, there is a feeling of satisfaction, joy, and secure. You feel secure in that relationship. You're not constantly worried, what are they doing, what's going on? There's boundaries are relaxed, but what happens is that boundaries are relaxed to the point where you have deeper connection and mutual understanding. So that helps to increase your self-esteem. It fosters a sense of well-being and it helps you set the tone for love. How many of you guys are in relationships like this? How many of you guys aren't in relationships like this? Now you know what healthy relationships look like. Yet another dimension to what healthy relationships look like. Y'all see any elements of this in any of your current relationships, job relationships? You see this in employment, in education, if someone's abusing another person, right? Like if you got to set boundaries when you're working. It's like, it's a Sunday night. I don't want you texting me and calling me and expecting me to pick up the phone and answer the phone call while I'm at dinner with my family. That's not healthy. You need to put boundaries up. Like, I have a life outside of work, and that's healthy to balance your life out. Okay. So I just want to say, what is addictive, toxic, unhealthy love look like? Y'all see if y'all have these in your relationships. A desperate need for contact. Desperate need for contact. More is giving and less is received. You got to report to somebody. Somebody has to tell you what to do, control you. That's toxic. Because the one person has power, holds the power over you. And this addiction, there's really no future. We're not talking about what's the future. It's just characterized by this insatiable longing, and there's always doubt. In toxic relationship, you're always being hurt. You're always in pain about something. And there's a cycle of neediness. In unhealthy, toxic relationships, there's no boundaries. And you lose your self-esteem. One partner becomes possessed by the other. And there's always a struggle. If you're in a relationship and there's constant struggle in that relationship, that's maybe toxic. You have to learn the differences between romance and addiction. And now you know. Now y'all know. Everybody know. Y'all like and share this video. Send it to somebody who y'all know somebody going through something like this. Let them know what healthy relationships look like, what toxic relationships look like, so that they know things need to change. You need to recognize the signs of what's healthy and what is unhealthy. Being dependent on somebody is unhealthy, and you have to guide that person or guide yourself. Start with yourself toward building something that's sustainable. Y'all got it? Okay. So how y'all doing? People just joining me. How to be an adult in relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. David Rico is breaking it down. What is healthy and not healthy? And Lord, us as Black people need to know this. Let me tell you, I've been a therapist for 20 some odd years. We need to know this. I've been a licensed therapist for 21 years. And I tell you, I wish everybody could just read this book and digest it. This will cure the world. You're talking about how to get, I don't believe in a world where we have war. If everybody read this book and incorporated this, it will heal the world. And that's my hope for the future, is that the world will be operating in a place that's not toxic. Because I do think we live in a very toxic world. Rhonda, how you doing? Aisha, hey. Hey. Okay, so what am I saying? I think I'm going to ask everybody. This is a webinar format. I've never done this before, but to get information and notifications on when I go live, I think they give you reminders. Hey, Dr. Alicia's going live at this time. You're going to have to go to put with your phones, text LOVE to 87948. Text love to 87948, and then you'll be able to know exactly when I go. I know I'm doing. Oh, I'm not going to be able to do it next week because I'm going to be doing my self-care, but I will be available the week after. So I'll be available. I don't know what day that is. I don't have my phone in front of me. I like that I don't have my phone because it is distracting. But anyway, I won't be available next week, but I will be available the week after. Hey, Mia, how you doing? Dennis, how you doing? Okay, we talking about healthy and toxic love. How to be adult in relationships, the 5 keys to mindful loving by David Rico. I interviewed him. Check him out. The link is in the show notes. All of the previous videos to how to be an adult in relationships, those videos are in the notes. So just click on it and then you'll be able to get caught up. Okay. We are moving on. We're on page 126. Oh my gosh. It's been a half hour and I only got through less than a page. So let's go. Let's power through. Okay. This chart, toxic and healthy. This chart will find your present way of relating. Use this chart. So what they're saying in your journals, y'all got your journals out, use the chart. Everything that I talked about was romance, healthy romance, and toxic addiction. Use the chart to find your present way of relating. Be honest with yourself about where you are on some of these things. If you seem to be addicted, write journal responses to these statements. Okay, pay attention. Get your journals out. See where it is that you are addicted. You keep chasing someone who does not want or respect you. You stay with someone with whom problems are unworkable or who is abusive. How would you respond to those statements? How would you respond to? You are with someone who depletes you. You keep going back for more when there's only less. You can never get enough of what you do not need. You forget that if you can't get enough, you do not need it. You are trying to redo and undo a parental bond simultaneously. You are in an addictive bond with someone who is addicted to you. Goes back and forth. You are the object of someone's addiction. How would you respond to that? Y'all like and share this with somebody if it sounds like somebody you know. Say, hey, tell me what you think about this. So you write these in your journals and you respond to those statements. Let me read them again. You keep chasing someone who does not want or respect you. You stay with someone whom problems are unworkable or who is abusive. You are with someone who depletes you. You keep going back for more when there's only less. You can never get enough of what you do not need. You forget that if you cannot get enough, you do not need it. You forget that. You are trying to redo and undo a parental bond simultaneously. You are in an addictive bond with someone who is also addicted to you. You are the object of someone's addiction. Is the following something you might say? I cannot let go. I do not even know whether I really want to stay. I just don't know. I don't know if I want to stay. As long as I am infatuated, I lose my boundaries and sometimes even my own self-respect. I will put up with anything from the other just to get my fix. Let me tell you, it is toxic, unhealthy to think that just because you're married to somebody, you have to continuously put up with toxicity. You should always work for healthy relationships. And that other person that you're married to or in a relationship should always be working toward healthy relationships with you. And if they refuse to work for it, you need to start thinking. I am not excited by relationships when I see these things happen and some people think, oh, we've been together for 10 years and it's been so, it has to be a good 10 years. It cannot be this toxicity back and forth. I do not admire those relationships. I will put up with anything from the other just to get my fix. I lose so much in my addictive attachments. How to release yourself. Oh, goodness. Page 127. Get your journals out. They're going to give you some solutions. So the first part here is kind of like making an assessment, an honest assessment of yourself, what's going on. And now they're talking about how you can release yourself from denial. A lot of people are in denial. In releasing ourselves from denial, in romance, we want what the other can give. I see what you can give, and that's what I want. In addiction, we crave what the other and anyone cannot give. We're craving. This person doesn't even have the capacity to give you the 5 A's. Attention, allowance, affection. They can't give you affection. They can't give you attention. They can't allow you to be who you are. They cannot, attention, affection, allowance, appreciation. They can't appreciate anything you do for them. They, let me see what the other one, they can't accept you. They can't give you the attention. They aren't able to appreciate you. They aren't able to give you affectionate. They're not affectionate, and they're not allowing. They're judging instead of allowing. In addiction, we crave what the other and anyone cannot give. Recovery from a one-sided addiction begins with freeing ourselves from denial. I do not want to know what you are unable to tell me. I don't want to know what you are unable to tell me. That is denial. I cannot see that what I want is not what you offer. I'm unable to recognize that the things that I want in a relationship are the things you can't even offer to me. You have nothing for me. I am not really looking at you at all, but I'm only looking at my own neediness. Freedom from the addiction will mean ending our confusion. Speak up first in your journal. Sometimes you're not ready to speak it out loud to another person, but speak up first in your journal. Write about this. Then when you are ready, confide in a friend. Talk to a friend about this. And then face to face with the object of your addiction. You know, I want to say something about addictions. I don't think I ever really defined addictions. And I do want to take some time to talk a little bit about addictions, because this is about addictive love. But I really do think that addiction is not just limited to substance abuse. There's various forms of addiction. And I think relationships definitely fall into that. Addiction is really a lack of connection. It's an intense, compulsive attachment to another person. And in addictive love is driven by our unmet needs. And there's this hole, this emotional void. That's where addiction comes from. And so I just want you all to recognize that addiction in relationships tend to lead to codependency. You don't have your own autonomy, and it just affects your self-esteem. You're like, I can't go because I don't have this person with me. I don't even want to participate in any activities outside of being with this person. And that's when you know that that's not right. So I just want to make that point out about addictions. And hey, Pam, Pam says, Pam is repeating it. I'm there now where I don't know if I want to let, excuse me, if I want to let go. but no matter how I say I want out, he doesn't hear me. So Pam, you got somebody who's not willing to listen. Oh, excuse me. Somebody's not willing to listen. But I just been staying away and saying no to being around him. This is good. I mean, Pam, if you feel like you're not at the point where you can talk to him about, excuse me, exactly what it is that you want to let him know, eventually you need to get to the point where you need to let him know how you're feeling. But thank you for disclosing that. Patricia says, why do we feel we need their permission to take a step away, even to break? You don't. You can just let somebody know. Everyone needs personal space, and to always keep personal space in place in the relationship. For me, yeah, I mean, that's healthy. There's things that we do when we are together, but we don't have to be together all the time. And if you feel like you need to be together all the time, that's definitely problematic. Hey, Ed. Oh, I need some water. I don't have any. I drank all my water. Ed is saying the whole concept of relationship that you're dealing with is based on a Caucasian's point of view in the Western society. That's a good point. That's a good point, Ed. It is, in a sense. But some of this, in terms of growing and being healthy, some of this is universal. Just think about the 5 feelings that are emotions that all of us have. Yes, Travis, I do need some vitamin C. I probably need to go to some place where there's sun. But yeah, that's a good point. Some things are culture specific, but think about feelings. Just think about the feelings: anger, sadness, disgust. All of these feelings are universal if you think about it. Love. I mean, you could go to India and you could look at a couple in India and you can tell, oh, he don't really like her. She mad at him or he mad at her. You can tell. You don't even need to know the language. You can go to China and tell and look at a family dynamic. I've done it. I've been to China and I've watched family dynamics and I realized, God, in a lot of ways, some of this stuff is universal, but it's always good to know about culture. Thank you. Okay, let's move on, you guys. Yeah, I don't know what happened. I got choked up. Okay. So let's talk about obsession. How we deal with obsession. An addiction is an obsession in our minds and a compulsion in our behavior. We feed the addiction when we let the obsessive thoughts spill over into compulsive actions. To allow the thoughts and not act on them is a crucial part of letting go, right? Not act on them, just letting go. That's the first part. There's other parts to it. But thus, I can think about you every minute while driving on the freeway, but I do not have to swerve off at the next exit and call you just to hear your voice. Okay, this was written a long time ago, but it could be, I don't have to text you all the time. Yeah, I was thinking about you. Interesting you called me. I was thinking about you. It doesn't mean that you need to act and love bomb somebody all the time. To free ourselves from addiction is to pass up the chance for a fix. It takes work to see what we are really up to. Say this aloud if this applies to you. See if this applies to you. Actually, every thought about the person who loved me or left me is really a plea for attention from the wounded, non-grown up part of me now re-experiencing its original pain through the newest version of mom or dad who abandoned me. I think this is very critical when it comes to romantic relationships, and I really do think that this is one of many reasons why your romantic relationship, although it is similar to other types of relationships, it is to be compared to no other. Because the person that you're dating is a newest version of the parents who raised you. You are re-experiencing the original pain through the newest version of mom or dad who abandoned me, either physically or emotionally. Obsessive thoughts about this present man are actually urgent pleas from my past. Great pain in present relationships gives me a perhaps unwelcome clue to the family ties broken long ago. This person only triggers the old, but never current predicament. I'm going to read this again because I really think this is, to me, I think this is the key for insightful things, but I really think this is the key to healing. Because I really do believe that if you become insightful and you start to become more aware of how this is operating in your life, that this is how you heal through your current romantic relationship. There's some healing that can happen through another person if you're self-aware and you want to become insightful and you want to be able to understand things better. I'm going to read this again. Actually, every thought about the person who loved me or left me is really a plea for attention from the wounded, ungrown-up part of me, now re-experiencing its original pain through this newest version of mom or dad who abandoned me, either physically or emotionally or both, right? Obsessive thoughts about this present man are actually urgent pleas from my past. Great pain in present relationships gives me a perhaps unwelcome clue to the family ties broken long ago. This person only triggers the old, but never, ever current predicament. We are reading How to Be an Adult in Relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Rico. Hello, everybody. We are on page 127. How y'all doing? We are talking about healthy relationships, unhealthy relationships, and now we are talking about why obsessions happen. You are in a relationship with a person who can't love you the way you want them to love you. And part of that need is reminiscent of the need you felt when you were younger and you didn't get some of this stuff from either your mom or your dad, who either abandoned you physically or emotionally or both. It's a plea to get them to pay attention to you, to give you the 5 A's. And sometimes we get in a relationship with people who could never give us the 5 A's. It can never be enough because you're still wounded and you did not get what you needed to get when you were younger, and you grow up and you seek it in your current relationships and you're not conscious of this. It's unconscious. So we're going to rise this up to a conscious level because this is how you heal. If anybody wants to work with me, go to coachingwithdralicia.com. If you want to know next times, all of the times that I go live to talk about this book, text the word love, LOVE, to 87948, and you will get information about when I go live so you won't miss anything. Y'all like and share this with people who you're like, this is reminding me of somebody. See how they experience this. Good spark. Y'all send it to your significant others because I'm sure there's something happening, something that every one of us can relate to. Okay. Okay, let's move on. Responding to those who seduce and then withhold. That's disorganized attachment. I think I talked about that 2 weeks ago, a couple of weeks ago. Disorganized attachment is the push-pull. It's like, I'm lonely. I need somebody with me. As soon as you get that person with you and that person gets close and you start really enjoying it, you get really frightened and overwhelmed, and then you push them away. You do things to make sure that they don't love you. You're not lovable. When you need this relationship and you have these needs, you become lovable. But as soon as they get close, you become unlovable and push them away. What do? These are answers today. When a person assumes the style of seduction and withholding, she seduces because of her terror of being alone and abandoned. She withholds because of her terror of being close and engulfed. She is at the mercy of a panic that creates a reflex response. In the context of such dread, the seduction is not a lie, nor is the withholding a punishment. So it wasn't like they were seducing you to manipulate you. That's a whole different people do that, but not in this case, right? They're not seducing you to manipulate you. They're not lying to you. They really honestly want to be with you. They really honestly want to spend time with you. And they're also not withholding to try to punish you. None of it is about you. People who do this because they have fear, panic, terror. They're lonely and they feel terror. They're withholding because they're scared of being close to somebody. Because the people they were close to in the past hurt them. So they've associated closeness, this closeness, with pain and suffering. And they were never able to heal from that. So when they grow up, when they start to feel good and they have somebody close to them, they're so out of a sudden afraid. And they're like, I'm going to push you away because I need to protect myself. I'm scared something's going to happen, that this person is going to hurt me. So I'm going to push them away before they get a chance to hurt me. This entire push-pull is a panic. It's a panic that creates a reflex response. We can respond to a person who behaves like this, right? We can respond with compassion rather than retaliation, because if you retaliate, you're basically giving in to what that person thought you were going to do anyway. See, I knew it. This is why I don't let anybody close to me, because this is how they treat me. You should handle people like that with compassion rather than retaliation. Ask yourself silently, can you stand aside as a non-judging witness and support her in finding help to work through her fear? Finding help to work through her fear instead of responding. If you are the one seducing and withholding, you need therapy, basically. You definitely need to go into therapy and you need to figure it out. And I love the fact that this book is encouraging you, when you see other people's sort of chaotic way, disorganized way of relating to you, do not take it personal. Because if you do, you're going to retaliate. So don't take it personal. It's like the 4 agreements. Y'all know about the 4 agreements? One of the agreements is don't take it personal, right? You know, I think it's just to understand this dynamic and understand that it is a fear response, but it's driven by genuine emotions, right? And people feel lonely and they want connection. So if you see it in yourself, any of this, there's guidance and support. You can reach out to me or you can reach out to anybody. Yes, Patricia. Push pull is panicking. Woo. Imagine how these people feel. It's really tough. Okay. Finding the program. We're moving on page 128. I think we may do a couple more paragraphs because it's like we've been at it for an hour now. So, okay. Finding the program. In my practice as a therapist, I keep finding that addictions almost always have to run their course. Marcel Proust seems to support me in his commitment that obsessive love is like an evil spell in a fairy story against which one is powerless until the enchantment has passed. I love these fairy tale references. It's just beautiful. Therapy and spiritual practice help, but they cannot compete with an active flow of adrenaline. Yes, an addictive relationship promises and delivers an excitement that most people interpret as true aliveness. You interpret that excitement as healthy when it's not. It is hard to let that go, especially when so little comes along to take its place. You cannot remove an addiction unless you have something to take its place. Those addictions 101, we know this. Okay. Addiction is ultimately a form of pain. As old song says, who can give me what you give me? Who can make me feel this way? Who can hurt so good? Who can hurt so good? There will never be another you. Why must your kiss torture me like this? Wow. At the same time, there are tools that work. A 12-step program is a very powerful spiritual tool for people addicted to relationships, to romance, or to a specific person. By working through steps adapted from the Alcoholics Anonymous program. He's telling y'all to do anonymous program, alcohol AA programs, basically. And having a sponsor, a friend, someone that can help you, can free oneself from addiction. Recognize that all your efforts are not quite enough to deliver you from this kind of pain. You will have to turn yourself over to a power greater than yourself. Who or what is that for you? The higher power we turn to can be God, it can be Mother Nature, it can be a sacred heart of the universe. Listen, he is saying this applies to everybody. Whatever you connect with, or whatever seems transcendent to you. These are all forms of assisting force of grace, help that comes to us from beyond our effort or control. A 12-step program helps us form a link to that power that's higher than ego, a refuge from the snare of addiction. Something else I want to talk about addiction. As I was reading this, I was just thinking about addiction is not about the drug, right? Most people who try drugs don't become addicted. Most people who gamble don't become gambling addicts. Most people who watch porn aren't addicted to porn. Most people eat. We all eat 3 meals a day. Most people who eat don't become addicted to food. People who shop, we're going Christmas shopping. People who shop don't become addicted to shopping. We all share similarities in the same process. People have intercourse. People have sex, but they don't become addicted to sex, right? So these addictions, there's something unique about it. It's not the actual addiction. It's a process of relief. If you are turning towards shopping to relieve a pain, then it can become addictive, right? And so it's a short-term ability. It's short-term and you can't give it up. So addiction is a relief from stress. It helps you numb your pain, and you just have to give yourself grace if you're addicted to in this way, because you know, the desire to feel normal and the desire to not have the stress in your life, the desire to have a peace of mind can be what is actually driving the addiction. So the thing is that you need to explore the feeling that made you want to use drugs. What is the feeling that made you go shop uncontrollably? And getting connected to that feeling. And you will find that it really distracts you from stress, and it gave you control. It gave you a peace of mind. It helped to numb the pain. That's why alcoholics drink so much, because they have this deep-seated pain, and it helps to numb the pain. So, I mean, I think it's important to just understand that part. Addiction is a chemical imbalance in the brain. Yeah, it is chemical. So it disconnects you from yourself, and it shapes the pain. So you do have these endorphins and dopamine receptors, and you have these things, right, that are there. That is a good way of relieving some of the stress. It restores the stress response, right? So the biggest driver of addiction is stress, and it helps to restore the stress. Who's in here with me? Take him out of there. Okay. Okay. So let's move on. Let's go to the last paragraph here on page 129. Spiritual practice can thwart the ego's frail but stubborn attempts to control others and make the world obey our wishes. What is required is medication on the three marks of our existence: impermanence, suffering, and the fact that a solid self is ultimately an illusion. Yes, we cannot see any of this without someone's help, especially while we are addicted, which is why we need a program with a sponsor, a spiritual practice with a teacher, and a course of therapy. Approach addictions not with shame, but with a spirit of inquiry, wanting to know how your mind got caught in desire. This means finding a way to accept yourself without the mindset of judgment, fear, blame, attachment, biases, or defenses. That is mindfully. See the other as a Buddha. Here to show you where your work is, just how far astray you can go from the path, and how you can return to it, back on the path. And that's it for today for practices. There's a lot to write in your journals. We're going to pick this up the next time we meet. It won't be next week. Oh, there's only 2 more pages. So we'll pick up the last 2 pages, and maybe I'll have some question and answer next time I come on. But you are watching The Practice of High Romance. This is part 1. Part 2 is coming in 2 weeks, of how we're going to practice high romance, not addictive love, but high romance, and how to be an adult in relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Rico. That is what we're reading. Get this book. We're like halfway in it. There's still time for you to get caught up. You can get caught up. You can watch in the show notes. It will show you the links to all of my previous discussions. It also gives you an outline of what the 5 A's to Mindful Loving is. And then let's see what else. You can text the word love, LOVE, to 87948. And then you can get information about when I go live on for book club, and also for Mental Health Monday. Tomorrow, we're going to talk about politics tomorrow. How about that? Politics tomorrow. coachingwithdralicia.com. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for joining. Good morning, everyone.
everyone. Good morning. Good morning. I'm so excited to be here. Welcome to the Fly Nubian Money Club first official training. Woo! For everybody coming in, I want to know who's in here so far. It looks like we have about 20 people who have signed up. I'm so excited that you all have signed up. My name is Tiara Williams. I'm also known as Miss Black Hollywood. I am a producer and also the producer of the Fly Nubian Money podcast. So likely if you found out about the podcast and you're here, welcome. And if you are just coming in, we appreciate it. So I started the Money Club as a way, well, actually I co-started it with Dr. Boyce Watkins. But I started it because I wanted to create a way for us to have community around money, women and men. Also, I wanted to just find top experts around the world that could help us level up in 2025. And so I'm so excited, y'all. I'm so excited that you all are here. I'm excited about our first training with none other than Laura Lalaki. Now, if you know and you watch Fly Nubian Money, you know that she is one of our lead hosts, probably she keeps the ship running, right? She is our wonderful host. But I wanted to welcome her, Laura Lalaki, international real estate agent.
Yes. I get so excited when I get to teach and have fun, because that's what it's all about. Is you're not supposed to keep information to yourself. You're supposed to turn around and help someone else out, right?
I agree. I think that now all we know, right? We know that what the things that we know, and it's so funny that I love to share. Like you're saying, I love to share information because you're thinking like everybody knows this information, but really people do not. You spend all these years working and you think like this information not is not valuable, but it becomes second nature to you. So you don't know that people don't know. So it's such a blessing for us to have you here. So Lala, tell me a little bit about, how you got into your real estate journey and what happened.
Well, it's really interesting because in 2001, my husband and I went to purchase our new home. I was not in real estate yet. So we went to classes. We did everything. We did our little research. This was in Denver, Colorado. That was where our first home was. And we just went with whoever someone suggested us to go with as an agent, and we used their lender. And that agent was absolutely horrendous. We did everything by ourselves. We found our own house. We figured it all out. He showed up to write the contract, didn't help us negotiate, didn't help us do anything, showed up at closing in a sweatsuit. And after it was over, my husband and I felt so let down. Well, I still wasn't in real estate, but I just complained about it. Then a few years later, I lost my last secretarial job. And I said, no more of this. I'm tired of being downsized and let go of. And so I need to get into real estate. And my father-in-law was really big in New York City with real estate. And he said, are you ready for this? And I was like, I don't know, Dad. And that's how I got into it. And what I determined was I was not going to be the agent that was my agent. I was going to do everything different.
Yeah. So how did you get into the international, right? Because and I'm sure you were wonderful at that, right? I think I've heard you say like you found the spots that other realtors didn't, the places that other realtors didn't want to go, foreclosure and, those other places, just making yourself, just standing out in the market. So like you got into that, and tell us a little bit about that and how you got into international real estate.
Well, when I first got into real estate in 2006, that's when the market crashed and everybody was like, oh, you picked the wrong time to get in real estate. Don't worry, this ain't going to be a big deal. And it was a big deal. So all the agents who were established and used to just putting a sign in the yard and making money like that didn't bother to learn the short sales, the HUDs, the foreclosures. And I knew nothing. So therefore I had a clean slate. So that's what I learned, and that's how I built my own business. At that time, all I had was this little tiny pink camera. We didn't even have the smartphones. And I would go out to HUDs, take more pictures, put them on Craigslist, y'all. Craigslist. If y'all know, I'm taking y'all way back. And that's where I got my first clients. From there, I also had a very good friend that I went to real estate school with who didn't want to sell. So she got into nonprofit. So she brought me in to teach. So then I started to teach these first time home buyers classes. Moved to Los Angeles, California, got my license there. Then my husband and I we like to travel because we sing, but we're also musicians. And we came to Portugal in 2002. I fell in love with it. I tried my best to see properties, but it's a different ball game over here. I'm in the business and I couldn't even see a lot of houses. But when we came to Nazaré to visit, I fell in love with this one little company and he fell in love with me and we partnered up. And that's how I got into international real estate because he was like, I need someone to help me with the American market or speaks English. Although he speaks English, it's still a little different language barrier.
Yeah. And
So
people
that's how I
aren't
got
so
to it.
trusting. And people aren't trusting. I mean, let's be honest. Like somebody's like, "Oh yeah, you can come here." We're not always open to that. Like, is this a scam? So yeah,
Yeah,
I mean, adding
yeah.
that
And it
legitimacy.
is. There's a lot that is, and that's why I'm really excited about breaking and tapping into that for you guys to know.
Wonderful. So tell us what you will go through today. I know that I actually want to know from the people in the chat, the people that are here. There's 30 people in here. I'm so excited that you're here. I'm going to keep saying that this is our very first training. We created the Fly Nubian Money Club to help you level up in 2025. People are scared, Lala, about what's happening next. So I know that I've been hearing a lot of people buzzing, like, I'm moving out of America. I'm like, well, what does that mean? Let me help. Let me be the one to bring an expert in to help you do that if that's what you want to do. So people in here who have registered and register for the Fly Nubian Money Club, we appreciate you. I can't wait to help you. I'm going to bring in fantastic queens and kings who will help us take it to the next level. So tell me, Lala, today, what will we learn? Tell me what we'll learn.
Well, we're going to set the basics with American real estate because you need to understand the basics of real estate and what goes along with that. And when I say the basics, I mean we're going to go through the whole workflow of what happens during a deal so that you won't be shocked, that you won't be upset, you won't hit that roller coaster of emotions like I did when I didn't have a good agent. And then we're going to go through that. Once we go that, I've kind of set the stage with that for us to walk into international real estate. What's a little different? What can you expect? Where you can possibly look, emotions, all sorts of things, because it's not like USA, but yet it's still based on the same principles.
Josephine, hey, Josephine said the housing market, because it's about to be dry. A lot of people do feel like that, especially with this new administration coming in. Thank you for those thoughts, Josephine. Is it about to be dry? I think that I beg to differ. I think that in every situation, and I want to know how you all feel about this in the chat. In every situation, I feel like there's an opportunity. In the Great Depression, it made a lot of millionaires, y'all. So I think it's all about mindset. What do you think about that, Lala? Is there going to be an opportunity, especially with this administration, of valuing money, economics, right? Is that where we find the loopholes? I would think. What do you think
Oh,
about
yes.
that?
There are plenty ways. How do y'all think they got where they got? Many, many, many loopholes, and especially Trump, because Trump had a lot of things that went on in real estate. And even though I'm not happy with who he's going to put in the HUD department, because I don't feel like they know anything at all, it doesn't mean that we don't have opportunity. You see, right now, corporations have a lot of power. And a lot of corporations are buying a lot of homes. You're seeing communities being built now, like new subdivisions that corporations own. They ain't selling them to you, but they are renting them to you. Hey, what's wrong with you getting an LLC? What's wrong with you creating your loophole to buy a home? Don't see this as something that's going to hold you back. When they go high, we go higher, baby. We get smart. We get smarter, and we know how to use the same things that they use to benefit us.
Yes, you all. So step one, when you come into this club, we're just going to change the mindset. I know that a lot of things in the world tell us that we cannot do, we cannot be. There are all of these barriers, and there are. But like we're saying, we feel like there are ways around it. There's ways around everything. You know what I noticed, even, when you're looking at corporations, they're like, okay, we can't do this. We can't hire this kind of people. All right, well, how can we get around that? Like I saw here in Los Angeles. I'm not in Los Angeles right now, but on the East Coast visiting my family. And what I read was that a lot of the hotels they couldn't hire. There was an issue with them employing certain people because they were hiring foreigners and for labor, and they were paying them cheap, and so there was like some type of issue with that where it was like they couldn't hire them anymore. They couldn't do like overtime. They went and got like they figured out a loophole and started like hiring people like the French, and like there was a loophole because somewhere in France it was just. So what I'm saying is there's always a way. There's always a way.
Always.
A way.
Or else we wouldn't be here.
We wouldn't be here.
Just step out there on faith. Sometimes you may hit a wall, but what are you going to gain if you didn't even try? So at least try, and it may open up another door for you once you've tried that and go, oh, wait, I didn't know there was a door over here. Let's try this one. Yeah. So you have to stay in the right mind frame. Listen, I get tied up and passionate about our real estate and our country too, because I don't want to see our country going through what it's going through. But listen, it still doesn't mean that your life is going to stop just because it changed. You got to switch your mindset.
Yep. All right, Lala, I'm ready. All right. I don't know if you're ready. Do we need to know anything else? Any other cool, we can start to ask. I would love to know, and this is like a sidebar, in pertaining to real estate, do you all have anything, and I'm talking to the people in the chat, is there anything in particular that before we start, is there anything in particular that you want to know? I'm curious, so that start to put those things in the chat. Like, why did you come today? What is it that you want to get out of this training? Do you want to buy international? Tell me, you want to buy international? You want to buy domestic? If you want to buy in the States, where? I'm just curious, so we can know who we're talking to. So go ahead and put that in the chat. I will take myself off the stage and allow you to roll.
Yay! I hope you're excited because this is going to be fun. So I hope that you have your favorite beverage. You got your notebook. I also have a free notebook for you that you can download with these steps. And you can download that at bit.ly wish list to welcome Matt, all lowercase. So go ahead and download that. Wish list. Welcome, Matt.
Yes. Okay. I'm going to put that on the banner. When I hop off stage, but you can take it away. You all, Laura Lalaki. Thank you.
All right. Yeah, I know, excited. So listen, guys, like I said, just kick back, relax, and know that we are going to go through everything that you need to understand when you are getting ready to buy a home and the steps that you're going to have to do. Because you hear a lot of people say, you can come to this training, and they talk about the down payment, they talk about the lending, they talk about the realtor, but they don't talk about what you have to go through during those steps. They don't talk about contracts, inspections, appraisals, things of that nature. That's what we're going to talk about today, because it's also going to launch you into the international part. So we're going to start stateside. And as I said, all you have to do is go and download the workbook that goes with this. It's bit.ly wish list to welcome Matt, and you will have the steps. You will have to double opt in, because why? Well, they say real estate is one of the dirty dozen. So they have to make sure that if I give you an email, that you give me approval to do so. So make sure that you do that so that you can have that and take notes. So listen, I want to tell you just a little bit about me. We've already said that. I started in 2016 when the market crashed. I started in Denver, Colorado. I continued my real estate journey in California and then in Florida, as well as Kentucky. And then in 2022, I added international real estate just through my own passions of singing and traveling with my husband and doing music as well. So as you can see, we do all the things, but the traveling and seeing places worldwide really opened my mind up to what is available in the world, like you should. Don't just feel like you are stuck where you are. There are many possibilities and many ways to get there. So the first thing that you're going to do, and one of the main questions that I have is, finding an agent or finding a lender first. It doesn't really matter. So I'm going to start with an agent. So when you are finding an agent, talk to people that you know who have purchased a home already. Ask for referrals. Ask them if their agent was good or not. Then you want to make sure that you verify their credentials. Go online, kind of look and see if you can find anything about them. But here's the two things that I want you to find out the most. First of all, you're going to contact me, because this is what I do. I have a big network, but I wanted to at least show you there's some other ways of going to this step. You need to consider their availability. Well, Lala, what does that mean? Hey, are they only an agent that works Monday through Friday? Are they only an agent that works on the weekend? Are they only an agent that works during the working times during the day? There are many different types of agents that do different types of business. And let me give you an example. I do REO, which is bank-owned properties foreclosures. I have that experience. Well, most of the other agents that do that, they don't really work on the weekend. Why? Because the banks aren't open on the weekend. So you need to talk to them about their availability to see if they are going to fit with your schedule. And you also want to make sure that you establish communication guidelines with them. Are you a texter? Is that how you want to communicate? Are you old school and say, listen, I need you to pick up that phone and call me? Are you an emailer? I want you to confirm that we talked today in an email. This is very, very important, because if you don't establish how you're going to communicate, then you're going to be very frustrated, and you don't want to kicking off being very, very frustrated. You want to make sure that that person is going to communicate with you. Do you know that's pretty much the number one thing that I hear about people is, my agent didn't communicate with me. I didn't understand what was going on. I told you myself, when I purchased my home, we ended up doing it all ourselves. And then, my agent came to the closing in a jogging suit to pick up his check. That is not acceptable. And if you need someone to really work the way you want them to, you want to make sure you establish this up front. So how do you choose a lender? Well, I really and truly advise that you shop around, because there are many different types of lenders. I love it when people tell me that they have a credit union. A lot of the times, credit unions can be very, very competitive with other types of lenders. So you want to go there first. Try that first. Then you can look to a mortgage broker. And a mortgage broker is where they take your loan, they see who has the best rates for you, and they shop around your loan to make sure you get the best deal. Okay. The second type is a mortgage banker. A mortgage banker actually funds your loan. Then after you close it, that's when they assign your loan to another lender to service it. So you want to make sure that you know that those are two different things. You've got your banks that are traditional banks. You could talk to them. You can talk to your credit union, or you're going to get a mortgage broker or a mortgage banker. So ask questions when you talk to the lender. Before you fill out anything, ask them, what type of loans do you offer? Do you have any special programs? Do you work with down payment assistance? Because some do not. And if you are using down payment assistance and they don't understand that or use that, you may be missing out on free money. And speaking of down payment assistance, my loves, every state has them. Every state. All you have to do is to Google it. Google down payment assistance programs in Los Angeles, California, and you will see. And don't go for the top ones that they put at the top, because those are advertisements. Go down to the bottom and see that there is LIPA. There is special programs for police officers. Those are things that you need to know. And if you can tap into those, do so. You'll also find out that sometimes there'll even be special programs for just a neighborhood or a school district. So not only do you have the state down payment, the city down payment, you may even have specialties of being a teacher or a doctor or whatever. And every state is different. So when you talk to your lender, say to them, hey, do you know of any special programs that may fit into my criteria? And they'll tell you if they do or don't, or tell you if they don't work with them or not. Then you want to make sure that you understand all of their fees, because lenders do have additional fees that you'll see tacked onto your loan. So you want to say to them, hey, what other fees outside of my lending fees are you going to charge me? And what does that look like? And make them explain it to you and put it in writing. And finally, once you have found your lender, I don't want you to just get pre-qualified. That doesn't matter. Pre-qualified means nothing. I can call a lender and say, hey, I make $350,000. My bills each month are only $1,800. How much do I qualify for? Well, Miss Key, you qualify for $1 million, blah, blah, blah. Well, I didn't give him any paperwork to prove this. A pre-qualification means absolutely nothing. When you go to a lender, you want to get completely pre-approved. That means turning in all your paperwork. That means talking to them and letting them verify your information. But here is the Willy Wonka golden ticket. You want to ask them to please give you a DU underwritten approval. DU. That's directly underwritten. And that is your golden ticket, because a directly underwritten approval means that an underwriter has already looked at your stuff, and all you need to do is to go and find a home. Now, I see that some people are saying that they can't find the link to the checklist. It's really simple. Let me tell you where you can get that. It's all lowercase, bit.ly/wish list to welcome Matt. All one word. All one word. So go ahead and get your checklist. Okay, so let's move on to the next section. Once you have found your lender and you have found your agent, now you need to understand that you all are a family. I kid you not. You are now brother, sister, cousin, because your relationship needs to be tight. Because if one person drops the ball in your pieces of your puzzles, it can mean you losing the deal of your lifetime. So you want to make sure that you have everyone introduced, everyone is on the same page, and the same questions that you ask the realtor, you want to ask the lender. How do you work? Do you work on the weekend? Can you provide me blah, blah, blah? You want to do that before you start looking. Now, once you have done that and you have chosen your agent, you need to understand different types of agency. And there are a few. And here are the ones that are very, very important. And we had a massive change in real estate this year. And this is why I'm going to spend a little bit of time on this so that you can understand why an agent is going to ask you to sign an agency agreement. First of all, you have a couple of different agencies. Who represents you? First of all, the listing agent. The listing agent is the person who puts the sign in the yard, has the pictures taken, and negotiates on the behalf of the seller. The seller, the one who is selling the house. The buyer's agent / seller's agent, sometimes in some states, is the one who represents you. They are going to help you find the house. They are going to write the contract. They're going to help you with inspections and appraisals and you name it. They're going to do everything that they can to get this deal closed for you. They work for you, not the seller. So they represent you and what you need to do to buy a home. Then there's a dual agent. I don't advise dual agent because the dual agent is the one who's going to represent the actual deal, the transaction. They can't really give one weight to you as a buyer and one weight to the seller as a buyer. They're supposed to be unbiased for the transaction. Well, I have an issue with this. It's because if you're not being represented and there is something that happens during that deal that you really need someone to fight for you, how can you be unbiased as an agent? Now, it is up to you, but I'm giving you some pros and some cons of that. A lot of people just assume that if they go to the listing agent, that they're going to get their deal accepted. That's not true. You don't want someone who's only going to give you 50% of the responsibility and not give you full attention. So really think about that before you sign dual agency. And the reason I say that is because you don't want something major to happen and then you find out you lost the deal because the agent couldn't represent either one of you. That's just not a good look. Now, is it good in some circumstances? I'm going to tell you yes, because like I said earlier on in our training, I also represent banks. My company represents REO, bank-owned properties. Well, for them, they already have their guidelines. They know their bottom line. When they hire me, they don't care if I they want me to bring the buyer because they know that I already understand what they're looking for and what they won't accept, and I can advise that buyer correctly. Doesn't mean you're also going to get a deal just because it's REO. That's not how real estate works. But sometimes you may. So in those cases, if you're going to work with someone who is a listing agent for like an REO, you may want to go ahead and choose that person because they understand, and it's okay for you to use someone who does that. I don't like to do both sides, to be very honest, because when I give my all, I give my all to someone, and it's really hard to split yourself into two people. So just take that into consideration. So you ready to move on? Okay. Hope you're learning a lot. I am really looking for questions. So when I do see questions, I will have a question and answer section, and I will do my best to answer your questions. I'm always here for that. Now, there is a reason I really went through that very carefully, because this year, 2024, the National Association of Realtors lost a case over our agencies. And we used to split our commissions with the listing agent. That was negotiated with the seller, and then we were just told what they were going to give the buyer's agent. No longer the case. You have three options now, and you need to talk to your agent about every home that you look at to see which agency it falls under. There's one, the seller offers to pay the buyer's agent. That means you don't have to pay the buyer's agent. The seller's agent, the listing agent is going to give your buyer's agent a percentage of what was going on. You have a right to always ask what they're earning on each house. I always tell people. Two, the seller is only offering a little bit of compensation, but not all. Maybe they're going to pay your buyer's agent, but not up to what they expect to earn in that deal. So then that agent can negotiate with you. Okay, well, the seller is going to pay me such and such amount, but my office is requiring me to have such and such. How will you be paying the additional commission? So you have to have that conversation before you even go out, and you need to sign a document to make it clear. There is no handshakes in real estate. There is not that old school spitting your hand, shake your hand thing and move on. You need to have everything in writing. And then third, the seller may not pay your buyer's agent anything at all. And if that's the case, you need to have that discussion with your buyer's agent on how they will get paid in the deal. Now, currently, this change happened so fast and so quickly that lenders are kind of scrambling a little bit to see what they can do. You can possibly negotiate with your lender saying that, listen, if I need to pay my agent, can I wrap this in my loan? Is there something that I can do about helping to pay my agent? I'm only limited. So these are all hard conversations that you need to have before you get in the car. Before you start having an agent send you stuff, you need to have these conversations and understand why they're asking you for buyer's agency now, because now it's pretty much illegal for us to show you a house without having buyer's agency. So you want to know an insider trick? You want to know an insider thing? You don't have to have buyer's agency for a very, very long time. You can write buyer's agency many different ways. Maybe you're testing out this agent and you're like, I don't know about this agent yet. So you sign agency to show you houses just for that Saturday. You can do it just for that. You can do it for one house. You can do it for a certain amount of months. Typically, my clients stay with me anywhere from 3 to 6 months. Although sometimes I've had a client up to 2 years because they just couldn't find the house that they wanted. But you always can renew those agencies and ask them to write it for a certain amount of periods. That's an insider trick. I hope that you love that so that you don't feel so scared about signing that agency. But when you get that document, read it before you sign it. Okay. Now we're going to move on to the next section. We're going to start looking at properties. Now that you have your agent, now that you have your lender, now you can't tell me you're not already looking at houses because it's so easy to do so with websites like Redfin and the dreaded Z word. I won't even say that word. It's not my favorite. But there's many ways that you can see homes online, even without signing up for anything. So the internet has opened up a whole new world of being able to see properties. So what I want to break this down into is the types of homes you will see. And I don't mean styles, because this part is very, very important. Here's the key phrase for this. The home must fit the loan. The home must fit the loan. If you have an FHA loan, which is a government-backed loan, there are only going to be certain houses that you can see. You cannot see a whole bunch of fixer-uppers if they don't fall into the government guideline. Remember, the home must fit the loan. So if it's a fixer-upper, you may not be able to see that with an FHA loan. You may be able to see it with a conventional loan. You may be able to see it with a rehab loan. But certain restrictions with HUD and FHA loans will not allow you to see certain things. So you have a standard sale, regular buyer, regular seller, no problems in between, ain't nobody bothering you. You have a probate. A probate is when someone has passed away and someone is now the executor on that property. And this can vary different ways. If there is a real person who the will was written correctly, it may flow smoother. However, if that person passed away and didn't have a will established or probate established, you still may have to deal with the courts. That's another question you want to ask your real estate agent. Do you deal with probate properties? Because not every agent does. You're going to deal with short sales. Now, the reason I put this one in here, guys, is because I really do feel that some of these are going to come back. With me working with the banks, I'm starting to see a lot of people still fall behind on their houses. So it's called a short sale. A short sale is when someone owes a certain amount of money on a house, right? But they have to sell it, but it's no longer worth what they bought it for. So now they have to ask the bank, hey, Mr. Banker, I need to sell my house, but it's not worth what it used to be. That is a short sale. The bank now has to get involved and say, yes, you can sell it for this price. And it's a process. It takes a little bit longer than just a standard sale. Then you have an REO. REO is real estate owned. Real estate owned. Foreclosure. And there are a couple of different types of foreclosures. You have your standard foreclosure. Then you have your HUDs. Urban Housing Development is HUD's properties. Those are foreclosures. So if someone had an FHA-backed home and they foreclosed, the government promised to buy it back from that lender who serviced it. So that's where you get the special HUD homes. So those are out there as well. Those are a little easy to get. I think you remember I told you early on in the presentation, I started with HUDs and I was very successful at it and they were pretty easy deals. Not all HUD homes are in bad shape. I've had people purchase homes where all they had to do is back their truck up into the driveway and move in. And then I've had HUDs where people had to maybe just fix one room. Maybe the kitchen needed fixing, and and then you've had some, oh Lord, then I've had some that need a complete rehab. It just all depends on what you see. And there's a special website for that too. That you can go to and check those out and only see which ones are in that state. And I'll provide that to you in a minute. So those are the type of properties that you're going to see. But the key thing to remember is what? The home must fit the loan. You can't buy fixer-uppers with FHA unless they're using a certain loan product called the 203K. Okay, so they do have a rehab thing, but that's a lot harder to deal with. And that's just another topic that we will hit on another day. Just know that there are ways around that too. So let's move on. We're looking at properties. We've seen them. You've scheduled them. So before we write the offer and we're looking at the properties, I want to just remind you of a couple of things. Listen, when you're ready to go see a property, don't worry about looking at the house. You're there to shop, right? So before you write this offer, right in between searching, reviewing properties and writing the offers, you're going to go see the house. Now, in today's world, you may be able to go and see 3 to 5 houses. That's how I used to do it. We used to schedule people for 3 to 5 houses. But when the market crashed, sometimes I had to just show one house at a time because the availability of the seller wasn't available. So just know that just because you want to see a house doesn't mean you're always going to be able to see it immediately. The agent will call to listing agent to schedule an appointment. And then you have to work with them to see when you see the house. And when you get there, here's what I don't want you to do. Walk around with your head down if somebody's in the house because they can't leave and not look at anything. You are allowed to open cabinets to see if they're big enough. If you want to see if that linen closet is big enough, you can look at that. You're not allowed to open people's private things like drawers and dressers. Don't do that. That's none of your business. None of your business. But you are allowed to really look at the house. Like look at the walls, look underneath the rugs. Because I kid you not, one time they had a custom rug made and no one bothered to look. This happened to another agent that I know. And when they closed the deal, they took that rug. There was a hole in the floor. No one ever even bothered to look underneath that rug. So it's okay to look under the rug. See, is that discolored or is this something special? You really need to shop like you're shopping and putting on a dress or some clothes, right? To make sure that that home is going to fit your lifestyle. So don't be ashamed of that, but also be courteous. Now, once you found your home, it's time to get down to the nitty gritty. We are going to be writing an offer on a home. Listen, this offer that you are writing will become the blueprint for how this deal will close. It is your roadmap. It will have your deadlines. It will say what you expect from the seller. It will ask the seller from things that you want. So this is your blueprint. This is like the Bible. Kid you not. This is your official document for how your deal is going to go. So before you write the offer, you're going to sit down with your agent and you're going to say, hey, listen, I really like this house, but I really do want those curtains to stay because I don't want to have custom curtains done. So can we write in this offer that I want to keep the curtains? Or if there's a shed in the back that's in ill repair, you can say, can you please tell in this offer that they will have that shed torn down before we close? You can ask for anything in these offers, but that doesn't mean you're always going to get it. But this is where you're going to tell the seller, this is how much I am offering you. This is how much I'm going to put down as my earnest money. And we will talk about that a little bit later. So put that in your side pocket of what that is. This is when I want to close. This is what I want out of this deal. And this is when I want to have my inspections. This is when I want to have my appraisal. You're laying it all out so that when the seller gets that, they know exactly what you are asking for them so that they know what you're expecting. So when you're writing your offer, you first want to tell your agent, hey, I need you to run some comps. And what is a comp? A comp is when you are buying a house and say it's a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house in a certain neighborhood, right? It has a garage. That agent will go and look in the system, tick, 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 in the MLS system, and go and see what other homes within a 1-mile radius of that house that you're going to put an offer on have sold for in the last 6 to 1 year time. And if she or he sees that this house is priced at $650,000, but everything else in the neighborhood sold for $550,000, they're gonna be like, wait a minute, that doesn't look right. Why is this house selling for $100,000 more? Why? What's going on? Is this seller being delusional, or is there something special that I need to know about? This is what they need to do before they write that offer with you, so that if you say, I'm going to give them full price. So let's write the offer, and she can come back and say, I don't think we need to offer full price. Let me do a little bit more digging on this to see why this house is so high. Or they can say, wait a minute, you got a really good deal. Everything else here is selling for $750,000, but they're selling for $650,000 here. Wonder why, right? So she can probably find more things out about that home. So before you make that offer, have your agent run the comps so that you can see if you're getting a good deal. Also, that agent needs to call the listing agent and say, hey, Mr. Listing Agent, do you have any offers on the table? Can you please tell me if they are over asking price or under asking price? She can word things correctly to try to get as much information out of that listing agent as possible. They are not required to tell you if there's other offers on the table. They are not really required to tell you if they're over asking price. But sometimes you may get that little bit of information if the seller allows it. Like, yeah, go on and tell them we got 4 more offers, to let you know how you need to write your offer. And that's where you come in and you write the strongest terms possible. If no one has an offer on there, you can probably play around a little bit. But if it's a highly desired area and the market is hot and you really want that house, you really shouldn't be lowballing things and hoping that the seller will come back and give you a better counter. Nope, you need to come in as strong as you can, or you're willing. Now, if you're an investor, because I know many of you are investors here, right? The game is different. But what we are talking about today is buying a home that is going to be yours. And you're planning on living in this house for at least 5 to 10 years. So you want to make sure that if you find the right house, you don't play around with that. So once you have that offer written, it's time for you to sign that. This puts your legitimate bind on it. Your buyer's agent is going to not only send over the offer, but they are going to send over your pre-approval letter from your lender and send proof of funds. What are proof of funds? They're going to show that you have enough money to pay the down payment and pay the earnest money. And like I said, put that in your side pocket, because I want you to understand what that is. And we'll have a little section exactly on what that is. So now that you have written your offer and you have submitted it to the seller, this is what happened next. Negotiations and counters. Just because you put in an offer doesn't necessarily mean that seller is going to initially take it the way that it's written. Maybe you did ask for those curtains and she's like, them is my grandma's curtains. They can't stay in there. They got to come with me. So she may write a counter back saying, well, I like your price, but you can't have the curtains. So this is when you start negotiating. Maybe you asked for a home buyer's warranty, which I highly advise that you do on all offers. The seller may say, I'll pay half of your home buyer's warranty. So if we went down this bull in the china shop, you will see that you can negotiate absolutely everything, but nothing, absolutely nothing is accepted until everyone signs the documents. That includes the counters, the negotiations, your original, all that has initials. That's when it becomes a valid contract. Until then, you just going back and forth. You throwing out, hey, I want this. Nope, can't have it, but I give you this. And sometimes you can go back and forth several different times. This is why I say you should always try to write your offer as clean as possible and have your agent write as clean as possible, right? So when you're putting that offer in, make sure it's pretty clear so that you don't have to keep going back and forth with so much paperwork. So now you've got an accepted offer. You got everything that you wanted, right? Now we in the nitty gritty. We coming in now, all right? You are officially under contract. In some states, it's called in escrow, okay? So you've got an accepted contract. Now, that is your roadmap. Remember, I told you this is your roadmap to the whole deal. It is legally binding. If anything in that contract needs to change, it must be in writing. Don't let someone say, you know what, I'm gonna leave this kitchen table for you because I don't think I'm gonna be able to take it. Have them put it in writing in an addendum. Seller agrees to leave the kitchen table for the buyer free of charge. See, you don't want to get to your closing and find out all these verbal things that you said are not being honored. So everything that you do needs to be in writing. This ain't no old school, like I told you, ain't no handshakes and thank you, ma'am, right? We want everything in writing. So now that you have that acceptance, we're getting ready to make some music, all right? There are many levels to this. So now we're going to kind of split a little bit. What happens after your contract is accepted? Your earnest money is now due. Title and escrow is now opened. You will be scheduling inspections. You will be scheduling appraisals. So let's sit here for just a little bit of time because I want to explain what these are. First, earnest money is your skin in the game. Earnest money is not free money that goes away like Puff the Magic Dragon. So when you write your offer, you can negotiate how much money you're going to put in for skin in the game. So if the house is $200,000 and you put an offer in and you're going to say, hey, I'm going to give you $5,000 earnest money to show you I'm serious about buying this house. Okay. When you get that, it doesn't go to the seller. The seller doesn't get to hold that money unless you negotiated it that way. Don't do that. I'm going to tell you that. Don't do that. Make sure your earnest money gets held in title or escrow. And the reason I say that is in different states, it's different things. California is an escrow state. Colorado is a title state. New York City is an attorney state. So those are the people who are going to be your neutral third parties that's going to hold your earnest money until the deal is done and everyone tells them what to do with that. But you don't normally do an offer without putting some kind of good faith money into escrow or title. So always know that you need to have that. Now I'm going to be getting into your pocketbooks. Now, most of your pocketbooks and wallets have sections, right? Put a section down for your earnest money. Now, like I said, it's not magic money. When your escrow money goes in, later on, that could be applied to your down payment. If the deal goes through, they could just say, okay, well, you've already put down $5,000, so we'll want to put that toward your down payment when you close, okay? But if the deal falls apart for any reason whatsoever, the seller cannot go to title or escrow and say, you know, the deal fell apart, give me their money because I'm mad about it. No, ma'am, no, sir. That money is protected. And unless everyone signs what they're going to do with that money, and you're following that roadmap, and you hit the deadlines that you did in your contract, everyone must sign and say, okay, the seller doesn't get this because we're still within our contract time, and we just decided that we can't move forward after we've learned some things about the house that you provided to us, right? So you can say, I need my earnest money back, and you can close escrow. You can get your earnest money back in several different ways. Okay, you can get your earnest money back from a failed inspection, a failed appraisal, something that was uncovered that you didn't know before you put an offer in. But you cannot come to me and say, I got cold feet, I can't do it. I got cold feet, I can't do it. I'm scared, I can't do it. If I can't give them a reason for you backing out of a deal, which typically we always can find some of those, then I can't help you with it. Or if you've missed a deadline, if you didn't turn in, you didn't get your inspections done in time, and now you're trying to say that you want to back out of the deal, the seller can hold you accountable for that earnest money. Okay, this is why you need a good agent, and this is why you need to understand the contracts that you are signing and the deadlines that you have in that contract. Okay, so we've touched on earnest money. Earnest money is not magic money. It's not magic unicorn money. There is a purpose for that. And that purpose is to show good faith, but it also can be returned to you if something happens in the deal that is valid, not just because you backed out. Okay, so that is going on. Now we're going to move on to the next slide because we're going to break down what I'm saying here. Okay, inspections come next. Once you've turned in that money to escrow or title, they are going to do their own thing. Okay, so while they're doing their own thing, we're doing some of our own things on this side, right? So escrow is over here holding your money. They're starting to order reports. They're starting to make sure everything is put in order, putting the paperwork in order. But while they're doing that, we're doing this. We're going to schedule our inspections immediately. Usually you have anywhere from 7 to 14 days to do your home inspection. I do not advise you to wait. I advise you to schedule those inspections as soon as you know that you have acceptance on that house, and try to get that inspection ASAP, because this is a major driving force into launching into a successful closing. You're going to have several different types of inspections. Yes, Lala. Several. And I'm going to tell you why, because you may run into some things you didn't even think about. First of all, you are going to get a general home inspection. Get it by a licensed inspector. Now, your agent probably has a list of them, but you also can do your homework too. But I know I have some that I know are good, and I always have a list of 3 to 5 for my clients. So your agent should have that. Okay, you cannot get Uncle George down the street to come and inspect your house. Well, Uncle George bought a home. He bought a home 15 years ago. I'm gonna have him come and look at this house. No. If Uncle George is not an inspector, you don't get to call Uncle George in. He can come and look at it and talk to you, but your general inspector is going to be the one. What are they going to do? They're going to get on the roof. They're going to get in the crawl space. They're going to turn on the appliances. They're going to look at the electrical box. They are going to do absolutely everything they can to find anything. They're going to look at the outlets. They're going to test the outlets. They're going to, honey, sometimes them general inspectors come out. They come all nice and pristine, and they leave with dust and cobwebs all in their hair and everything else. And I will tell you, I have been underneath the house before, and I appreciate what they do. I don't ever want to do it again. So you want to make sure that you hire an inspector. Now, coming from California and coming from Florida and Kentucky, I know that there are different prices for inspections. In California, a typical good inspector is going to cost you anywhere from $500 to $1,000 for a typical sized house. A lot of times they charge via the however big your house is. Okay. In Kentucky, I know that there are some for $250. All right. So it just depends on what state you live in, and the economy for that state. All right. And I do want to remind you, I'm going to take a deep breath. Okay. You know, all this stuff that I'm telling you right now, you probably feverishly writing down. Don't worry. We have recordings for you. This is all being recorded and can be found on flynubianmoneyclub.com. So take a deep breath because there's a lot of information I'm giving you, right? But just know that you can go back and reference this. But I do hope that you're taking good notes and you did download the workbook that I gave you because it gives you the flow chart of everything that we are working on today. And you could do that at bit.ly/wish list to welcome Matt. All lowercase, just like that. Okay, so now you've got your general inspector, right? He doing his thing. Don't you dare tell me that you're not coming to inspection. No, ma'am. No, sir. You need to be there. You may be twiddling your thumbs for an hour, but you need to be there because sometimes that you can follow them around. If you can say, hey, but what does this look like? Now don't bug the person, but you can be taking notes yourself while you're walking around the house. And while you're there, you can take advantage of this time of being in the home and looking at it while the inspector is doing his thing. Measure your curtains. Measure where you're going to put your couch. Start making plans of, I want my kitchen to look this way, right? So this is your opportunity to come in and breathe in the house and kind of start looking at yourself living there, okay? Once that inspector has looked at everything, and this includes, like, thank you for mentioning that, the AC, the heating system, all of that, okay? All of that. Then he will come to you afterwards and say, hey, Mr. Buyer, let's have a talk. Let's me, you, and your agent sit down for a minute, okay? Let's go over what I found. That person will go over everything that they found in that house. They will let you know if it's a safety issue or if it's something minor. It is their job to make note of everything. So they will give you a lot of things that are minor that may not make a big difference, but they will also tell you about the safety situations that need to be done. Remember, the home must fit the loan. If something dangerous is in that house and that doesn't fall on the FHA list, you got a problem. But we have solutions for that. Okay. So while he's doing that, he'll say, all right, here's what we found. You can discuss this with your agent. I'm going to go back to my office. I'll probably have this full-fledged report for you within 24 hours. Okay. So when you get that report, he's actually going to have pictures and the reports of everything. Now let's go back to the last slide for inspections, because we're not quite finished with that. But Lala, you just told me he looks at everything. Well, he looks at everything that he's supposed to, but guess what? You need to talk to your general home inspector to ask them if they also include the following: mold, big in wet states; radon, big in mountainous areas like Denver, Colorado; sewer. Oh my God, do I have stories for you on sewer. You need someone to come and put a scope down into those pipes to make sure that there isn't any blockages, there isn't any roots that have gotten in there. You want to do that. These are all extra fees. And you also want to have a termite inspector to come out. Then if there's a specialty that your general home inspector doesn't cover, such as a chimney or a pool or a sauna, you need to check to make sure your general home inspector also has people who can check into these things, because it's worth the extra money. And let me give you a little side story on why. Okay. I had a client, beautiful client, buying a house in Los Angeles, California. Love the couple. Found their dream home. Okay. Little lady and husband had lived there for many years. The husband had it built. She was 92 years old. She had lost her husband. Her children were like, it's time for mom to come and stay with us, so we need to sell the house. This little lady had been living in this house ever since it was built. The drains were slow. She just thought, over time, the drains have just gotten slow. We did a sewer scope. Y'all, when I say the sewer, here was the pipe. Here was the dirt. Did you see my hands move? There looked like there was a dirt snake all through there. And the sewer scope couldn't even get through there. So I negotiated to have that pipe fixed. That would have cost my clients $25,000. $1,000 if they did not have that sewer scope done. Inspections are a point of renegotiation. If you find things that are not kosher or you're not willing to do or it's not safe, you're going to have a request for repair. And this is where you get to renegotiate things, ask for things, let the seller know that you found some things. And then this is where you go back and forth to say if that seller is going to fix it or not. And if they say no, and you're like, I ain't got that kind of money, this is where what? You can back out of the contract and get your earnest money. Okay? So you must really be diligent about getting your inspections and done on time. So I hope that little horror story scared you enough to know that you need to have some additional. I'm not about fear, but I am about being smart. You don't want to move into a house and then find out there are major issues. Okay. So after you're doing that, you're also your title rep. We can go to the next slide now. The title rep is still doing their search. Okay. What is title? Title is where they dig in. They're doing this on the side while me and you doing another dance. Okay. We're doing the cha-cha. They over there doing the Hollywood shuffle for a minute. All right. So title digs into the history of the property. It verifies the ownership. It checks to see if there are liens or encumbrances. It checks to see if there's easement restrictions. What are easement restrictions? Maybe someone put a fence over on your property or your property is over on someone else's fence and it was recorded and you didn't really know about it. Now you have to deal with a survey on a property. Do you want to really deal with that or not? So the title is doing all of that, and that title search should come to you fairly quickly, and it will tell you everything. Does this person have a right to sell this home? Is it really theirs? So that's what you want, a clear title. Now, there's almost always a lien on the property, right? Well, that's scary. What do you mean there's a lien on the property? It's usually the mortgage. A mortgage is a lien. So if that house is not free and clear, the mortgage on that house is a lien. So it shouldn't freak you out because the seller is going to have to pay that at closing and the house will be free and clear. Now, there are also other kind of liens you need to be aware of. It's called a mechanic's lien. So if someone had a sun deck put on that house and they didn't pay the person for doing that, that contractor could put a lien on the house and that must be paid for before the home is sold. That's not for you to pay. The seller needs to deal with that, but you at least need to be aware of it. Okay. So while we're doing our cha-cha, title is over here doing the mamba. All right. And don't forget, you can get this whole training at flynubianmoneyclub.com. So this recording will be there. All right. We're cruising along, right? So let's move forward. Now, while cha-chas and sambas are all being done on this side, you got a whole nother country dance, line dance going on in the background called escrow. Right? I told you that escrow holds the funds. It collects all the documents. It ensures that everything is in compliance, and it gets all your paperwork ready for closing. So they over here doing their own little thing with Beyonce doing a line dance. All right. So just know you have several different entities. Now, if you live in a state that combines these, it could be one office. But if you live in a state that has many different, you may have escrow office, you may have a title office, you may have an attorney's office. So, but in some states, they're all in one, right? They're all in one. So just know that wherever you live, different states have different policies, but you're still going to be dealing with all of these principles. Okay. So make sure that you know who they are. They have introduced themselves to you. Your agent is involved. The seller's agent is involved. Your lender's involved. Because guess who else is doing a special dance in the background while we're doing all this? Your lender. Your lender is going to be calling you. Hey, I need some updated documents. I need this. I need that. You'd be like, I just gave it to you. But no, I need to update it. So I suggest that you have a folder, and anytime you get anything new, a new pay stub, a new bank statement, put it in there. So when your lender calls you and says, I need updated, here you go. Give it to them immediately. So as you can see, we're learning a lot of dances as we're moving along. Okay. So let's move on to the next section. Attorneys, like I said, can do all of this stuff too. Like New York, they do all of this. They receive and prepare all the documents. They facilitate the closing. They may provide you with legal advice and guidance. So it just depends on what state will do what. Okay, now let's move on to the next section. Y'all ready? The lenders back here doing their dance. So I want you to understand what else they're doing in the background. They're not just collecting and calling and doing things. They're ordering your appraisal. And let me explain something about appraisals. When we had that crash in 2006, 2007, 2008, there was a lot of corruption found with lenders, appraisers, agents, everybody. Some people were just dirty. They just got into little bundles and all worked together. Well, because of that, new restrictions came out. I am not allowed to talk to the appraiser. Neither is the sellers, the listing agent. Neither is the lender. When it's time for appraisal, they will push a button to order that appraisal, and that appraiser will be sent out. Unless the appraiser contacts me, I cannot say anything other to them, because I can show up to the house and say, hey, Mr. Appraiser, here's the comps that I use. Thank you, bye. I can't give them a coffee, and I bet not even smile. Just give it to them and walk away, because they will consider that, you don't want any kind of corruption with that. Okay. So just know that nobody's really talking to this appraisal. There's a button pushed and there you go. Right. So also underwriting. Remember I told you that magic Willy Wonka underwriting approval. If you didn't get that part done, then this is going on in the background. The underwriter's going, wait a minute, where's she getting this gift money from? I need to know if Auntie Titi is really Auntie Titi. Where you giving her this money from? They're going to be asking some serious stuff. This is why I ask you to do this immediately when you actually are putting in your application for your loan. Just do this ahead of time so they can do that ahead of time and not waste your time. Because once that's done and they've said, yeah, you're pretty much good to go on your loan. So ask for a directly underwritten loan. Okay. And they will also do final checks on your information. So what does that mean, Lala? Let me tell you something. You better not change jobs. You better not quit your job. They want everything to be the way that it was when you started this process. I had a client almost lose a home. It was a married couple. They were good to go. 3 days before we were scheduled to close, the lender calls me and says, oh my God, we can't close this loan. The husband quit his second job. The wife didn't know. So we had to scramble immediately. Luckily, they still had enough money to cover what their loan was. But by him quitting that job, they could have lost their inspection money. They could have lost their appraisal money. They could have lost the earnest money, and they could have lost the house. So do not change anything. Don't buy no cars. Don't co-sign for nobody. Don't open new accounts. Don't move large amounts of money. You keep everything the way that it was before you went into escrow with your lender. And that's even if you get a big bonus. If you get a big bonus and all of a sudden you wake up one day and you see that there's extra money in your account, immediately call your lender. Guess what? I got some money and it was a bonus. It's not normal, but hey, that lender now knows, oh, I could just get a letter from your job saying it was your Christmas bonus. It's okay. Okay. So now do you see the lender's doing their own dance in the background, and you probably pulling out your hair right now because you're like, how many phone calls am I going to get today? And it's okay. But because you're taking this class, and you always can go back to flynubianmoneyclub.com and watch the recording, and also look at the handout I gave you about the process of this. You could take a deep breath, grab you a cup of coffee or a cup of wine and go, oh, I was told about this. I could take a deep breath and do this, right? So don't forget, go get the flow chart. Go get the flow chart because I got stuff for you. Let's move on. Now, while all that's going on in the background, let's talk about a couple of things that could come up. You ready? Next slide, please. Oh, we got it. Inspection. Sorry. Bro, I'm having a good time. I hope that you're having a good time. So we talked about inspections, right? Let's reel it into inspections again. What happens if you find issues in the inspection? Well, this is your opportunity to renegotiate, walk away, or accept. And this is also a time where you can get your earnest money back. If you do this in accordance to the timeline deadline on your contract, this is the first way that you can get out of a contract if you're not happy. I had a client in Los Angeles who absolutely loved a house, but when we found out how much money it was going to cost to fix the chimney, and the seller wasn't willing to do that, they had to back out because they weren't willing to put in $15,000 to fix the chimney. So this is why it's important to have these inspections so that you can kind of know what you're walking into. It's like kind of like a car warranty, right? You want to make sure that you go in, and this is one of the warranties you want to be, I want to see what it looks like under the hood before I really buy it. Okay. So this is your point to say to the seller in writing. It's called a request for a repair that says, hey, here's what we found, and I would like you to fix the chimney, or at least give me a credit, or remember what did I say? What's the thing we're going to take? The home must fit the loan. If it's something safety, this electrical panel is out of date and it's considered a hazard. FHA, my loan won't cover it. I need you to bring the electrical box up to date. You can negotiate that with your seller, because listen, that's something that they're probably going to hit with any buyer that they get. Now, I won't say you're always going to get it, but if you are asking for safety things, they know that they're going to have to deal with that with you or with someone else. And so therefore, 9 times out of 10, you probably will get a successful negotiation with that. Okay. But if they say no, and you're like, I ain't for it, we walking away. Or you ask for things, because here's my rule. Okay. So this is just a little trick that Lala does. Okay. Side note. I'll ask for like 3 little things when I know that there's one that I can probably negotiate, so it don't sting the seller as bad, right? See, I need you to fix this light switch, but hey, did you know that chimney needs about $5,000 worth of work? And so they may say, well, I'm fixing the light switch, but I'll fix the chimney. You see, that's called negotiations, and they also feel like they've actually won a little bit. So you know, don't be too silly with them. Like, hey, I don't like that paint. There's a paint chip underneath the window. I need you to fix that. You're not going to ask all that, right? But you are going to ask things that you can't handle or you're not willing to move forward with, okay? Remember, if you back out here and you're within your deadline, you get your earnest money back. You don't get your inspection money back. This is also why I tell here's a side, you want another trick? This is why I always tell my lenders that I work with, your lender, whoever you bring with or whoever I provide, please don't order appraisal until we finish inspections, right? Because I don't want you to pay for inspections, for an appraisal, if we're not going to move forward, because then you'll be out of that money too, right? So I'd rather us do our inspections first before we order appraisal. And this is another reason I have you to do it early. Okay. So, all right. Now you got some education about inspections. Don't forget, you can go to flynubianmoneyclub.com, get the re-recording, because it's a lot of information. Still hope you're enjoying, but you can come back to this and take extra notes. Let's move forward. So now we have appraisal, right? What is appraisal? Well, appraisal comes and tells you if the value of the house is what you offered and what the house is worth. Appraisal has been a nightmare for a lot of people. Matter of fact, I just had a deal, believe it or not, in Los Angeles, California. Before I listed the house, I did the comps. We came up with a price that we knew would fit in those comps. We had an appraiser come in who didn't know the area, didn't look at the information that he was supposed to, and he came in $50,000 under. That buyer couldn't buy the house anymore because he stood by his appraisal, even though they tried to fight it, but he stuck by his appraisal amount, and that couple couldn't buy it anymore. And we had to go back on the market. Now, they got their earnest money back because they were in deadline. They're within deadline. But they couldn't come up with the extra $50,000 that they wanted for this house. Now, here's the good thing. I am now closing on that house with another couple where the appraiser who knows the area came in at value. So here's what happens. If the property comes in, and this is if you're using loans, if you're paying cash, is a totally different game, right? So if you're approved for, if your offer was approved at $750,000, I'm going off California prices, right? So, and it comes in at $750,000, your lender's like, yay, let's move forward. We good, right? If you offered and was accepted at $750,000 in Los Angeles, California, and then the appraisal comes in at $850,000, you got equity, right? The seller cannot come back and say, wait a minute. You mean this house was worth $850,000? And nope, they can't come back and change the price. They accepted that price at $750,000, right? Now, if it comes in below what? The home must fit the loan. The home must fit the loan. It doesn't qualify anymore. Your lender is not going to say, oh, we're still going to give you $750,000, even though it came in at $700,000. No, you have to renegotiate with that seller, or you must come up with the extra money in between. Or if you can't, you can say it didn't appraise, I must back out. If you are within time of your contract, you can back out and what? Get your earnest money back. Skin in the game, skin in the game. You don't get your appraisal money back. You don't get your inspection money back, but you do get your earnest money back. Okay. So this is why it's important to have your client, even though I ran comps, that appraiser just didn't understand that area. Matter of fact, came in from a different area, knew nothing about it, and just didn't even listen to anything that we said. My seller had put in new rooms and a new bathroom. He didn't even account for that. Yes, sir, it does account. So unfortunately, that's what happened, but somebody else's loss was somebody else's win. Okay, let's move on. All right, guys, we've hit all the bumps. We have gone through inspection. We have gone through appraisal. Everything's looking good. Your loan is looking good. The escrow people are putting together the paperwork for you to sign. They get ready to tell you, hey, we get ready to close next week. All right, everybody, let's pick a date. We're going to either go to the place to sign together, or they're going to send someone to your house or job to sign your paperwork, or you're going to go and meet your agent somewhere at the agent's office and sign all your papers. But before we do that, don't you dare close on a house without going back to that house and literally walking through it again. Try to do it when the person has completely moved out, because typically you can negotiate if you want them out 2 days before closing, or sometimes they'll say we'll move out after you've closed. That's part of your negotiation and contract, okay? But typically what you want to do is to go back and walk through that house again. You're going to check for any agreed upon repairs. If you asked for that seller in the request for repair to fix the sink and the sink is still broken, you don't close until you have that seller fix and provide you with a receipt of that being fixed. Uncle George can't fix it from down the street. They need to have a professional fix it, okay? So have them give you the receipt for that. You want to make sure that there is no extra damage that has happened in that house. Maybe when they were moving out, they put a big old hole in the wall that wasn't there before. No, Mr. Seller, I'm going to need you to fix that hole in the wall. That's not my responsibility, right? And you also want to make sure that all of the items that were agreed upon are still there. If you asked for that chandelier, if you asked for those curtains, those still need to be up. Okay. So these are the things that you want to make sure. This is one of the reasons for your final walkthrough. The home must be what it was you agreed upon before you close. So understand, you're not signing no papers until these things are all in order. All right. So now you've done your final walkthrough. Everything is looking good. And you're also going back to our website to make sure that you look at this video to make sure you're not missing anything at flynubianmoneyclub.com. You are getting ready to sign your documents. All right. You dressed up, you clean. You're not gonna be like my agent showed up in sweatpants. All right. Well, you dress the way you want to. Just don't tell your agent to be cute when they show up, because this is a celebration when you get here. All right. You're going to have to bring certain documents. Your escrow, title, or attorney representative will tell you what to bring. Your official government IDs, whether that's a passport or a, guys, if y'all haven't gotten the real IDs yet, you really need to do it now. We're moving that way. So get your real IDs, bring anything that they tell you to bring, have them give you a list of what to bring before you sign your documents. You're going to review all of your documents carefully. Just because you're there doesn't mean, and they're going to sit down and tell you what every page is. This is what this said. This is what this said. This is what this said. Hey, you can say, just a minute, I need to read this section, please. I need to make sure that I understand this. If I have a question, I need to ask you. You don't rush your documents. Okay. The people who are doing it, do it every day. You don't. So you want to understand what you're signing before you sign it. Do not sign it and then say, I'll ask about that later. Too late. So you want to make sure that you understand all of the documents you're signing. And what are you signing? You're signing the escrow papers, the title papers. You're signing your loan documents. In some states, your lender has to be there to explain their loan documents. Other times they'll send someone out and you can have consultations with them when you're signing. Just depends on what state you're in. But don't you dare sign anything unless you really fully understand it. Confirm your final numbers on your HUDs. The HUDs is a special document that shows you debits and credits and credits and debits and blah, blah, blah. And at the end, it tells you what you need to bring to finish paying for this deal, right? You need to understand all of those numbers. Did the lender tack on extra fees that you didn't expect? We ain't signing that, right? So ensure that all of the information is correct. Is your name correct? Did they misspell your name? Then things need to stop so that they can be corrected. Do not rush and ask questions. We are not celebrating yet. We have not gotten finished yet. This is one of the most important things I need you to take from this presentation. Don't sign on anything that you don't understand. Once you have understood it and signed it, now we can move on. Verify, verify, and verify. Final funds must be presented to close the deal. In some states like Colorado, people would bring their checks. This was a long time ago when we did the checks in early 2000s, right? Now, pretty much things are wired. So here's what I want you to understand. When this is being wired, guys, you need to make sure that you call the escrow company or title company or attorney's office and say, hey, I got the information on where I need to wire these funds. Can I please verify with you? Do this at the bank. Do this with your teller. Can I verify this account? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm sending this much money to this account. Please tell me that that's correct. Yes, that's correct. Because there are people who are out there who know how to be smart, and they'll send you these things that look real official. And if you wire final funds to somewhere that is not officially getting these funds, you are out of luck. So while you're there, don't just assume that just because you have this official paper, because anything may be looked official, that is the right information. When you go to your bank to wire these funds, you are literally calling the escrow company and saying, I need to verify this information. Then you can move forward, okay? Not me, but there was one person in my office who their buyer got screwed because they wired a large amount of money to the wrong company. And they ended up losing the deal, and it ended up being a terrible, terrible, terrible situation, and everything was in chaos. Don't forget, you can go to flynubianmoneyclub.com and check out this presentation. So now you verified your funds, you sat down and closed your papers. So what's next? Congrats, you're now a homeowner. But don't you dare move into that house until you do what first? already have that locksmith come and change those locks, because there is nightmares. I told my client 50,000 times in Colorado, change the locks, change the locks, change the locks. I'll do it, Lala. I'll do it. I paid for her locksmith as a gift. Okay. She just never did it. 3 months later, this man walks into her house with the key, talking about, hey, sister, I'm home. He walks in, he's scared, she's scared, they all screaming. He didn't know his sister had sold the house, and she didn't change the locks. So change the locks. Then make sure that you change your address officially. Activate your services, your new, if you have your electric, water, all of that, you want to activate all of your services immediately. So those are the after things. Those are the after things. But for the most part, my loves, you're jingling, then you're a homeowner. So I hope that covered everything for you on doing that. So we're going to take a deep breath right now. If you have any questions, please let me know. I'll be happy to answer those. You not only get me here, but you also can email me. And when you get my email with this presentation, you'll have my contact information as well. Okay. But you also can do it here at bit.ly/Laura Key Info. Okay. So we're going to take a deep breath now. We've got the lay of the land on how to buy a home stateside. Okay. And I do advise that, guys. It is really important for you to own a piece of land. If you can't qualify for that 4-bedroom house right now, but you can qualify for that 2-bedroom condo, I would highly suggest that you do that right now, because that property can literally launch you into that 4-bedroom house if you're patient and you wait. But right now, they're not making any more land. And a lot of corporations are buying up a lot of these houses because they want to keep you in rental land. If you have the opportunity to own something, you need to put that in your pocket. So use that property to launch into home ownership, so that you could use it for leverage on buying another home, or selling that one and getting another home, or turning that into a rental property. Or there's so many things that you could do once you have home ownership. Maybe your child needs to go to college. You could help your home can help you do that. All right. So on brand new houses too, I'm not exactly sure what the question was about that. On brand new houses too that are being built. Oh yes, baby. If you're talking about a new build, you need to watch out for them folk. I'm really, on a new build, no. Juanita, you don't have to do that if you're doing on a new build, but I still do, because let me tell you why. Construction people still have keys to those homes. Why not just be safe? All right. Why not just be safe and go ahead and change the locks? Construction people have, and sailors keep those keys, and they don't normally change. And guess what? Some of those keys are good for several different properties, not just your property, but maybe even another community that they're building. So I highly, highly, highly suggest that you change those locks. Juanita also, you said on a brand new house, somebody said mobile homes. Yes, mobile homes are a different breed, but places like California are getting bigger on mobile homes. Also in Florida, they're absolutely huge. That requires a special loan. You still need to have an inspection. You still need to dig into if you're renting the lot or not. So those are a different set, but always still have an inspection, because you want to make sure that mobile home is correct. And you're still going to have an appraisal. You know why? Because mobile homes are put together. And this goes for manufactured homes too. Homes are put together. All right, we're backing up the truck on this one. Beep, 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 beep. We're backing up the truck. Beep, beep, beep. We're snapping these two together and it becomes a home. But guess what? You have to have a government tag on both sides to get that loan. All right. Okay. Right. So you want to make sure that both of those tags are on there, or else you won't be able to get the loan. I know that you're part of the NACA program. NACA is good in Los Angeles. And we talked about down payment. So yes, down payment will help you. And there's many different down payments and programs such as NACA that will help you. However, I want you to understand when you're dealing with places like NACA, you are going to jump through a lot of hoops. You're also going to, it may slow the process down. And sometimes it can limit you on what houses you buy, because some sellers are like, I have to wait this long. It's not a negative. Just know that what you're walking into may take you a little bit longer in those type of programs. But I'm very glad that you're using NACA. I have dealt with NACA, especially in Los Angeles. All right. Let me take a sip of water. All right. Because now, what you going to do about it if you want to buy international? Shaquita, you said Italy. And I got some places for you. But we're going to talk about what you need to do when you are possibly thinking about moving out of the country. There's a lot of things that you have to research before you do that. It's not as easy as you think, and doesn't mean to discourage you. It just means I need you to open your mind so that you know what you can expect. Let me take this sip of water because we get ready to get in it. Ready? All right, let's go ahead and get into the international part of buying real estate. Ready? Here we go. Buying abroad is definitely going to open your horizons. Listen, whether you just don't like what's going on in the country or whether you just want to broaden your horizons, maybe it's always been a dream of you to travel abroad or live abroad. It's not impossible. Many countries do welcome you, but many countries also have different types of things that you need to consider before doing there. Now, I personally specialize in Portugal. However, I have done some research on Spain. I've also done some research on the Caribbean. I've also done some research on Italy, because Italy does have some programs right now that called dollar homes. It's not impossible. It really, really is real. It's really real. But there are many, many, many guidelines, and you may not be getting the house that you think that you're getting for these dollar homes, okay? Just know that your first point of this is to do your research, okay? And that's what we're going to talk about first. You want to research your destination thoroughly. You need to understand the culture. You need to understand the language. You need to understand the cost of living. You need to understand the healthcare system. So this is why I say you need to do what I call a discovery trip. You don't want to just say, I'm moving such a found a house and somebody helping me, I get in the house, let's go. Okay, I found a place to rent, let's go. You know what? You need to do a discovery trip. That is going to, and I don't mean just going for the weekend. If you can get away and spend anywhere from 2 weeks to a month, and maybe a little longer if you can, to go and really research the area and really see what it looks like. And don't go to the tourist areas. You're going to go to the mom and pop siestas. You're going to go to the mom and pop shops. You're going to understand how their grocery system is set up. You're going to understand how their banks are set up. You're going to understand how the workday is set up. Let me tell you one thing about Portugal. Baby, at 1 o'clock, the alarms go off. Woo, 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 and this is what I call nap time. And things typically stop at 1 o'clock, all the restaurants and all those things, until about 6 o'clock in the evening, because people truly, truly, truly stop and take a break. And that's their main lunch area, lunchtime, right? And everybody is shut down in this, so everybody can go home and take a deep breath before they go back to work. They typically don't even come in until 9 or 10. Then they have lunch. They enjoy that lunch. They take their time eating that lunch, and then they go back to business later. So you need to understand the culture, because here's what I want you to understand in this. Okay, you know, I had the key phrase in the last section, right? Here's your key phrase for this. You keep your American in America. Did that soak in? You keep your American in America. You don't bring it with you, because other countries have different sets of mind. And you need to get into that mind and broaden your horizon. So don't come over with your Karens. Don't expect someone to speak English. Don't expect them to work like you do, because that is not how it works. You are moving abroad to experience new things. And that means putting your American away. All right. So now that you've researched your destination and you've actually visited it for a while, here are some things that you may face when you're buying a home in another country as a foreigner. Number one, there may be restrictions on foreign ownership. There are some countries that will not allow you to buy in their country unless you go through certain procedures or certain hoops, or you're going to promise dual citizenship, or you're going to promise to buy put so much money into their system. These are the things that you need to research. Not all countries will allow you to come and just buy a home in that in their country without certain guidelines being hit. You also need to understand that there are complex legal and bureaucratic, I can never say that word, governmental processes. Okay. That means you need to understand what their tax system looks like. What does it look like when you buy a home as an American? Are you going to be extra taxed on that? So that ties into tax implications and costs. Okay. This ties in. You need to understand what that means. Okay, before you move forward. And there's so many references, guys. You can even talk to the local embassy, contact the local embassy in America and see, hey, where can I go to get some information about moving to your country, and what are the guidelines, and where can you point me to do that? Okay, so that's where you start. You start there. You just do a simple Google search a lot of the times, and you'll find if you go to the embassies, they will have the list for you. Okay, there may be financing difficulties, y'all. Some people may not allow you to take a loan out on a property in their country. They want you to come with hardcore cash, baby. All right. They don't want you to tax their lenders. Some places may not allow you to finance. Now, Portugal is one that you can finance, but you need to find a lender that is going to be able to help you with that international understanding. And I suggest you use one that understands the country that you're coming from, along with the country that you're going to. Now, I am currently in the process of vetting several lenders for my business, and I do have two right now that I'm very happy with, and I'll be happy to help you if it's a country that you are looking for. I think mine deal with the Caribbean and Portugal and Dubai and Canada. So those things, I am looking and vetting for someone right now who deals with Italy. So it takes time to deal with finding good people, because that's going to be something that you face when you are buying in another country. They don't do real estate like we do in America. A lot of the times they don't even have the MLS system, the multiple listing service. Okay. So you got to scramble to find a house because you don't know exactly where to look for these homes. And a lot of those systems are not set up properly. So 5 people may be listing that same home just trying to get your information. These are the things that you don't want. These are the things that you don't want, because it'll make it confusing, and you want to make sure that you are dealing with the right people. Okay. Now I have a list of places that you can go, and in a follow-up email, I will be happy once you get that free roadmap that I sent you today, and you verify your email and you get that thing. I will send out a list of some places that you can look. But one of them is Idealista. And they do really good in Portugal. However, you must still be very careful, because this is one where people just put in 5 or 6 different listings, and it may not even be theirs. So, but at least it'll give you an idea of what you can see. And sometimes you'll see the same house listed for 2 different prices. Why? Because it's not like Merca. Okay. Over here, they don't have the MLS system. They don't have an appraisal system. So when you're negotiating, you're really negotiating. You're like the house, the seller goes, well, I want such and such because I know that there are many expats coming over here. So let's price it at this. Well, it may not be worth that, but may be willing, if it sits on the market for a while, to say, oh, we weren't so smart. Let's try to sell it. Okay. So there you go. Idealista.pt. Now, Idealista not only deals with Portugal, they deal with Spain as well. And I think also Italy, they have Italy too. So Idealista PT is Portugal. But if you go down to the bottom of the sheet, it will tell you the other countries that they deal with. All right. Places like Remax, Century 21, who are international, Sotheby's, you can look on their site as well. Just be very, very understanding that those agents in the different countries, baby, don't work like the agents in the United States. And let me tell you why. I am an agent. One of my things that I do when I travel is what? I'm going to go look at me some houses, because that's what I do, right? When we came to Portugal, we came on tour. My husband and I were touring and singing up and down Portugal. We went to the Algarve. We went to Lisbon. We went to Porto. We went to Madeira, the island of Madeira. Every place that we went to, I contacted agents and let them know, hey, I'm here and I would like to see some homes. You know, I may be buying here, but I also have clients back in America that may be interested in buying. And can you help me? Crickets, cricket, cricket, cricket. They promise you the moon, but nobody to this day from those people that I contacted, except for 2, bothered to even call me back. And I don't know if it's because they were afraid of English or whatever, but you never know if you don't know, right? They didn't even bother to call me on my email list, but I'm on them email list, but they didn't even bother to call me. I called them and left messages. Nobody called me. It wasn't until I met Renato in Nazaré. This is why I'm dealing with real estate in Portugal now, because Nazaré and not Renato and I are like this. That is my business partner. We sell together. I come back and forth. I show you real properties. Renato speaks English. I bring him in and I help you understand the process. So don't expect them to work like you want them to work. What did I say? Put your American way. Okay. Now, I want to still continue to go down this list. You need to also understand the property laws. A lot of people think they can come to countries and buy ruins and fix them up, because that's what the big hot topic is right now. But you need to understand the property laws. If you buy it and you think, okay, I could do that in 10 years. I can fix the property in 10 years if I just buy it. No, they may have rules that say, no, you only have 12 months to fix this property or it comes back to us. Okay, so you need to understand the local property laws. Another thing you need to understand, because this is dealing with your money, what, B1, right? Everybody, this is B1. We talk about money. This is Fly Nubian Money Club, right? Fly Nubian Money Club, right? Okay, you need to understand the exchange rates. American money is not the same in a different country, and it fluctuates. So you need to understand if your American dollar is better in a different country or if it's worse in a different country, because you're going to have to be dealing with wiring money, transferring funds, understanding the economics of exchange rates. All right. You also want to understand the contracts, the closing, and the language. When you buy a property in any country, you're going to sit down at a closing table with whatever country's language that is. If you're in Portugal, that contract's in Portuguese. You have to pay somebody if you're English. Hey, I need this to be in Portuguese and I need this to be in English. And I need a translator to be there at the closing. That's required. Well, I need an attorney at the closing. That's required. So every country is different. So this is why you need to understand the contracts, the closings, the language, what you need to pay for, how you're going to get the money there. And if you're going to just buy that property and still live in America and maybe visit once a year and use that as your retirement, are you allowed to do property management? Are you allowed to have an Airbnb? Because many of these countries now are smacking down on Airbnbs. Portugal is one of them. You cannot come over to Portugal and just buy a property and say it's going to be an Airbnb now. They've cracked down on that. So that may not be a possibility for you. All right, let's move on. You see, I gave you some really good things to think about, right? So now you need to sort your finances. You really need to create a comprehensive budget account for unexpected expenses, like that attorney I told you that you need. Inspectors in some countries, they don't even do inspections, right? You need to also notify your bank and your credit card people that, hey, I'm starting to do business in another country. Please don't put a block on my money. Okay, because they will. You're traveling back and forth, especially if you're traveling and buying in places like Africa, because Africa is one of the countries where they have a lot of corruption with bank accounts and things of that nature. And if you don't notify your bank and your credit cards, they may think something funky is going on. So you need to let them know. So you need to create this budget and get your accounts in order. Now, here's what I need you to consider. Wherever you're moving, you need to open a bank account in that country. That opens up a whole nother set of worms, okay? Because you're going to have to put money in that account. And sometimes you have to put a certain amount of money in that account. And then you have to worry about putting money, American money, in that account and how that account is going to be looked after. Yeah, I'm blowing your mind right now. Now, remember, you always can go back and watch this at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Okay, so don't let this blow your mind. I hope you're excited. I really hope that you're excited about this whole thing because it's something to be excited about. But don't forget, you can go back and get reminders by watching this again at flynubianmoneyclub.com. Okay, all right, so you've got your money in order. Now what? Get your paperwork in order. I don't mean just the contracts, y'all. You cannot move to another country without following the right procedures. You know that right now in America, everybody talking about getting rid of the immigrants. That ain't the only country, baby. That ain't the only country trying to tell people they need to go home. Mexico is even sending Americans back home. We ain't the only one because we're not the big daddy of them all. If you don't do this properly, you're going to be facing being sent back home. And why would you buy a home in a country where you may be stuck with that property over there? You can't even get to it. So this is why you contact the embassy. This is why you see what it takes to be able to live in their country. Can you go on a work permit? Do they allow you to move there on a work visa? Do they allow you to be a digital nomad? Do you have the documents and the taxes to show that you can be a good citizen of their country? Are you going to have to learn their language? Don't tell me that you're going to move to another country and you don't learn their language. How disrespectful. Don't do that. Even when you stumble with their language, if they see that you're trying, they get excited. My poor Portuguese is not good. But when they see that I'm there and I'm trying to order my coffee, they get tickled and they help me, right? Are you going to be required to learn their language? A1, A2 of whatever country you're moving to. Portugal is one of those. You must learn their language on a first grade level, A1 and A2. At least be able to tell your name, say hi, where you live. You need a doctor, right? Same thing as Italy, Spain, all these countries, they need you to be good citizens because now you're a world citizen, baby. You're a world citizen. Take that into account. All right, let's move on to the next slide. There are many different types of visas. And if you go to your embassy, they will explain to you how they work and they will give you guidelines on what you need to do. So you need to secure the necessary visa. Is it going to get your temporary residency? If you're not going to renounce your citizenship, you'll be a dual citizen for that country, right? So you need to follow their procedures by finding what visa fits for you. There's also like a retirement visa. Like in Portugal, the D7 is a retirement visa, all right? They have digital nomad visa. They have golden visas where if you come and you invest with $500,000 in either buying a home or some kind of their infrastructure or something, then you're allowed to come over and get a temporary visa. Everything requires paperwork, documents. Get your birth certificate, get your passports, get your visas together, do your tax papers. Okay, they need the tax papers. This is where you get your paperwork together to see which visa you qualify for. All right, let's move on. Finding an agent. Lord Jesus, I tell you because I know. Once you have decided on your destination, you will need to pick an agent. And when you get that good agent, now in Portugal, you know you're calling me. Okay, I got the resources for you here. We're going to find someone in your area in Portugal that I can work with and walk you through this. I am in Nazaré. I got you in Lisbon. I got you in Porto. I got you in Algarve. Those are the major cities. All right. Everything else in between falls in between. I got you. Right. But if you are buying in a different country, you need to understand how they work. A lot of the times, these agents who are selling real estate in different countries, a lot of times they only need maybe 1 or 2 deals to live happily for the rest of the year. So they usually only do 1 or 2 deals. So that makes it hard. Are they going to call you back? Do they speak English or do they speak broken English? You need someone that is actually going to understand your language so that you can, not on the beginning level, because this is too important. You're signing documents that you need to understand fully. So when you're finding an agent, you don't want one to be just oh, I may work with you, I feel like it or not. You need to want one that's going to directly communicate with you. I highly, highly, highly recommend that you download WhatsApp. The rest of the world, baby, is working on WhatsApp. Okay, I'm on WhatsApp. I get international calls all the time. WhatsApp. You need to use that because most of the countries use WhatsApp as the main tool of negotiations and talking to people and back and forth and talking to their families even when they're not out of country. Because some of these mobile companies like T-Mobile and all those in America, over here it's different. Their prices are very high for texting and calling. So WhatsApp is free. So most people use WhatsApp. Okay. So once you find that agent, you're going to go back to what I taught you in section 1. Talk to them. How do they communicate? Do you know the area? Do you know English? What's going to happen when I find a house? I'm coming over to do a discovery. Can you show me at least 10 houses when I'm coming over to do a discovery trip? Okay. So those are the same things that go back to our training from the beginning. Okay. This is why I did America First. Now, can you get a loan? Securing a mortgage as a foreigner truly is different than doing it in America. Some places won't allow you to do a mortgage. Some countries don't want you to do a mortgage. They only want you to pay with cash. But there are many countries that do allow you to do a loan, but you need to make sure that your lender understands fully that you are an American and you need to understand the international part of the loan. Okay. Like I said, I work with two. Well, I have 2, and then I have another one I'm working with for Italy. He understands the Caribbean, Canada, United States, Portugal, Dubai. All right. So you need to work with someone. And then also, sometimes you have to work with an attorney. No ifs, ands, or buts. You have to work with an attorney, but you have to understand that the attorney settings in America are a little bit different than like some attorneys. That's what they do. I'm an attorney because I do real estate. Like that's what they do. They don't necessarily do any other type of law. They just do the real estate only. So you also can get representative companies, guys. If you dig into it and you're like, oh my God, this is too much. I don't know how to do all this. This is too much because it is very heavy. You can call a company that will represent you for a fee. They will help you put together your visa paperwork. They will help you to get your visa. They will help you find an agent. They will go home shopping with you. They will help you find an attorney. It's not cheap. But sometimes if it's overwhelming for you and too confusing, it's worth you buying into that program. But you want to make sure that they are legitimate. Because right now, while everybody's talking about moving abroad, there are a lot of companies going, oh, we get this money, right? So no, you want to make sure that you work with a reputable and you can research them and know that you're working with a good company that can help you with that. All right, so let's move on. Please learn the language. A lot of these countries have free courses, just like America, where you can learn the A1 and the A2 level of that country's language. Even a basic knowledge of it will help you in your daily life. Don't go put your American away. Keep your America in America. You came out of that country to learn and grow. So you want to do it properly. Immerse yourself. Go to the coffee shops. Go to the movies. Go to the little fiestas that they have. All right? And don't just assume that they speak English. That's disrespectful. Now, most countries require their citizens when they're in school to learn more than one language. A lot of times it's English, but a lot of times it's also French or Italian. So don't just come and assume that they automatically know your language. And yes, there are Google translators and they help, but don't depend on that. Okay? Make sure you learn, you can get free classes to learn the language. All right, next. Almost done, guys. All right, we're almost done. We're in home stretch. So before we hit this home stretch, I want you to know that you can go back and watch any of this again on flynubianmoneyclub.com. All right, because this is a lot of information and we've gone over stateside and international, and that's a lot. But I don't want you to feel like, oh my God, I forgot everything. Go back to flynubianmoneyclub.com and watch this. Okay. All right. Now that we've gone through that, I want you to really think about if you are ready to move abroad. In the handout that I told you to download, and that's bit.ly / what did I say is move? Okay, wish list. See, talk a lot, you lose a lot of brain cells. bit.ly / wish list to welcome mat. All lowercase. You'll get the handout for today. Don't forget, when you get the email, you have to go back to your email to approve. Allow me to email you. There's 2-step process to this so that you could get this. The second part of the handout is a quiz. And it's a quiz that I have put together for you to assess your readiness, if you are ready to move abroad or not. It's going to ask you some tough questions. And it's going to put you right where you need to figure out where you need to be. Hey, am I ready to move now? Is all my paperwork ready? Hey, let's do this. Or I'm almost there, but I don't quite have everything in order. Let me get back to my research. Or I ain't ready at all. Let's get it together, right? This will help you assess where you are in this process. And let me tell you something. When I was a little girl, I dreamed. I'm a vocalist. My husband's a musician. I dreamed that I would travel the world singing. I'm living this dream. I'm living the dream of singing and visiting countries. I'm living in the dream of back and forth to Portugal. I'm living the dream of being a world citizen. It is not impossible. You just got to get out of your own way. And I get really emotional when I talk about this because you don't have to stay stuck. Are you a digital nomad? Do you work for yourself? Can you pick up and move and experience different countries? Can you go spend 3 months in Thailand? Can you go spend 3 months in Portugal? Can you go spend 3 months in Italy and take your visa, which is a worldwide pass, and visit this world? Do it so that you can have stories for them grandbabies and encourage them to do the same. I am Laura Lalaki. I'm also known as the Realty Goddess. I don't take that lightly. And I encourage you to be the light. Whether you're buying at home or you're buying abroad, you are investing in yourself. You're not alone. And if you need to tap into someone else to help you, do so. And that's what you have with us at flynubianmoneyclub.com. We're helping you and uplifting you and cheering you on. So that's what I have for you today. I got it all in our time frame. I appreciate you being here. And I'm so glad you took the time to spend some time with me. Now, I don't know if I'm going to have someone else come back on with me for a few minutes, or if we're going to end right now. But don't forget that you can go to flynubianmoneyclub.com to watch this presentation over again. I want to shout out some people. Thank you, Big Mac, for being here. Darlene, thank you for being here. Ida, thank you for being here. Terry, being here. Oh my gosh, look at all these people. Athena, we have, oh man, look at this. Naomi was here. Lori was here. Oh, Juanita was here asking questions. I am so grateful for you. This is a family, right? Family. So this is what we do. All right, my loves, that's what I have for you today. I hope that you have a beautiful rest of the day and that you have learned something. And if you did learn something, why don't you just give me a little shout out? All right, follow me on all of my social media platforms. Sign up for my newsletters. You'll get links for that too. If you go to bit.ly/Laura Key Info, you'll find all of my social media as well as signing up for the newsletters that I have. I have one for Portugal and I have one for the United States. If you want to learn about areas there, do that. But that's what I have for you. And I'm grateful for you. So, Mrs. Producer, I'm not exactly sure what you would like me to do now. So, thank you for being here. Go back to look at everything in the website. And I am going to see what our next step is, right? I can't hear you.
Come on. I was like so enamored with what happened just now. You all, I hope that you enjoyed. I was so into it. I was like, oh, okay, well, she got it. But I just oh my gosh, such a great, you guys. That presentation was amazing. So funny. I was backstage like, ooh, oh, and I think I just got caught up in the rapture of you. So I thank you so much for coming.
Thank
I hope
you.
you all enjoyed it. Listen, you all, this is what you can expect. I saw some people saying that this presentation was excellent, and I knew it would be. Lala is excellent. She is someone that you would want to work with if you want to go and have real estate abroad. I think that this is where you start. You start with my sister Queen over here. She is going to get you together. She's going to get you right. You don't have to worry about being scammed and all of that. So make sure that you reach out to her, because even if she doesn't do real estate in that country, I'm pretty sure she can help you get somewhere, like get where you're going. And provide excellent information.
And it may take a little time. So I do want you all to understand that if you do reach out to me and we're in your initial stage of finding you someone, be patient because we will get you to the right people. I'm not just going to be assigning people stuff and go, here you go. No, I want to make sure that you are taken care of.
Yeah. And then you also said something about just making sure you all make sure that you go to her website, sign up for newsletters. If you need consultation, please, please, please. Let's not just talk about what we want to do. Let's just do it. Let's send the emails. Let's do the thing. Start today. All we have is now. And I'm so I think I'm so aware of the time of now, in like the present, because over the holidays I've been losing family members, and I was just thinking like the time is now. The time is now, not tomorrow, not waiting till 25, not saying I'm just sit back and it's something I dream of, but I'm not going to do anything yet. Just start getting the ball rolling. You'll get that momentum.
Baby, when you start putting energy into what you want, it may not be for you now, but when you put energy into that, things start moving.
It does. It just does. And things that you never knew would come to you, start to come to you, because that's kind of how God is, or the universe is, however you perceive. But that's how it is. Once you just have a thought and you say it, it just seems like it starts to work for you. So, I am so grateful. This is our first training of Fly Nubian Money Club. It is in my intention for the entire the entire year, really, to focus on getting you top experts. You all, for the people that have gone to flynubianmoneyclub.com and signed up, right now we have a free trial. So try us out for 30 days. In 2 weeks from today, I have another top expert coming in who will teach you another topic. And it's going to be fabulous. I'm not going to give you any information right now, but I do have someone that's going to get you ready for tax season. If you are a crypto owner, she also has information about crypto taxes and just making sure that you understand crypto and how to use it and how to file and just loopholes that might be in the tax system that you need for your business or moving forward, or for your real estate, right? So there's all these things. So I want to make sure that you have exactly what you need. It's going to be detailed. Juanita, yes. I'm going to make sure these queens are thorough and you have all the information that you need. So if you have not signed up for the Fly Nubian Money Club, for the Fly Nubian Money Club, please do that now. Please do it now. Please
And
do
tell
it.
somebody.
Yes, tell your friends. Like this is a really big deal, and I want to make sure something else that I want to say before you go, because I know that you all have to go because it's Saturday, right? But I want to make sure that we do challenges, that we actually have a community. I will, make myself available to talk to Irma and Juanita and Terrell, whoever it is that comes and joins us. We want to make sure that we are keeping each other accountable. You may be assigned an accountability partner. It's a real community. Like, I really want to level up. You know what I mean? So
Yeah.
I hope that you sign up and you understand that we are not playing in 2025. Actually, the remainder of into 2025. I'm gonna get you ready. So that's all I have.
What we need.
Yeah. Final thoughts for you, Lala. Did you have? I mean, you've said so many things, but do you have any final?
I'm just really tickled, and I'm so happy to be a part of this family, because that's what it is. Yeah. We do have to get ourselves in order and continue to lift one another up, because we're not hopeless. Yeah. We're not hopeless. We always have a way to continue to shake off that dirt and move along. And if this is one of your dreams, do it. Because no joke, Tiara said she's had a lot of loss, and so have I. And this is one of the reasons that I'm doing what I'm doing right now, singing across the country, selling real estate in other areas, because you only got one ride around here and you don't know if you have tomorrow or not. That's so right. Set it in motion and go for it.
Yes. Final thought, you all. Again, I want to make sure that we've answered all of your questions. If you have not, if you have one thought or you have anything that you want to say right now, speak now or forever hold your peace. And we're going to get out of here. Y'all, I'm on the East Coast right now. I'm not at home. I am partying with family members. I had to get away from, like Lala said, we've experienced a lot of loss in the last 2 weeks. So I just came to Pennsylvania to party with my family and enjoy them. But if no one else has any thoughts, any questions for Lala or myself, we're going to get out of here. We're going to let y'all go and enjoy the rest of your weekend. We good? Everybody good? Everybody good?
I think so.
You guys have a wonderful weekend. We'll see you in 2 weeks. And then also make sure that you sign up for flynubianmoneyclub.com. Yes. All right. Bye.
I'm pretty much done. I packed a long time ago. I just have to put little stuff together. Boys will pack the morning of.
But then tells us, oh yeah, you gotta be prepared.
Yeah, but he's good. He has it all in his head, what he needs to bring with him. And then he'll just pack like,
no,
he won't be packed, and the next minute he'll be packed.
No, it takes him a little while because we're all outside waiting. And then.
Oh, waiting on him?
Uh-huh.
You think that's what's gonna happen tomorrow?
And it always happens.
Me, yeah, I pack at the last minute. Yep. But I always get back. I'm pretty packed for this one.
We're always outside waiting for you, and you're the one who's like, come on, get going while you're halfway packed.
You're right. You got it. Well, this should actually put my getting in the house with a woman again. It's like moving back in with my mama. So like weather, I guess, is something where you can sail around it and all that stuff. But it's really kind of a new experience. Like we've never chartered a yacht before, you know, like it's kind of a bougie thing to do. And but we're glad to do it also because you can't take any cruises. And I love going on cruises. You know, but all the cruises, the ships are shut down. So, you know, so this is going to be a new experience. I don't know. It's just something that I just really wanted to try. And so I'm learning as we go along. My goal is to be an ambitious person. And ambition means that you set goals and you try to accomplish your goals and all the things that matter to you. So what a lot of people do that I think is a terrible mistake is they'll be very ambitious on things that are professional, but they kind of just let their family life kind of have whatever's left over, right? And the hard part is that after you put all your time into your career and your job, you know, you don't have much left over if you're really ambitious. You leave it all on the floor, so to speak. So what you have to do, in my opinion, is see your whole life as part of your whole master plan, where you're ambitious about all the things that matter to you. So if you have family, you know, you're ambitious about family the same way you're ambitious about your job.
So he's learned to at least tell us, okay, I'm gonna do a lot. So what happened when we were on vacation? We traveled for many hours, you know, and so he's just like, we went and got food or gas or something, and then he said, excuse me everybody, I'm gonna do a podcast. So he'll walk somewhere and then do a podcast, or say something that he needs to say and then post it, and then we'll get in the car and go. So it just takes patience from the kids. It's the lifestyle of an entrepreneur is what the kids have gotten used to. Okay. They know that it's flexible enough where he can work from home all day, he can go travel to Colombia or do whatever he wants, but at the same time, it's still like he's always have the mindset of working. And then we'll probably go somewhere out in Miami, and then we're gonna get COVID tests. We're all gonna be tested for COVID, I think. Are we still gonna do that?
I guess we'll take the captains.
Whatever the captain of the yacht tells us.
Is that yeah, that's well, they can
drive in the drive.
Oh, that's what they do.
want to say he's gotten much better. There have been times at Christmas, at Thanksgiving, there'll be a whole house full of people and we've had to drag him from down here. But he's gotten better. he's actually very patient with me, because sometimes I'll just come in there and I'll slide him a note and I'll say, end this live now. And he's been really nice. And then he'll just look at me and say, okay, and then he'll try to wrap it up. So I do want to give him credit that he's been pretty good. But there have been times where I have to put my foot down.
Hey, what's up, guys? What's going on? I'm Dr. Boyce Watkins from Your Black World and the Black Business School. And it's Halloween, and I thought that I would just hop in and say hello. Welcome to drboycetv.com. This is a home for intelligent black people, so if you're not black and intelligent, you may want to get the fuck out.
Oh, he'll do a video while people are here, the whole household full of people. Just like the performance. He was like, you're on my Instagram.
My friend Chris, he was Black Jesus, and he was singing for his wife, and it was awesome. And I put it on my Instagram. You should check it out. You know, I said, look at this, Black Jesus on his knees for a black woman, right? So you got a God bowing to a goddess. Like I just love that.
So he will you just never know. Being around Boyce, and anybody who's been around Boyce knows this. You don't know when he'll just start recording. And that is something that he's actually been that way ever since I met him. I've known Boyce almost 30 years. He has 30 years of video recordings.
So this does not make Biden a terrible guy. This is just another piece of information that you can use to make a decision. So I gotta go. I'm about to get out of here. But anyway, so that the reason I wanted to go live real quick is let you all know that we are gonna do election night coverage. I'm gonna bring in black people from all different backgrounds. We're gonna bring some panelists from the All Black National Convention, and we're gonna have a black party. Take care, and feel free to go to my Instagram if you want to see Black Jesus on his knees singing to a beautiful black woman. I thought that was the coolest thing in the world.
It snowed on Halloween last year, but that don't stop people from going out. From 4 to probably 4 to 7. It doesn't go, or maybe 4 to 6. It's not going to go very much longer. This is not a lot of. Usually, there's a lot of people out, way more than this. So there's some people staying home, which is fine with me.
The earliest trick-or-treating memory I had when I was it was 1975. I was 4.
You remember that?
I remember it because I remember my mother was pregnant, and she's pregnant Halloween. That's how I figured out, or made the connection about when my mother had the baby and the baby died. Because I was like, if she was pregnant, because my sister was born in September. So why would my mother be pregnant if my sister was born in September? The following.
How long was your mom?
I remember pulling her arm and noticing her stomach was big, and I was like, "Come on, Mama!" That's like I wanted her to run, and she couldn't run because she had a big stomach. So Mama was like ready to give birth. Yeah. That was when we didn't make it. Yeah. And so my sister was born about maybe a year, about 11 months later.
Good.
So
Okay.
I guess they must have just got pregnant like right after.
A replacement child.
Really? Is that a thing? That's a therapy thing?
That is a thing, replacement child.
Oh, okay.
The thing is that it just you have a hole, you have a gap there, emotional need. So you have usually people do all sorts of things, but having another baby is one of the things to feel that need in.
Wow.
It's I think it helps you deal with the grief, but then you don't want to put all your hopes and expectations on it. But you come around after a while. I never went trick or treating. My mom would drop me off at this church. Me and my friend, we just get dropped off at this church, and then we would spend hours. I don't know how she knew to pick me up. There was no cell phone, nothing. She would just drop me off at a church, and then I would bob for apples, and they had like little stations. They had a haunted house down there. I don't even know what church it was. And then after a while, I would just look up, and there she was, standing there, and I would be like, okay, I guess it's time to go.
Do you know what time Kristen Talana gonna get here?
It's like 5 o'clock. What time is it?
No, it's like 5:30.
Is that them?
Yeah, that's.
Well, they can come over here.
They can drive in the driveway.
Oh, nice to meet you, Deputy.
The reason I wanted to go live real quick is let you all know that we are going to do election night coverage. I'm going to bring in black people from all different backgrounds. We're going to bring some panelists from the All Black National Convention, and we're just going to have a black party. And it's going to be all about the election, about the community, B1 philosophy, and everybody else is giving their spin, so we're going to give ours.
I think Biden's going to win, but it's going to be a contested election. It'll be closer than what people think, though. I think that Trump has more support than people think, but the stock market's pretty smart and objective, and the stock market is actually pricing in a Joe Biden win and possibly a blue wave. The Democrats might actually take the Senate, so it'll be interesting to see how it all turns out. Sometimes I have so much going on in my head, I have to lay it all out there so I can really see visually what the thoughts are, because there's so many things I'm thinking about with this election, but not just with the election, but with where we are in general, like with the black agenda. I believe the black agenda is something that we don't need white people's permission to do that. I think that the black agenda needs to be implemented by black people, and I don't know why that's such a complex idea that we just kind of thought about recently, but I processed that, and that's what I'm going to actually pursue. So the way I see it, black people have already won this election, no matter who the president is.
We really don't need the government. We don't need the help from, any of these political parties to do anything. We could build a virtual community and make millions, across the world because of the access that we have right now. So, I don't believe that they've had an agenda. They're not going to. And once whoever gets elected, let's see what they do, or who's going to hold their feet to the fire.
So let's assume that Biden wins.
Mm-hmm.
What are you gonna do about it? Are you gonna put his feet to the fire? Or are you gonna do what?
Hell yeah. I enjoy, I'm team black people. Every election I vote for black people, and that's it. And I'm voting for the black people that want my vote, that are voting for themselves. If you're black and you're voting for white people, then I'm not voting for you. But if you're black and you want the black community to prosper and do better, then we can work together. The three key areas will be like reparations, conversations, mass incarceration, kind of dealing with that, the Biden crime bill, fixing that. And then also businesses, like we have to get support for the businesses. And then even little basic things like Contract with Black America lists things about like home ownership. Like they could easily give some like interest-free loans for Black people that want to buy houses.
It wasn't my idea, it was actually Boyce's idea, so I did not know what to expect. It was something I think that had been on his mind. It was like a seminal trip that he wanted to take. I was a little hesitant because I wasn't sure about what is this, and it's not a cheap trip at all, according to my my view. And I will have to say he was right. Like, it was something that we should have done. I'm so happy we did it. It exceeded my expectations, whatever those were, you know. Like, the chef was there. We had a chef and we had a crew. So the chef cooked all of the meals as exactly how we asked for them to be cooked. The captain took us very interesting places, all of the games and the activities that we did. It was just never boring. It was always interesting. The scenery was just beautiful. Like, I just could have just sat on the yacht and just looked at everything. It went by fast. and the kids had a good time. All of us had a really good time. And I think Boyce kind of had a moment there in reflection mode. There was a really nice picture of both of us on the last night of the yacht, and we were just kind of looking out, watching the sunset. And it was romantic. It was fun. We danced, we partied, we ate good. And it was yet another bonding experience with the family and his sister Tangi.
You know, the flight to Florida was, it was a good flight. It's always chaotic, like traveling with the kids and you know, Alicia and everything. But it was uneventful, you know. And I think traveling during COVID is interesting because we got a lot of flack from her mama about, you know, going down there at this particular time. You know, her mom is not too happy about that. You know, but we went down there. We're not stupid about COVID. You know, we wear our mask. We do what we're supposed to do. We don't go down there just acting a fool or anything. But we felt safe and we had a good time. And the hotel was nice. And so it was like a nice beginning to a trip. I think the thing that was like a point of curiosity for us is that we had never like chartered a boat before.
I took a big step in dental health. I had to go and get some dental work done, and Alicia's been pushing me to do it. It wasn't something I didn't want to do. It was just something I was going to do eventually, but not right away. But she kept pushing me. So I said, okay. dental health is really important, you know, for your physical health. So I went ahead and just surrendered to the process, and they had to do this oral surgery. And I told them I wanted to get some implants to really tighten up some stuff, and they did. So they put me under, and it turned into like a little bit of a shit show. My blood pressure spiked during the procedure, or like way over 200 or something like that, and that became kind of an issue. And I didn't even know about it till I woke up. So it's literally like 14 hours of being in a dentist chair. It was only supposed to be 7 hours. It was pretty fucking terrible, but you know, but it was almost like it wasn't. It's like, as I tell the story, it sounds terrible, but going through it, even as I was going through it, I was like, this is really terrible. But it was just like, okay, you know, I'm just here. Like I really I wasn't as uncomfortable as I actually feel like I should have been just describing the story. It sounds terrible, you know, but because they gnawing on your teeth and all that for 14 hours, but it wasn't that bad. It was just like, okay, all right, well, let's do what we got to do. I gotta blend my food while I got my dental work going on. It drives me crazy because I want those wings. That's how I got these shiny teeth.
We had a little issue, his blood pressure. As soon as we put him under, his blood pressure shot up, and they said it went up above 200. And I was like, okay. And they said, we're gonna bring him up. It's gonna take him a while, and then we're gonna finish the rest of it while you were awake.
How long was I under?
So they put you under around 8 or 9 o'clock in the morning. You did not come to till 1.
Oh, really?
PM, and then they would not let me leave.
What time did they tell you that they had to bring me up?
Probably around 11 or noon.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, and so I had to sit there and wait for like an hour or so.
I don't feel any anxiety about that whole, you know, it's like something about dying in your sleep, possibly. Like, I don't want to die. I wouldn't want to die, but it's like it just doesn't. It's like, well, you know. I wasn't ready for you to go.
I will be. Hold on, dental surgery that I pushed you into because I was being.
Oh, you were. I told you.
Pushy and I can be sometimes, and so I tell boys to just tell me, Alicia, you're being too pushy.
We have just started this property search. We have found a builder that's awesome. So we were looking at homes with our realtor, and we knew exactly what we wanted, but we didn't see the house that matched what we wanted. But we found a house that was pretty close, except the neighborhood that it was located in, it wasn't a tough neighborhood. So we reached out to the builder and we met with the builder yesterday, and we like what we put together.
We should look for a property that's a little easier to work with.
Now our challenge is just to find property. So our realtor found a couple of pieces of property. We're looking for something that's close to water, something scenic. Boyce is a little over the top. So he wants like all this land and this big old house. And me, I'm trying to think like, okay, how are we gonna clean this and heat it and cool it?
We just started and found out that this property that it sucks. It's not a place we're going to build anything. So we're going to look at some other properties, and John is going to work with Carmen. So Carmen, we told Carmen what we wanted, and Carmen's going to pick some stuff out, run it by John. John, we'll take a look and then let us know if he thinks it'll work. And I told him that I wanted 2 to 4 acres, and because I want some land, and there we go.
I said, boys, I am not going to talk to this man about 8,000 square foot house. There's no way. What do we need this house for? Who's going to be living in this house? Now, because he said that eventually he'd like for our parents to come live in this house and stay with us. That I can wholeheartedly agree with. But other than that, why do we need all this? Now, I will say that Boyce needs a nice office. He does need like a green room studio. It's totally soundproof. He does need that for his business.
Well, how about this? We'll take a look. I mentioned 2 to 4 acres, right? And then we'll take a look, and then we'll look at the price and have a conversation and decide. I want a yard. I want a yard. I don't like this place. Felt cramped. It felt like there wasn't supposed to be a house back here. Okay. You know, and then check this out. I think you said that the front door would have to be most likely facing the water. And didn't you say that's bad for feng shui?
No, that's actually good. You do want water.
Oh, the water shouldn't be in the back of your house.
In the front. Well, yeah, sometimes in the back your chi could run out in the back.
Oh.
But you can put shrubbery to cover it. We went to visit his parents, and we were really good because we sat out on the front porch, and Boyce, we were way far from your dad, and your mom was there, and so it's just Boyce and I there, and I'm looking, I said, Papa Larry, how much land do you have? He told us he had 3 acres of land, and I said, good grief, we need to come back, we need to bring the kids, and we need to have like a fun time over the summer, during the weekend, and we're gonna plan this. So we did plan that. And a couple of weeks ago, we came back, we brought the children with us. They played on the front lawn. They went, Boyce has a big pond in front of his house. And there's like a huge driveway. And so the kids went skateboarding and they were roller skating down. We played kickball, remember? We played kickball. Boyce and my daughter, and then Quincy and myself, my son and myself, and we all played on teams. And we got beaten up by the mosquitoes, and we ate a bunch of chicken, and we had a bunch of I brought a cooler out, and we just sat there for 2 full days and sat on the porch. We talked about religion, we talked about politics, we talked about, what did we talk about? Love, we talked about family, and they've been such a great support to any and every little thing that the kids do. They're like cheering them on 100%. And so it's been really beautiful. Now they have like a new set of grandparents, and you know, they're excited about Boyce being a stepdad, and they're seeing some of the perks, that comes along with this. So they see Boyce as a benefit.
The little one requires a little more supervision because she's little, but she has she has her schoolwork, and then also she has her passion, and when I look at kids, I'm looking at I'm also factoring in, like, what are you going to be when you grow up? What does it really take to be a successful adult in this world? You got to be able to read, write, do math, and then you got to know how to do whatever it is that you want to do for a living. So the little one is a performer. I like pointing, kind of spotting like people's passions, and so for her passion just jumps out.
And really, I think COVID brought us all closer together because, Quincy was talking about all this philosophy he's getting into, and your dad's all into philosophy, and we had really healthy discussions.
where normally we would be inside watching television. And I made a comment on that. I said, God, I've gotten to know you more this summer during the pandemic because we are sitting out on this front porch, no TV there, and we're talking to each other and having genuine connection with each other.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How you doing? My name is Dr. Boyce Watkins. Welcome to drboycetv.com, the home for intelligent Black people. It's so good to see everybody, and I hope you all can hear me okay. I wanted to come in to talk about something that I saw on IG. There's always financial lessons everywhere that I think we can all learn from, things that we see that can actually help us to understand money a little bit better. And before I move on, though, I'd like to ask you if you could hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. We don't get corporate backing. We're not trying to be mainstream and all that stuff, but we are looking for intelligent Black people. And so if you are in that category, if you are a person who wants to do better, if you love your community, if you love your family, love your people, then we are your people. So feel free to hit the thumbs up button, thumbs up, share, subscribe. And also, as I begin, I want to remind you guys that every single morning, 7 days a week, at 10 a.m. Eastern, I do financial training for anybody that wants to learn about money, anybody that wants to learn about economics. And I see Yoshika. How you doing today, girl? Good to see you. Tony Brown is FBA. All right, Foundational Black Americans. Shout out to all foundational Black Americans. Give us our reparations. Give me a yes if you agree that we deserve our reparations. All right, so one of the things I wanted to show you guys is a clip that I found of a young lady who is apparently from Nigeria, and she says her dad pays all of her bills. And I thought that would be an interesting financial lesson because a lot of y'all got kids. How many of you got kids? Anybody got kids? Give me a yes if you got kids, and give me a yes if your kids get on your nerves sometimes. if you got kids and they annoy you sometimes, then you put a yes in the chat. We got the 3 kids in the house, and I'm their bonus dad, so I didn't actually give birth to these kids. Our son is 6'9", so if you saw him, you would know that I cannot have the biology to produce a 6'9" kid. But I love him. I love him very much, and shout out to all the people out here that are taking care of their kids, whether you gave birth to them or not. So let me go ahead and play this clip. Give me a quick yes if you guys can hear the clip. There's a young lady that should be on the screen. If you're on Instagram, you won't be able to see the video, but you'll be able to hear it. Also, those of you that are listening on Spotify, same thing for you, but I'll explain what we're seeing here. So hopefully you guys can all hear it. So let me know if you can hear it. Here we go. I'm going to play it right now. It's on my Instagram page, which is Dr. Boyce Money, and here we go. Oh.
And what do you do for a living?
I vibe. I'm joking. No, I do acting on social media.
What would you say you spend in a typical month?
I can't say this online.
Roughly.
Between like 5 to 8.
How do you spend that money?
Shopping and Uber.
And rent and stuff?
My dad covers my rent.
How much a month are you paying in rent then? Or is your dad paying?
I pay yearly. My dad covers. I'm Nigerian. For everyone out there, in the culture, that's just how we are. But yeah, my dad covers everything. My dad covers my life.
How much do you think you need to earn a year to be comfortable living in London?
I don't know how it works in terms of like how much people make in this country. I can't lie to you. Me personally, I need a lot. Because I spend a lot. I need a lot.
How much do you earn a year?
I don't really have like a base for how much I earn. If we're talking about what I get from my dad,
yeah,
I can't say. Unfortunately, I have to keep that one to my chest.
Above 100K?
Just know I'm enjoying life, and that covers my life.
How old are you?
I'm 23.
And what do you do for a living?
I vibe. I'm joking. No, I do acting on social media.
What would you say you spend in a typical month?
I can't say this online.
Roughly.
Between like 5 to 8.
How do you spend that money?
Shopping and Uber.
And rent and stuff?
My dad covers my rent.
How much a month are you paying in rent then? Or is your dad paying?
I pay yearly. My dad covers. I'm Nigerian. For everyone out there, in the culture, that's just how we are. But yeah, my dad covers.
Okay, I'm going to stop sharing right now. I hope you guys, let me know if you were able to hear that. Give me a yes if you were able to hear that. I know some of you on Instagram. Dr. Boyce Money is my Instagram page. So feel free to follow me there. I'm going to go live on Dr. Boyce Money in the mornings when I do my morning class. So if you want to follow there, you can. Let me know if you guys can hear that. Okay, so here's what was going on in this video. This young lady basically says that she's 23 and her father pays all of her bills. And she spends $5,000 to $8,000 per month. And she said mostly shopping. And here's the thing. I think that was inspirational. First off, let me ask you all a question. How many of you give me a type the word good if you think that that's a good thing. Type bad if you think it's bad that a 23-year-old can do whatever she wants because somebody else is paying the bills. So give me a good if you think that's good. Give me a bad if you think that's bad. What do you all think? I'd be curious to know what you all think about this interesting thing. Okay, I see a bad from Angela Africa. Okay, Vanessa says bad. Jay says good. Jay says she's honest. Yes, honesty is good. Kim Hitchcock says bad. Okay. Emma says bad. Who else? Okay, April says yes and no. Okay, that's interesting. All right. Let's see. Moyo says good. Yoshika says I'm torn. Yeah, you know what, Yoshika, I'm with you. I am torn. Todd Buchanan, you said both. Yeah, I'm gonna give the short answer on this. Again, in my simple opinion, I'm not an expert on being a dad. I'm considered an expert in finance, but that does not mean I know everything. So I'm not a know-it-all. First thing you learn when you get a PhD is how little you actually know. So your opinion really does matter to me. And I like hearing perspectives because I like learning from you. Let me go ahead and give you my answer. So the Dr. Boyce answer to whether this is good or bad is that the answer is both. It is good and bad. So what I'm going to do is give you some pros and cons so that when, some of y'all are doing well, some of y'all are making money. You're going to have kids out here that are going to, go out in the world and they're going to say, anybody, I don't know if y'all remember the Cosby episode where one of the kids was like, yeah, Dad, we're rich. And he was like, no, we're not rich. I'm rich. and so it's kind of like sort of letting kids know, like, hey, I learned it. I figured it out. I got it out of the mud. You have to get it out of the mud too. A lot of us have families like that. But then there's that other extreme of saying, like, well, just because you got it out of the mud, just because you struggled and strained and stressed to get ahead, that does not mean your kids have to stress. Just because you were traumatized does not mean your kids have to be traumatized too. And I think that that's the balancing act, right? That's what we're all grappling with as first generation, middle class, upper class people. Give me a yes. In fact, let me just do a quick check. How many of you, give me a yes if you are kind of considered first generation of middle or upper class in your family? Give me a yes in the chat. If you started off poor and now you become successful, you started from the bottom, now you're here. All the people that are in that category, put a yes in the chat. And I'm going to put myself out there too, because I was, born to a 16. Well, my mother was 16 when she got pregnant. When we were 17 when she gave birth to me. Shout out to the mothers that they gave birth to their kids even when they didn't have enough money, because I know Planned Parenthood had another plan for me. They didn't even want me to be here talking to you. I'm not going to lie. But anyway, my mother had a really hard time. When I was a baby, we did live in the projects. I didn't know they were the projects, but that's where we lived. It's called the Sal Place. And so money was really tight. It was really hard. We had to kind of work to get ahead. And in the midst of that struggle, we picked up a lot of excellent values when it came to work ethic, delayed gratification, hard work, consistency, all that stuff, long-term planning, right? So I learned that from my family. Well, you know what? Our kids are some suburban kids. Suburban Black kids don't have those same skill sets all the time. Suburban kids don't have to go through some of the challenges we might have went through, some of the life or death experience some of us went through, and or just all the other things. And I'm kind of glad they don't, right? I'm kind of glad they don't have to struggle like we do. But at the same time, there's a type of strength you gain from struggle. Okay, let me know if you get what I'm saying. Like there's a strength you gain. There's a set of abilities, superpowers you get. If you watch any Marvel movie about any superhero, they will tell you that superhero got their superpowers from some really difficult experience. They were challenged by the experience, they overcame it, and because they overcame it, they became very powerful. So a lot of you have your innate superpowers because you did come out of the mud and you did go through hell in order to create your own heaven. I learned that heaven is a place I had to build. Heaven was not a place that someone was going to ever give me. And that resilience has been beneficial to me. And that's something I'd love for the children to inherit. But the truth is, they're not going to ever really, they're going to be who they're going to be, but I don't know if they're going to be who we are. Right. So anyway, with that said, though, here are some pros of what I see. First of all, if you have kids that are able in their early 20s and 30s, or early 20s at least, to be able to live their lives without financial stress, you'll find that they're able to focus on activities that build their long-term career. They won't have the immediate stress of financial burdens. A lot of research shows that early support in a young person's career can lead to positive long-term outcomes. So if you take that financial burden off of the plate for them, they're able to make long-term decisions as opposed to making short-term decisions, putting out short-term fires. You know what I mean? So I remember when I was 23 and I was working hard. I was a straight A student. I was trying to get my PhD, but I would have to distract myself from my long-term career building activities so I could get $500 to pay the rent. Okay. That was not beneficial. That was not something that was not a character building experience necessarily. That was something where if somebody had said, hey, let me write this check for the rent so you can focus on school, that would have benefited me, because it wasn't like I was going to take the money and go out and become a thug or go out and start gambling with it. I was going to pay the rent with it. So that is one benefit. Also, when you delay financial stress, research shows that young adults face significant financial pressure in early adulthood. Give me a guess if you've noticed how many young people are on TikTok literally crying and breaking down in tears because they can't pay the bills. Has anybody noticed this? This is a really popular trend right now of just falling to pieces on TikTok, as if the internet cares about your feelings. And I guess that maybe those are the only friends that they have. And they're all crying. They're all sad because they don't have enough money. And I feel so bad for them. And I say, why didn't your daddy invest for you? Where's your daddy at? I believe every little girl deserves a daddy. I hate the fact that we have become so distorted in our community that we somehow have become used to the idea that 76% of all Black girls don't have a father in the house. I think every Black girl deserves a daddy. Every Black boy deserves a father. Every Black boy deserves a mama and a daddy, right? We all get a mama. Most of us get a mama. Almost all of us get a mama. But unfortunately, the majority of Black children don't have a daddy. And if they do have a daddy, a lot of daddies can't do for them what this young lady did. So I think a lot of young women were watching this and really happy for her, because they were like, gosh, I wish my dad was able to do this for me. So, to all the daddies that are being good daddies, shout out to you for holding up the standard. I think that we should be the protectors and the providers. I provided for kids that wasn't even mine, because I just believe deeply in the ability to be there for our kids, and we're not there for our kids. And that's why they struggle. As much as we might want to point fingers at them and be mad at them, a lot of them are just making it the best way they can. It's a complex world. We didn't teach them nothing. We ain't leave them nothing. We don't leave them any assets. We got people that die and leave a damn GoFundMe account. All that is unacceptable. All that is unacceptable. We cannot do that. You have to invest for the kids. We have to leave them something. You got to have the life insurance policy, man. Get your trust, protect your assets, man. You put something together for the kids. Start buying stock for them when they're babies so that they don't have to struggle. So that's what I like about it. I like the fact that she's got a man in her life who is not trying to sleep with her, who is there for her on a financial level, who's not trying to push her to go 50-50 and not telling her she's a gold digger because she don't want to eat at the Cheesecake Factory. I think all of that is a beautiful thing. And I'm going to tell you, all this goofiness with the dating where the women are getting yelled at because they have a standard in terms of what they would expect from a man financially. I think that comes from the fact that a lot of these poor girls don't have fathers that can help set that standard. But at the same time, though, that goes to the other side of this argument. So I'm actually going to point that out. So the last benefit I'd say is that it does enhance family bonds. Research shows that if you're supportive of the kids, you're going to be more connected longer term. Why is this a benefit? Well, because one day you're going to get old and you're going to need that young brat to take care of you one day. So you want to make sure that they love you and they don't sort of remember like, well, you left me out to the wolves. You threw me out there and left me with nothing. So now that you're 85, I'm going to throw you out there. Okay. So anyway, do me a favor. Please hit the thumbs up button. Thumbs up, share, subscribe. Let's see. Talisa says, what is this notification? I don't know what that question means. I'd like to ask, what is this question? Because I don't quite know what you mean, but I hope you got a notification. Anybody get a notification? I'm gonna tell you, when you talk about Black people stuff, they tend to mute your channel. You have people that'll do goofy stuff and they have 10 million views, and I'll do the same topic, and it's very difficult to get people in. We have to sort of reach out to you on our own. And in fact, speaking of that, if you want to follow me in the morning, I will go live at Dr. Boyce Money. So on Instagram. So follow me at Dr. Boyce Money on Instagram, and you get a chance to see me go live. I'm gonna go live tomorrow. I'll probably go live once a day or so. And if you're interested in your economic development, then I can sort of help you with some of that. Secondly, don't forget also that tomorrow we're going to do stock options. If you've ever seen how much money and income you can generate by selling stock options, you'll be very impressed by that. I'm going to literally show my students exactly what I do to make money. My wife and I do this. This is how we make our money. So if you'd like to do the $1 trial for the Prime program, which is a very popular stock options income program that we have in the Black Business School, just check the link in the bio. If you're watching on drboycetv.com, the link is in the bio. And also, I have a training called How to Make Money Without Working that'll knock your stocks off. It's totally free. Just text the word money to 87948. So text money to 87948. Okay, all right. So let's see. Ricardo says notification from Twitter, not the text number. Oh, okay. So Twitter gave a notification. That's good. Well, that's better than nothing. I'll take that. All right. Thanks to Elon Musk. I guess he's helping us out. All right. So here's the three cons that you might want to consider when you're talking about taking care of your adult children. The first is kind of a delayed financial independence. So while the support is helpful in the short term, it may undermine the child's ability to develop essential financial management skills. This young lady is spending $5,000 to $8,000 a month with no responsibility whatsoever. She didn't mention that, like, I'm working really hard to finish medical school or I'm busting my butt to build my business. She kind of seemed like she was really living the soft life. And the soft life is good for your mental health to a point, but it can also create a type of stagnation that you don't have when you have a purpose. So a lot of studies show that when a child is able to depend on others financially for a long time, it can delay their transition to full independence. So if you notice in this video, when he asked her basic questions about, like, well, how much does it cost to live here? How much do people have to pay to live in London? She had no idea. She had no idea. So to me, that's a sign of what I call in my book, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. I refer to that as economic immaturity. The economic immaturity showed itself in the sense that she didn't even know what people pay in bills to live in that place. So what if one day she has to pay the bills? What if one day daddy's money runs out and he can't do it for her anymore? She's going to kind of be stuck. That's going to be a real problem for her. And so feel free to go grab a copy of the book, actually, The 10 Commandments of Black Economic Power. You can go to drboycebooks.com and I'll even sign your book for you. And actually our 17-year-old, we don't give our kids the soft life. They work for us. So our 17-year-old is actually the one who will send you your copy of the book if you want to order one, and she'll even have me sign it for you before we send it out. So feel free to go to drboycebooks.com and just search for the word autograph, and you get autographed copies of my books. All right. So the next reason why you want to be really careful about that soft life sort of thing is that it can create a little bit of entitlement. Okay. If you give a lot of financial support to a child, especially a child that is an adult, technically, they can have a sense of entitlement and financial dependency. A lot of research shows that young adults receiving significant financial help may struggle with personal responsibility and motivation to achieve financial autonomy. Now, let me explain it like this. How many of you remember just being hungry? How many of you became successful because you just really wanted it and you felt it? You felt the fire in your belly. You woke up with it. You went to sleep with it. You were hungry like a Rocky movie. Hey, anybody ever have that feeling? Anybody just sort of go through it where you're just feeling like, I got to go do this. I got to make it happen. Ain't nobody here for me. I got to go get this, right? Give me a yes if you've gone through this. I know that was my experience all through my doctoral program. Every single day I woke up, I would study 8, 9, 10 hours a day. I don't think I would have done that if somebody was paying my bills. I was in school for a very long time, and I was just a fighter, man. I just fought. And that fighting ability has really helped me a lot in my life. I'm not scared of nothing. I'm just not scared of nothing. I ain't scared of nobody. Can't nobody get in my way and make me flinch. I'm going to fight until the end, until the finish line, because that's what I was trained to do. And I got that through what I call God's training camp. And that's where you want something, you feel like you deserve it, you worked hard for it, but you still didn't get it because the universe has decided that you're not worthy of it yet, right? The world does not give you what you want. The world does not give you what you want. The world gives you what you deserved. The world typically gives you what you earned. Now, sometimes there's exceptions. Sometimes people get lucky, sure, but we're not going to sit around and hate on that. It's random luck, but you can't rely on luck forever. Typically, life gives you what you pay for. So if you don't get what you feel like you deserve, that means you didn't pay a high enough price. That's what it is. So ultimately, that hunger, that thirst, that push, that's something that entitled kids don't tend to have. And also, it can be the last reason why this could be a problem, taking care of your adult children in that same way, is that basically it can put strain on the parents. I don't know if anybody's seen these studies, but did anybody see this? This was actually in major news media recently. The Surgeon General came out with a report where they basically said that parents in America are in a health crisis. They're in a mental health crisis that literally you're getting crushed in what they call the sandwich generation, especially those of you between, say, the ages of, I don't know, maybe 35 and 55. The sandwich generation is where you've got kids to take care of and you got aging parents to take care of. And you got your job, and you got the bills, and you got inflation, and you have unprecedented amounts of credit card debt, unprecedented amounts of auto loan debt, unprecedented amounts of student loan debt. You're dealing with all of that, right? So you are literally under a lot of pressure. And the Surgeon General literally said this is a public health crisis of epic proportions. Like, this is a big deal. So really, the part of the reason that I'm a little bit concerned about, taking on a financial obligation like that, $5,000 to $8,000 a month, is because, if you run into a financial strain and your child is saying, "Hey, daddy, where's my $8,000?" and you're down to your last $2,000, that can be a problem because you're trying to maintain this image of being the strong man financially. And maybe that image is one that you can't handle at the moment. Maybe you're having a tough time. Maybe maybe your business is struggling. Maybe your savings have been depleted. So ultimately, that's one of the downsides that I see. So if you want to know my 2 cents on it, I think I'm definitely a big believer in investing in kids. I believe you should invest in them in terms of time, invest in them in terms of money, invest in them in terms of energy, invest in them emotionally. All these investments matter. I think some financial support is certainly beneficial, especially if they're doing good things for themselves. And if you got it like that, maybe when you do make those investments, not get to the habit where you create it as a fixed cost. A fixed cost is where they know they're getting the money every month. Instead, make it like a sporadic gift. Like, okay, here you go. I just decided to send you $500 today. And I just want to say I'm proud of you. You're doing a great job. But don't say, hey, I commit to sending you $500 a month forever, because eventually when that relationship comes to an end, or when that financial thing ends, you might have some friction there. You're going to have some financial anxiety. Financial anxiety causes people to start fighting with each other. It causes a lot of conflict in families. My wife is a therapist and she deals with that type of stuff. In fact, I'm going to bring my wife to class later on this week. She's a licensed therapist and a full professor of social work. And so if you want to join us for Money in the Morning financial consciousness training, where we train on the art of economic elevation, how to get your finances right, go sign up at b1moneytips.com. The class is free. It's every morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. So feel free to go to b1moneytips.com and you can join us. And this week, I want to say Wednesday or Thursday, I should be able to get my wife in there to bring her by so she can kind of talk to you guys about financial anxiety and how to deal with financial psychology, the emotions of money. Money is very emotional, and it's something where you don't want money to destroy you and your best relationships. You want money to enhance these things. So that's what we're going to do later on this week. All right, guys, I'm going to get out of here. Reminder, this podcast is on Spotify. So if you look up my name on Spotify, you can find me there. I'll also be live tomorrow morning at Dr. Boyce Money. So feel free to check that out. And last but not least, don't forget the All Black National Convention is happening October 25th through the 27th. This is where we get together. It is a Black sponsored conference with the smartest Black people on the planet coming together to solve problems specifically for Black people. The politicians aren't doing anything specifically for Black people. The corporations are not doing anything specifically for Black people. The government ain't doing nothing specifically for Black people, but Black people are doing things specifically for Black people. So if you're into that kind of thing and you want to be around other people that are looking for solutions for their families, that want to build wealth, that want to educate their kids, that want to build a stronger community and want to just connect with each other, go to allblacknationalconvention.com. That's allblacknationalconvention.com. We usually have hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of people there. We're almost out of tickets. We're going to sell out. We always sell out every year. So you may want to get your passes now. I don't expect there'll be any passes available at the door. So I hope to see you guys in Chicago, October 25th through the 27th. So anyway, I'm out of here, guys. God bless you. Thank you so much for listening. I hope you guys have a wonderful day. And don't forget, if you want to do the $1 trial for the stock options income program, it ends tonight at midnight. You can actually look for the link in the bio. It should be in the bio. So have a good day, everybody. God bless you. I'll see you soon. Bye-bye.
All right. Hello, everybody. How are you? Happy Sunday. I am Dr. Alicia with Coaching with Dr. Alicia. I just want to welcome all of you all to the Dr. Alicia Healing Haven Book Club. Looks like there's a little bit of a lag on my internet, but it doesn't matter. We're going to keep going. Today, we are going to finish up chapter 2 of How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful, very demure, very cutesy type of loving. And it's by David Richo. He is such a wonderful therapist, and he's been practicing, look like 50 years he's been practicing. And I've been practicing for 20 years. I've been a licensed therapist. It has to be 21 years now. Thank you, Joseph. It has to be 21 years. Still eating. We just had dinner. I can't believe we had a big old dinner and then you got junk food. Okay. He said hello. But isn't that something? Your candy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, I'll see you.
Yeah, baby.
All righty. Anyway, we just finished eating dinner, so I'm surprised he's still eating. We had a big plate of food today. Anyway, so we're finishing up chapter 2 of this book. So that means that next week we're going to start chapter 3. And chapter 3, y'all, is all about how to find a partner. And that's going to be kind of fun. So we're going to put chapter 2 to rest. And then we'll start chapter 3 next week. I am coming in next week because I have no travel, nothing going on next week. Anyway, so we're going to start. The author of this book, he ends every chapter. So the ending of chapter 1 and the ending of chapter 2, he puts into place practices, things that you can do to help heal, and things that you can do to help you learn how to interact with individuals in a way that's healthy. And I think that's the whole point of this series. He recommends, although he didn't come out and say it, but he recommends that you start a journal. As you go through this book, he recommends that you have a journal and that you go through certain steps and processes in your journal. So today, what we're going to do to close up chapter 2, I'm going to go over all of the different activities, journal activities that the author recommends that we need to do to develop yourself. So I say, everybody, get your journal out. And we went over this, half of this. We went over a couple of the activities last week. And by the way, if you want to view some of the previous material, you can look at the show notes, and there's links to chapter 1 and chapter 2. So all of you all who are just joining and you don't have the book yet, don't worry. You can go and watch my other videos. I read from the book, but in addition to reading from the book, I also kind of break it down and I kind of throw in my thoughts and ideas about it. And so today, what we're going to do is go through all of the practices that the author is recommending that you do in your journal. And then we will next week continue with chapter 3. So I want to say hello to everybody. Hi, Ronald. How you doing? Good evening to you. Hello, Joseph. It is a nice book. Hi, Rhonda. Rhonda was in here early. Maya. Hello, Maya. How you doing? Maya Bowen. Nice to see everybody in here. You can say hello in the chat. I'll shout you out as much as I can. Neutral Sovereignties Corp. I love that. Love that name. Chalet, how you doing? Okay, Cognitive Warfare. That name sounds familiar. I love that. Cognitive Warfare. You know, that's really great name you got there. That's really what this book is about. This book is about cognitive warfare. It's about reclaiming your mind. And there is a war going on for your mind. And this is about us reclaiming your mind. Moments with LJ. Oh, how you doing? Lori Victory Boyd. Lord, Victory Boyd. I voted for her, by the way. Y'all check out Victory Boyd. I voted for her so she can get this award. She's up for an award, international award. And I was on her Instagram earlier this weekend, and I voted for her. She's an amazing voice, an amazing person. She is an amazing person to write all that music. But anyway, let's get down into it. What we're going to do is go over the practices. So I talked about some of this last week. So I will start right after Heroic Journey. We're going to start on page 73. And I want to review the practices. So number 1, in your journal, what the author is asking for you to do is to think about the important people in your life. And he wants you to go through mentally and do these mental checks in your journal about who is safe and who is not safe in your life. And it's very important to identify the people that you're in constant communication with, constant contact with on a daily basis. Hopefully it's not just work related. I'm imagining there's people in your family, some of your friends that you're in contact with. And what the author is recommending that you go through a process where you check to see who is safe and who is not safe in your life. And he's asking certain questions. Can I chance being myself and let love happen with you, right? These are questions he wants you to either think about it with yourself, or if you are safe enough, bringing it up with the people who are important to you, particularly if you're married, if you have a spouse, you should ask these questions. And not only ask these questions of your partner, but have your partner listen to you answer some of these questions as well. Can this relationship provide a zone of security where the submerged parts of me can surface? What are your insecurities? What are the things that you feel uncomfortable about, or things you were teased, usually things you were teased about in high school, or, certain insecurities that you have. A lot of it comes out in high school, and things have happened to you when you were growing up, things you've experienced that you may feel embarrassed about, things that you submerge about yourself. You mask some of these, and they could be insecurities. Can you talk about these things with a safe person? So that's the very first practice he's asking, because not everybody is safe, and not everybody can give you the safety that you need for you to open up. And it's important to kind of assess what you're doing. The second item that he wants you to talk about is about mirroring. Well, we talked about mirroring a few weeks ago. You can check that out. But he is saying in your journal to ask your partner, can you help me in my efforts to get back on track? When you have this trusted person, can you lean on them to help you develop into the best person that you can be? And can you give them permission, so to speak, to just say, this situation was uncomfortable for me. I experienced bullying, or I experienced an embarrassing situation with me. And these are some things that I'm struggling with. In a lot of the practice I work with couples, we talk a lot about how did that person trigger you? What is it with that person that triggered you to react in such a strong way that you did? And a lot of this is the basis of healing and to understanding each other a little better. And I got to tell you, this is the reason why I think there is nothing like your spouse or the person that you are in a relationship with. I don't think that can be compared to anything. And I know there's some ways of thinking where people believe that how you interact with your partner, you should give that same level of interaction with a boss or with a colleague or with a subordinate. And I don't believe that. I don't believe that there is a comparison between an interpersonal relationship, somewhere where there's intimacy there. I don't think there's a comparison there. So the person that you decide to get married to, the person you decide to settle down with, that relationship is like in nothing else, right? So I really do think that that relationship is unique. And this is why having these conversations, do I sometimes trigger you into feeling something I couldn't bear to feel, so that you can help me identify it and then hold it with me? You don't have that level of intimacy with anybody else, right? So that's sort of my thinking there. Okay, the next thing or challenge, I call them challenges or exercises that he recommends that we do. The third one is adult seeking. And with this, he's saying that sometimes we come into a relationship or we come into a situation where we're just kind of lacking. There's certain qualities or needs that we want to get fulfilled. And no matter what happens, no matter where it comes from, we always seem to feel a little empty. So he's saying, if you are If you fear loneliness, if that's the fear deep down inside that you're going to be lonely, you know, why would you get married? There's a bottomless pit that comes along with that. So he wants you to be able to think about this in your journals. Can I receive a moderate amount of attention and be happy with it? Because it's unrealistic to think that somebody can just shower you with attention forever, right? So, but it's important to set aside special time for attention and for allowance and for all of the things that you need in a healthy relationship. But at some point, you're going to have to fill it up yourself. So he's asking you the second thing to do that. The third task is to do that. The next challenge that he gives people is you have to face certain options in yourself. So what he wants you to do in your journal is to think about how are you progressing in certain scenarios? Are you acting as an unmirrored inner child in all of the ways in which it possesses you? So what, in my mind, how I like to think of it is, do you respond in a way where you're responding as a hurt person, a hurt little child, or are you responding to life in a way where your pain has been processed? Okay, so that's how I like to see it. Is it the hurt child talking, or is it the adult talking? An adult means no matter what pain you went through or whatever happens to you, you've processed it and you can go forward in life as an adult, right? So here's his challenge. You write this in your journal. Do you seek relationships that mirror and build trust? Okay, that's the healthy adult. Or do you seek relationships that fail and mirror that breaks trust? You know, are you seeking relationships and not picking up that this person is not trustworthy? Are you trying to get trustworthiness out of somebody that could never give that to you? You know, are you in denial, living in denial because you can't face the pain of understanding that the person that you're with right now is not even capable of giving you what you need, right? So are you seeking out relationships that is doomed from the beginning because the person wasn't very trustworthy? Why did you ignore the red flags? That's what I think he's saying in here. When you ignore the red flags, you're putting your emptiness ahead of what you know is best for you, right? So, you know, so that's you operating as a hurt child. Okay, so the second thing, I think there's a little bit of a delay, but I'll keep going. The second task is, do you understand that trauma is a bridge, right? Or do you experience trauma as only an obstacle, right? So is it an obstacle you can't get through, or is it a bridge to make sure that you can overcome something, right? He's also asking, do you recover from the past and move beyond the pain? So moving beyond the pain and recovering from the past, or are you on an unconscious level repeating the past and clinging on to the hurt and pain? So he's asking you to write these down. Ooh, it takes a lot of honesty to get to this point, to be able to honestly answer these questions about you and your relationships. In your relationships, how does this fit your experiences? Do you wish to transcend an experience, or do you feel compelled to reenact an experience, right? Do you want to, because when you reenact an experience, you are just continually replaying something so that you can master it. Not by dealing with the pain, but by looking ahead and saying, I want to try to master this, so I'm going to replay it over and over again. Or are you the kind of person that says, you know what? Instead of repeating this cycle, this trend that happens all the time, I'm going to stop. I'm going to look back and I'm going to figure out, how can I transcend this experience by working through the pain? Okay, so that's what he wants you to put in your journal. And lastly, are you the kind of person that expects relationships to succeed? Do you go into relationships expecting it to succeed? Are you expecting success out of your relationships, Or are you going into a relationship and you're just like, this won't last? And my wonderful illustration of this is something that Cam Newton said. He said, my fear of getting divorced is greater than my fear of being married, right? So, or, he's scared he may get a divorce, and that fear overrides his ability to even get in a relationship and commit himself to someone. So this is the Cam Newton example, because if you're going into a situation and you feel deep down inside that I can't trust this person, that this person is going to deceive me, that this is going to end horribly, that's enough fear to make it so that I don't trust myself. I don't trust my judgment. I do not trust that I have the ability to pick the right person for me. And the reality is that you do. You know how to pick the right person for you. You can't make a mistake. And even if the relationship doesn't work out, which often sometimes it does, it's okay. Sometimes people come in and out of your life, and sometimes it's not meant to last forever, unfortunately. But you don't go into it knowing that it's not going to last. There is a possibility that it will last, but you have to kind of deal with a lot of things, have these expectations, because there's a self-fulfilling prophecy that goes into it. Don't get married if you just feel like nothing, I'm going to get divorced anyway. So I really think that it's important that we look at these things. And this is what this author is suggesting that all of you all do in your journals. The next step he wants you to do in your journal is self-care. Come on, y'all got to have a self-care plan. Self-care does not cost money either, by the way. My self-care plan, most of the time, because I'm so freaking busy sometimes, my self-care plan is a bubble bath. You could go to the dollar store and buy a bubble bath in a dollar store. And if you don't have $1, I don't know what to say, but I soak in the bathtub. I don't know if I'll do it tonight, but I spend a lot of time shutting out the world and taking time to invest in myself, particularly if it's been a long day. So yeah, I soak in the bathtub. So the next one is talking about your self-care plan, making sure that that you just take care of yourself, and that's always important. The next step that he writes in his journal, I did talk about this last week, is refusing abuse. We don't need to talk about it. Nobody deserves to be emotionally, psychologically, or physically abused, particularly physically abused. And of course, if there's any physical abuse happening, that is illegal. It's not illegal to psychologically and emotionally abuse another person, but it is illegal to physically abuse another person. It's also illegal to financial abuse is also illegal, by the way. Can't be taking people's money without their knowledge. So some forms of financial abuse is illegal, and people can go to jail. You can prosecute them for that. But outside of all of that, you have to set some boundaries, right? Sometimes you can work with the person that you're with and say, I'm not going to tolerate this, right? You can work with someone and talk to someone about it. But you know what? Another thing you can do is that you could just leave, I did talk about how I work with a lot of people who are worried about upcoming holidays. And I could just say, well, what is your boundary? Sometimes you need to make your boundaries very clear to the other person. I have boundaries. Once we start getting into this type of conversations, it's uncomfortable for me. Or if you're in a situation, there's no need to judge anyone. There's no need to do any of that. You just pluck yourself out of that situation, put your coat on and leave. No one stops you. We're all adults here, right? This is not for children. This is an adults here. You can go to your room. You can close the door. You can say, this conversation is over. It takes two people to have a conversation. What I don't recommend is yelling and arguing, and that's not healthy, right? I do recommend healthy behavior. And of course, calling a therapist if you need help with that. I think abuse is very serious. I think psychological abuse is just as damaging as even physical abuse. sometimes, right? And so we just don't tolerate those types of instances. The next thing he is bringing up here in terms of practices, and I use a lot of this in my practice, he's talking about you got to reverse these messages, right? Sometimes you need to get into the self-talk. What do you tell yourself? What is it that you say to yourself? And then you need to kind of get into it and just get into it. Most of us, he says, most of us have internalized messages by which we judge and insult ourselves. And a lot of those messages were given to us. We agreed to them on some unconscious level. We agreed to it, and it seeps into us, and we think subconsciously that there's something wrong with us. And he's saying you need to reverse this. You need to identify it. You need to be able to, I like to, in my practice, point to who told you these things. This person lied to you, because I know, as well as all therapists I talk to, I know that the basic goodness is the core of all of our being. Even the people we label narcissistic, the people we label as toxic, I understand, even as a therapist, that is a hurt child, that sometimes we operate from a place of pain and hurt. And it could be, I can't pay attention to you empathizing with you. I can't pay attention to having even sympathy for you because I never received it, right? So I do believe in the basic goodness. And I love this part of the book because he talks about how love is all around us. It all depends on what you pay attention to. And I'm gonna pause a little bit here because there's some thoughts coming up for me. There's so many of us who believe that we live in a dangerous world. How many of you guys believe that? Keaton, do you believe it? I see you, Keaton. How many of us believe that we live in a world that's dangerous? How many of you think, oh, we live in such a dangerous world? How many of you all don't believe that, right? Ask yourself. Some people believe that all relationships are about control. Some people believe that as soon as I step my foot outside my house, I'm in a war zone, right? Some people really have these beliefs, and I kind of question people like Ronald. Yes, we believe that the world is dangerous. Well, you know what? It doesn't have to be. It does not have to be. I believe we live in the world of sex. Yes, okay, Keaton, I believe I live in the world of sex. Yes. So here's the thing. Here's the thing. The world that we live in is up to our choosing. If you walk outside and you think that the world we live in is somehow sexual, then everything you run into is going to be filtered through the sexual lens. Keaton. If you believe, like I think maybe Ronald is saying, that we live in the world that's dangerous, then everywhere you go, you're going to find and seek out danger. It really is a self-fulfilling prophecy. You can reverse this message of fear, right? I believe we live in the world of peace. Like Kevin is saying, okay, blessings, peace, and prosperity. Maybe that's how I see the world. I see the world as blessings. I see the world as peaceful. I see the world as prosperous. I'm with Kevin. That's how I choose to see the world. And I guarantee you, I've said this to people, and I know people really, look at me like I'm crazy. But, I have said to people, I've never been in a fight. Never. I would talk to people about it. I was talking to my husband about it. Not one time has anyone ever punched me. No one has ever. I've never gotten into a physical fight with anybody. I am 50 years old. I turned 50 this year. I have never in my life been in a fight because fighting is not my world. But I know people who see fighting as their world and they fight all the time. I've never been in a physical fight. Yeah, so Irma brings up a good point. The children who were victims of school shootings thought the world was a safe place. The world still is a safe place. Like, think of it now. We are way more safe than we've ever been in the entire history of this world. The history of this world. We are safer now than we've ever been. That's a fact, by the way. We are not only are we safer right now than we've ever been in the whole history of the world, but we're also live longer. We live healthier. The way we live right now. If we lived like this hundreds of years ago, I don't even think the most prestigious people lived as good as what we live now. And even think about poverty. Poverty in this country is nothing like poverty in a third world country. If y'all been to a third world country, poverty here is nothing. Most people in third world countries or developing nations, their poverty is they don't have lights and running water. You know, most people who would consider to be poor, they got cell phones. So it's all relative. It's all relative to who you compare yourself to. But the reality is, and y'all can look it up, we are safer now than we've ever been in our entire life, and we need to appreciate that. So our world is safe. But it's what you see it, and there's ways to reverse it. You can meditate. Love is all around us. I love this quote on the bottom of page 77. Love is all around us. I encourage all of you guys to y'all get this song called Love Surrounds You. It's by a group called Bird Tribe. Y'all get that book, get that song. Love surrounds you, and start listening to it, meditate to it. And love will surround you. It will happen. You can program yourself and you can reverse these messages. And I'm saying that because that's the way I live. I live that way. A little bit of a delay here, but that's okay. We're going to keep going. Love surrounds you. Get that song. Download that song. Love Surrounds You by Bird Tribe. Get them people they download credit, okay? Because that's a beautiful song. Okay, so next he talks about, after reversing the messages, allowing both sides. Yeah, so the next piece that he wants you to do in your workbook or your journal is to allow both sides. I really like this because this is almost like, how many of you guys are familiar with the Hermetic principles? How many of y'all familiar with the Hermetic principles? Y'all can get a PDF, just do a basic internet search, download the Hermetic principles, and y'all read it. It's not a very long document. I do recommend that you read it. It is how the world works. Thank you, Maya. God is love and he is omnipresent. Yes. And I love the God in you, Maya, and all of you all. So that's what it is. There's a God force in us. If I got to talk about God on a Sunday, but there's a God force in us. And that's what I'm talking about. Tapping into that. Thank you, Maya. That was golden. So the Hermetic principle, one of the Hermetic principles is that what goes up is going to come down. What goes left is always going to go right. What comes around is always going to go around. These are the Hermetic principles. It is the foundation of how the world works. So if you want to know how the world works, get the Hermetic principles. And he is talking about, you're going to have painful experiences. You're going to also have joyous experiences. And he's asking you to write about it in your journal. Will there be losses in my life? Yes, there will. I've been there and back. Will there be a wonderful gain? Yes, there's always going to be gains. You're always going to lose. You're always going to fail. And that's the whole point of it. I want y'all to get this song. This is the second song, number 2. I want y'all to download. It's called, I wrote it down here, Good Days. The name of the song is Good Days. And it's by this white lady. And bless her heart, I met her. She's a beautiful soul. Her name is Luki. L-U-K-I. I guess that's how you pronounce it. I don't know. I've never introduced myself to her. I never said, hi, I'm Alicia. How you doing? Her name is Luki, L-U-K-I. And the name of her song is Good Days. Listen to that song. Meditate to that song. I want you to meditate to Love Surrounds Us, Love Surrounds You by Bird Tribe, and meditate to Luki, Good Days. And that song is very powerful because she's saying in that song, there are good days, there are bad days, but I'm going to be okay no matter what. So it could almost be a gospel song, but it's not. It's like folky, but she's saying, you know, sometimes things are unfair and that's just how life is, but it'll be okay. So you got to get that song Good Days. And she sings about it washes over me like waves. And that's how life is. Sometimes good things happen to you, that washes over you. Sometimes painful things happen, that washes over you, and it's okay, right? So let me tell y'all, download that song, give that white lady her download credit, and the conversations that we're having right now in this moment transcends race, okay? Because this white lady she's writing about our science, the science of Black people. I don't know if she realizes that that's what she's doing, but we have got to get back to, I really do believe that us as Black people have got to get back to who and what we really are originally. And sometimes you have to transcend race in order to get there. And so give this white lady her download credit because she is amazing. And I met her in person. I've spoken to her. I've sat with her. She does spiritual stuff, a lot of spiritual stuff. And she's an amazing, beautiful soul of a woman. So anyway, all of her music is fantastic, by the way. But if you want to get into how to allow both sides to come through to you, get into Luki, L-U-K-I, Good Days. There's good days, there's bad days. It washes over me like, you know, like a wave. Anyway, I can't talk about that enough. But anyway, so let's move on. So I'm kind of summarizing for all of you all who are just joining me. I'm summarizing the end of chapter 2 of How to Be an Adult in Relationships. It's the 5 keys to mindful loving. This is how you do it. I'm going through the ending of chapter 2. He gives out some practices and some things that you need to do in your journal. So y'all got to keep a journal. He's talking about some things that you need to do. The next step that he talks about is being aware of fulfillment. I really love this. He's saying that in your journal, he wants you to list specific ways, the 5 basic needs: attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. He wants you to write out in your journal where, when you were growing up, where has each of those 5 things been neglected? Where has each of those 5 things, when you have been growing up, has been fulfilled? So, did you get the attention you felt like you needed when you were a child? Sometimes you do, sometimes you don't. Okay, sometimes it's different for everybody. Everybody has a specific level of attention. But do you feel like the adults who raised you, who were around you growing up, did they give you the attention that you felt like you needed? Yes, no, write about it in your journal. Did you feel accepted? Did you feel accepted, or did you feel like people were judging you? Did you feel appreciated, or did you feel unappreciated, growing up? Did people appreciate you, right? Did you get affection? Did your mama hug you? Did your daddy hug you? Did you get hugs and kisses when you were growing up? Or do you feel like it was unfulfilled in some way? And were you allowed to be and to say and to think and to feel everything that came to you? Or were you often shut down? So write that in your journal and write about that. And he wants you to say, once you write this down, since these 5 needs are also central qualities of love and support, list what you have been looking for in adult relationships. I'm almost certain they're connected to some of the things that you feel like you're missing. Things I missed at home. I know that's Boyce and I, that's our one of our favorite songs by oh God, I can't remember who it's by, but there's a song about that. He's asking, are your most desperate needs the very ones that went unfulfilled in your childhood? Ask your partner, ask people around you, are you good at receiving and responding to their own needs? So he's challenging you to reach out to the people who are close to you and ask them, do you feel like I give you enough attention? Do you feel like I give you enough acceptance? Do you feel like I give you enough appreciation, affection? And do I allow you to be who and what you are? If you have an honest conversation with the people around you about how you're doing, it's so important that you don't shut them down. Don't argue with them. Don't go, I don't know what you talk about. Don't get offended. Just be mindful and write it down. List what it is. No arguing. And I really do. I have a prediction. Here's my prediction. My prediction is that all of the things that you all of the things that you felt like you did not receive when you were a child, I'm interested to see where in your current life do you feel like people think that you aren't giving them what they need, right? Some people say, I feel like my parent didn't give me the attention that I feel like I needed as a child. So I want to make sure that when I have children, I want to be able to give them the attention, that's always so. But on the other hand, there are some people who feel like because maybe they didn't receive acceptance when they were growing up. Sometimes they can't give acceptance to other people. So maybe if they felt judged as a child growing up, they can fast forward when they're an adult interacting with their own children, that maybe perhaps their own children feel judged because you grew up being judged. I don't know. I just really think that it is an enlightening experience. This particular exercise, I absolutely love it. And as a matter of fact, I think I may steal this exercise because I may actually use this in an upcoming retreat. I'm thinking about, I have a team of people. I have a new team of people. I had an old team, but now I have another group of people that I'm working with. I'm thinking about doing a retreat about this. So I may do a retreat surrounding some of these things, but it's in the works. And y'all, planning retreats and planning things like the All Black National Convention and stuff like that, it takes a lot of work. So hats off to anybody who even attempts to put stuff like this together. It takes a lot of work, a lot of effort, a lot of money, a lot of resources to put these things together. Anyway, all right. So being aware of fulfillment. Oh, yes. Okay, Irma wants me to repeat. In this book, on page 79, list specific ways that these needs were fulfilled or neglected. It was attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. And I talk about that in chapter 1. So you can go back to the videos in chapter 1 and I go into what they all look like. But you kind of know what attention means. Like, do people give you attention, or are they always on their phone, or always, half listening to you, So, so yeah, so you can use those. Okay, what is this? Yeah. Okay. Moments must have played moments. You must have planned something in your life. Planning events take a lot of work. It's a little overwhelming. I ain't gonna lie. But the thing is that I have this like desire to do retreats, and every time I try to get rid of it, the idea just keeps sticking into my head. So I feel like I have no choice but to do it. But it takes a lot of work. Anyway, Keaton over here talks about giving all his attention. I'll give you all my attention. Look at Keaton over here. Keaton is a lover boy. Was Keaton the one that talked about? Wait, it wasn't Keaton. Who talked about I see sex everywhere? Was that Keaton? I can't remember. Anyway, look at Keaton. That's good. Okay. Okay. All right. Moving along. In case you guys are just joining us, it's about 8:15. Let me just let you know we are reading from How to Be an Adult in Relationships, The 5 Keys to Mindful Loving by David Richo. I'm talking and going through what he lists as activities that he expecting everybody to do in your journal. So he's listing a bunch of activities, and we just have 1, 2, 3, 4 more left, okay, for today. Okay, the next thing he wants you to do in your journal is to think about where you have holes, finding the holes. So I don't know. I like this because I play a lot of bid whiz. I'm from Gary, Indiana. So you can't be from Gary and not know how to play bid whiz. I grew up, my family plays bid whiz. My cousins, they play bid whiz. They've won like bid whiz tournaments and stuff. So they're really good. I don't like playing with them because they're too good. No one can beat them. But when you play bid, y'all ever play bid whiz? When you play bid, you have to actually bid how many books you can make past 6 in your hand, right? And you have a partner, right? So hopefully your partner, once you win the bid, hopefully your partner has your holes, right? You play all big and bad, and then if you win the bid, then you have to deliver. So that means and there's a kitty in there that helps you out. So you can pull the kitty up. So you have an advantage going in playing bid if you win the bid, but you also need to rely on your partner. Bid whiz is like spades, moments with LJ. Bid whiz is kind of like spades, but it's like spades, but way more interesting to me. So it's saying that you have a hand, you also have a kitty to help you out. So you got helpers along the way to help you get your bid, but ultimately you're going to need your partner to come through for you, right? But sometimes you have holes and sometimes your partner can't help you, right? So that's what I think of when I think of finding the holes. So this is a metaphor for finding the holes of what's going on with you, right? This is what the author is saying. It is painful for us to find ourselves fully. We avoid the holes that were left in us by disappointments of early life and adult relationships. So when we compare that to bid whiz, you're dealt a hand. And maybe the hand that's dealt to you is similar to your parents, the family members you grew up with. That's the hand that's dealt to you, right? And sometimes you got a strong hand, which means you have a really healthy family. And sometimes your hand is weak. You're like, I can't bid nothing. I got nothing in this hand. I got a bunch of losers. So to speak, maybe you're dealt a hand where you have a family member, which could be, I don't believe in labeling people as a loser, but giving you the 5 A's that you need, which is attention, acceptance, appreciation, affection, and allowing. Maybe you were dealt a hand from God, from your family, right? You have no control of it. It's just shuffling the cards and you passing them out, right? Okay, so that is the disappointments of early life. Some of us were not dealt a wonderful hand. Some of us were dealt better hands than others, but that's okay because you know what? You got the kitty. The kitty helps you. You win that bid, you got the kitty. And I think the kitty is almost like you yourself. The kitty is kind of like things in yourself that you can draw upon to help you overcome, right? But at the same time, you have adult relationships. And in those adult relationships, that's your partner. Your partner sometimes can fill the holes, but sometimes your partner can't fill the holes. Your partner is like, I do not, I don't have a big joker. Who got the big joker? I don't have it. So that's the thing. I really think that we need to really understand here exactly what hand that we're dealt, what we have in terms of the kitty to help us get through things, and then what we can rely on our partner to help. But what this book is saying is that the disappointments of early life, what you were dealt with, and adult relationships, your partner, there's always holes and you feel disappointed. But we launch ourselves into them and through them. Here is an empowering experience, practice, to be done in a quiet, meditative way. Here are things that we can do in a meditative way. Number one, find the holes in yourself, the places where the 5 A's have been unfulfilled. Find them, actively look at them. Number two, think of all the times you've tried to fill the holes with someone or something. Usually it's with someone and something. Usually it's like an addiction, right? Number three, make a commitment to climb into the scary craters and sit in them on your own with no attempt to fulfill them. The only tools you bring in with you are the 5 A's. Right? Simply stay in each of your deficiencies attentively, acceptingly, appreciatively, and affectionately, fully allowing it to be there. Let it be there, right? Without protest, shame, or blame. The 5 A's are the only true fulfillment of the needs. By giving them to yourself, you are healing wounds you receive because you didn't get them from others in your past. This is a great, this is going to be an activity for my retreat. I guarantee you, we're going to be doing some of these things and processing some of these experiences. He's also saying that once you realize what those holes are, that you need to stay with your empty places again and again. You will gradually see them open into lively spaces. Our gaps are not covered or canceled, but exposed by the 5 A's. Oh, and he's going back to Alice in Wonderland because we talked about Alice in Wonderland a few weeks ago, how it's really a metaphor of self-discovery. So y'all check out that movie, Alice in Wonderland. Again, you got to give it to Disney. Give it to Disney. Disney knows how to write some really powerful children's stories. Alice, by herself, she followed the white rabbit into a hole that led into parts of herself that were confused and scary. She was scared the whole time. What's going on? Why did I shrink down? What's happening? She was confused the whole movie, really. Ask yourself if your various partners were meant to be just such rabbits that kindly tried to show you the way into your deepest self. That is your eyes open, your open heart. Now you are finally willing to enter. So he's saying, go down that rabbit hole, explore, find out who and what you are metaphorically down that rabbit hole by doing these exercises. This is all about self-discovery. That's pretty heavy. I think it's tough to do. This is tough to do, but you can do it in your journal, and you can always burn it once you're done if you feel that embarrassed by some of the things that you feel like you were lacking in your life. Okay. He also talks about witnessing your pain. Early or throughout life, your partner or you may have suffered abuse or betrayals or hurt. early or throughout life, your partner or you may have suffered abuse or betrayals or hurts. Offer your partner the experience of mindful witnessing of the pain that still remains. Come on, men. I'm challenging men to do this. Do this with your partner, right? Mindful witnessing means listening with complete attentiveness, acceptance, allowing affection and appreciation to what the other person reveals and to the feelings behind the person's story. If you ever are in a position where you have a child or a spouse who feels like they want to open up to you, just sit there and watch. Come on. And whenever Dr. Boyce, to you guys, whenever he feels like he needs to get something off his chest, I'm so excited because he doesn't talk that much, believe it or not. So usually I say, what's on your mind? What's happening? And I just button it up and I just let him go, right? He tells me things that he wouldn't say to anybody else, right? And I'm a safe person. I'm not going to bring it up in an argument, or if I get mad at him or something, I'm not going to bring it up. It's going to be confidential. But I love when he opens up and I thank him. You got to thank the other person. Thank you so much for opening up to me. Just because I'm married to you doesn't mean that you have to open up to me. So I appreciate it. I do say that. There must be something about me that makes you feel safe enough to open up to me. So I make sure that I spend a lot of time and effort creating this type of atmosphere for him. And you guys need to do that for each other. As a mindful witness, you do not give advice or try to fix anything, but simply take in what is said and felt in a respectful and encouraging way. Keep what is said completely confidential. Completely. Don't tell your best friend. Don't tell your mama. Can't tell your mama everything, right? And do not talk about it with that person. Don't even talk about it unless the other person asks you to bring it up. Yeah. One caution: do not try this if one of you feels unready to face the pain. Okay, you have to be ready for it. For the practice may bring up pain that has been repressed and controlled for years. Yeah, you don't want to open Pandora's box for things that have happened that can be really challenging, right? But whatever it is, it's confidential. You lock it in a vault, and hopefully that person will open up to you and share with you some more. This is how we have healthy relationships. Kevin, problem is several women have unsafe to open up to. For me, one time was one too many. Yeah, so Kevin, that's why you got to go to the first exercise, Kevin. Checking for safety. You got to check for safety. You got to check for making sure that you're with somebody who's adult enough to handle what you got to talk about, right? So Kevin, you bring up something really wonderful. You got to check for safety. That's the very first practice he asked for. So that is a problem. And if you find someone that you're not safe with, do not open up to them, right? Work on trying to find a mate who you feel comfortable with and not your enemy, right? Someone that you can feel safe with. Thank you, Kevin, for bringing that up. Kevin is a male name, so I guess he's a guy. And a lot of men are vigilant. A lot of men are very vigilant of trying to find someone they feel safe with. Look at Rhonda. Thank you, Rhonda. Dr. Boyce looks amazing since your marriage. Yeah, he's an amazing person on the inside. He really is. And we got to get it on the outside too. But yeah, that's my guy. He's always been Boyce as long as I've known him. So thank you for that. How do I turn that off? Okay. Witnessing the pain. That's a challenge. So whenever you're in a position where somebody is really opening up to you, you have to keep it confidential. Thank you, Irma. Men sometimes are too closed and everything is confidential. Yeah, because they don't want to be hurt. Just look, Irma, you got to look at men sometimes where it's either the hurt child that's talking or the developed adult that's talking. And when they feel like they need to keep everything confidential and they don't feel like they can open up, that's hurt child, you know, and you just have to understand that. And I think if you can have a conversation about it, if you can say, what can I do to make you feel more comfortable with me? What happened to you that makes you feel like you can't open up? They're going to have a story. So try to get from them, you know, what's going on, and you be open. Sometimes you can model for a lot of men. If you feel safe enough, now you don't want to share everything, but if you feel safe enough, you can honestly say, hey, let me share something with you. And you can model for them how to open up and how to be vulnerable, because men can't be vulnerable and they shouldn't be, right? But with people that they trust and people that they feel safe with, they need to open up to them. So it's a very tricky thing. Thank you, Irma. That comment is really spot on today. Okay, one caution. Do not try this. Yeah, bringing up the pain. Just make sure it's something that you feel comfortable bringing up. Okay, last two ones. You got to locate the pearl. I love this analogy. The author comes up with this analogy about the pearl. He's saying, consider the commentary on the pearl as a metaphor for pain and its potential to be changed into something beautiful, like a pearl, right? Because pearls are mysterious. Anyway, then this poem, then write a poem. He wants you to write a poem. Oh my goodness, this author wants you to write a poem about the pearl, exploring your memories of pearls and how they figure in your life, or answer these questions that he supplied. So let me give you the scenario about the pearl. Okay. In reaction to an irritation caused by a parasite or a grain of sand, the self-healing power of the oyster covers it with layers of arangonite. I don't know how to pronounce that. But the pearl covers it. After several years, not the pearl, the oyster. Okay, let me start from the beginning. In reaction to an irritation caused by a parasite or a grain of sand, so something's irritated this oyster, got in, he covers it up. The oyster, self-healing power of the oyster covers it with layers of this material. After several years, the pearl is created, composed of the same materials as the inner shell of the oyster. A pearl, thus, achieves its beauty and value from deep within its own protective shell. Y'all know where they're going with this scenario, right? The unique luster of the pearl depends on the refraction of light from their translucent layering. The iridescence that some pearls emit is caused by the overlapping of successive layers that disperse the light as it hits them. The pearl science is amazing, right? Unlike any other gems, pearls are not cut or polished. Pearls is the only gem that's not cut or polished. Y'all see how shiny pearls are? I don't have pearls today. Usually I wear pearls. It is not cut or polished, but they're very translucent, right? They can easily decay, and their softness makes them very vulnerable to acid and heat. Pearls like to be worn against human skin, which is the best way to maintain their luster. So pearls have to be worn to maintain their luster. Okay, there's some science about pearls. There are many layers of metaphor in this description. Journal. Pull your journals out. Journal your responses to these questions. What is the grit in you? The grit, that little grain of sand that gets into the oyster. What is your grain of sand? What is your grit that awaits attention or has already been covered up? Do you trust your inner resources to provide the layering that will transform grit into pearls? Yes, Ronald. That's why women love pearls. You're right. That's why women love pearls. Yes, Ronald. So when you get, hey, that's romance right there, Ronald. You got to give your significant other a pearl and tell the story about the pearl. They'll be all excited about that. Notice the phrase is self-healing power from deep within its own protective shell. Their softness makes them vulnerable against human skin to maintain their luster. How will they work for you? What is it that you're going to have in yourself to help you gain your luster? And I do think, well, I don't think I know, and all therapists know this, that everybody already has what it takes to turn that grain of sand into a pearl. And it's funny because that's the whole purpose of therapy is to help you find that grain of sand that's initially an irritant. It's a pain that you don't have to suffer from, but what you can do is turn it into a pearl. And that's on the other side of therapy: self-acceptance, self-love, understanding, going through your life, being calm, being relaxed, never feeling pain, never suffering, feeling pain, but never suffering from the pain, right? That's the whole point of therapy, being in connection with how you felt in that moment when that painful thing happened to you and connecting with that. Yes, the inner beauty. There's beauty in pain. There's strength in pain, right? And you know what the biggest thing that pain gives you? There's a birthing process. Anybody ever have a baby? I've had 3 babies. It's a birthing process, right? There's something beautiful that comes out of something painful. Let me tell you, birthing is very painful. So, but yeah, the inner, unearthing the inner beauty, I think that is spot on. So how y'all doing? How y'all doing, everybody? Yes, there's joy. As soon as you have a baby, all of the chemicals, the love chemicals run through your body and you're just joyous. And sometimes, why would I have 3 children? Well, because I got amnesia and I forgot how painful it was. The joy took over. And then I have another baby and I'm like, yeah, now I remember this was painful. But anyway. Lastly, we're going to finish up chapter 2 and then we're going to go on next week. We're going to figure out how to find a partner. Y'all got to tune in to that. Rhonda said, "Is heaven to give birth?" Girl. Oh my God. Yeah, I guess that's heaven. I could look back on it and say it's heaven, but in the moment, I just remember thinking this feels painful. Okay. Especially natural childbirth, which I had natural childbirth. It was hard. Okay. The last thing that David Richaud, we're talking about for people just joining, how to be an adult in relationships, the 5 keys to mindful loving. We are going over the practices. Get your journals out. He wants you to write about this. The last thing he talks about in chapter 2 is how to grieve the past. Y'all ready for that? Turn to the appendix and read the introductory section. Okay, so he wants you to go to the back of the book. He wants you to read the introduction. When you feel ready, begin the steps of grieving for childhood losses and abuses. Yeah. I would agree. I would agree to this strategy. I use this strategy a lot when it comes to people who consider a relationship as failed, people who end a relationship. I always say, you got to grieve that relationship because you put your hopes and dreams into this relationship that it will last forever, and it didn't last forever. So sometimes you need to grieve the idea of a perfect relationship that you didn't get. I also think that all of us need to grieve all of the things that we didn't get as a child, because you can't reverse time and go back and change things a lot of times. So it is important to grieve childhood losses, childhood abuses. Continue with the steps according to your own timing as you read this book. Perhaps working on one step with each of the following chapters. You may also opt to begin the steps after reading this entire book. Respecting your own timing is an essential element of success in any practice and in any relationship. And with that, we are done with chapter 2. Y'all, we're going to tune in next week. Oh, let me talk about what I need to talk about. I'd like for you all to go to, I can't even find it. Let me see if I can find. Y'all, I'm not the best YouTuber, but text love to 87948. I think you get text messages on whether when I go live. I don't know what time on a Sunday I go live, but sometimes it's around about this time of the day. It all depends on what I got going on with my private practice. But y'all want to text love to 87948 so that you can find out when next week I'm going to be talking about how to find a partner. So I'm excited about talking about that because that's always something we like to analyze and try to figure out. But I thank you all for joining me today. Follow me on Instagram, Coaching with Dr. Alicia. If you need to get a hold of me, if you want to reach out to me, I will email you back, either myself or my assistant. You can find me at Coaching with Dr. Alicia. Goodbye, everybody. Thank you for tuning in. Let me say goodbye to everyone. Thank you, Ronald, Kevin, Dr. Vibe. Love you so much. Rhonda, McClure. I will see y'all next week. Okay. Bye-bye.